This video was made thanks to this awesome request. Thank you for the title suggestion, and happy watching.
Hey, what's up everyone? Welcome back to Quirks. If you're a fan of My Hero Academia, especially awesome fanfiction stories all about Deku, you're definitely in the right place. Before we dive into today's story, don't forget to hit that like button, share this video with your fellow anime fans, and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, if you have an awesome idea or title for the next fanfiction video, drop it in the comment below. I'd love to read your suggestions. And hey, if you want to support the channel even more and keep me extra motivated to create awesome content, consider joining our channel membership. By becoming a member, you'll unlock cool perks like exclusive loyalty badges and custom stickers you can use in the comments. If you've already joined, thank you so much. Your support truly means the world to me and helps keep this channel going. Alright, let's get right into the story.
The battlefield had already collapsed into chaos. The sky was covered by black smoke, shattered concrete floated through the air, and violent streams of energy ripped across the landscape. Boom! Another explosion echoed as Izuku Midoriya dashed between collapsing buildings. Green lightning danced around his body while One for All surged through every muscle. Blackwhip lashed from his arms, pulling trapped civilians away from falling debris before another blast consumed the street behind them. Everyone, keep moving. The frightened civilians continued running while several pro-heroes covered their escape. Far ahead, an unstable crack streaked across the sky. It was unlike any quirk Izuku had ever seen. The fracture looked less like an attack and more like reality itself being torn apart. Crack! The dimensional wound expanded in an instant. Violent winds swept across the battlefield. Broken rocks, steel beams, vehicles, and chunks of asphalt were pulled toward the growing distortion. Izuku immediately dug his feet into the ground. What is that? Danger sense activated. Sharp pain exploded through his head. His body instinctively warned him that the crack was unimaginably dangerous. Before he could react further, the ground beneath him shattered. Boom! A shockwave threw him into the air. Blackwhip shot toward a nearby building. Snap! The tendrils missed. The collapsing structure crumbled before they could reach it. The gravitational force surrounding the dimensional crack suddenly multiplied. Everything nearby began flying toward it. Izuku clenched his teeth. Gearshift. He accelerated his own movement, attempting to escape the pull. His speed increased dramatically, yet the invisible force became even stronger. Rocks, steel, dust, and shattered buildings spun around him like a massive cyclone. He punched forward. Delaware smash. Boom. Compressed air blasted through the storm. For a brief moment, the force weakened. It wasn't enough. The dimensional crack swallowed the attack as though it had never existed. Danger sense screamed louder than ever. Izuku immediately crossed both arms in front of himself. Blackwhip wrapped around his body. Float activated instinctively. Fa Jin released stored kinetic energy. Gearshift pushed his body beyond its normal acceleration. Despite using multiple quirks together, nothing stopped his descent. The light swallowed everything. Silence followed. Time lost all meaning. There was no sky, no earth, no sound, only endless white light. Izuku could no longer tell whether he was falling, floating, or standing still. His body drifted through an endless corridor of distorted space. Strange flashes appeared around him. Cities, oceans, mountains, stars, worlds he had never seen. They disappeared as quickly as they appeared. Then, crack, the white void split apart. Gravity suddenly returned. Izuku's eyes widened. What? His body shot downward at terrifying speed. Wind roared around him. Whoosh! Clouds burst apart as he plummeted toward an unfamiliar city. His danger sense finally fell silent. Instead, confusion replaced it. Below him stretched an enormous city unlike anything he had ever seen. At the very top stood a colossal academy built upon a mountain. Its massive walls overlooked everything below. Countless roads spiraled downward from the academy. Each level looked poorer than the one above it. Luxurious districts gradually transformed into ordinary neighborhoods. Those neighborhoods eventually gave way to decaying streets, rusted buildings, broken bridges, crowded alleys. The very bottom of the city resembled a forgotten wasteland. Izuku stared in disbelief. What happened here? He had never seen such an obvious separation between rich and poor. The difference wasn't merely economic. It was physical. The entire city had been built to place one group above another. Before he could think further, the ground rushed toward him. Too fast. Izuku activated float. His descent slowed considerably. He adjusted his posture. Blackwhip shot toward a nearby utility pole. Snap. The tendril wrapped around the metal structure. Using the momentum, he swung across several rooftops before releasing the line. He flipped through the air, landed on one knee. Thud. The cracked pavement beneath him fractured slightly. Dust drifted into the air. Several nearby residents froze. They stared at the green-haired teenager who had literally fallen from the sky. Their clothes were worn. Their faces looked exhausted. Many children hid behind broken fences. Old buildings leaned dangerously to one side. Electrical wires hung loosely overhead. Garbage piled beside narrow streets. Izuku slowly stood. This place looked nothing like Japan he remembered. The people didn't even seem surprised by the ruined surroundings. Instead, they simply continued carrying on with their daily lives. A young boy cautiously stepped closer. "Are you from above?" Izuku blinked. Above. The child pointed toward the distant mountain. Toward the enormous academy overlooking the city. "Only people from up there wear nice clothes." Izuku looked down at his own hero costume. It had been damaged during the previous battle but still looked far cleaner than anything around him. Before he could answer, sirens echoed throughout the district. Wee woo, wee woo. The atmosphere immediately changed. People hurried indoors. Market stalls closed. Windows slammed shut. Children disappeared into nearby houses. Izuku frowned. "What's happening?" An elderly man grabbed the young boy. "Don't stand outside." The man glanced nervously toward the upper roads. "They're coming." "Who?" The old man's expression stiffened. "Students." Izuku's confusion only deepened. Students. Why would ordinary civilians fear students? Heavy footsteps echoed from the road leading into the district. Clank, clank, clank. Metal boots. Organized marching. Izuku quietly stepped forward. His analytical instincts immediately took over. He climbed onto the remains of a damaged wall for a better view. Around 20 figures marched into the slum. They all wore identical dark uniforms. Each uniform possessed a glowing golden star on its chest. The fabric itself seemed strangely alive. The material shifted almost like muscle beneath cloth. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Those uniforms. His notebook wasn't with him. Still, his mind instinctively began recording observations. Enhanced physique. Unusual fiber movement. Possible support equipment. Possible synthetic quirk interaction. Energy source unknown. Before he could continue, one of the uniformed students kicked over a fruit stand. Crash. Wood shattered across the street. An elderly shopkeeper stumbled backward. "Please." The old man bowed desperately. "I already paid this week's fee." The student answered with another kick. Bam. The shopkeeper rolled across the ground. Laughter erupted from the group. Izuku's expression darkened. Another student grabbed a frightened teenager by the collar. "Know your place." The boy struggled helplessly. None of the surrounding residents dared interfere. Fear controlled every movement. Izuku slowly stepped off the broken wall. His eyes remained fixed on the uniformed students. One hand tightened into a fist. Green sparks quietly danced across his fingers. The students still hadn't noticed him. But they would soon. Far above the slums, hidden behind clouds, the enormous academy overlooked everything in complete silence. And without realizing it, the hero from another world had just taken his first step into Honnou City. The tense silence lasted only a few seconds. One of the uniformed students finally noticed the unfamiliar teenager standing in the middle of the street. "Who are you?" Every pair of eyes turned toward Izuku. Their expressions quickly shifted from curiosity to annoyance. The leader stepped forward, the golden star on his uniform glimmering under the afternoon sun. "This district belongs to Honnou Academy." He looked Izuku up and down. "You're not wearing a no-star uniform." Another student smirked. "He must be lost. Or stupid." Laughter spread through the group. Izuku ignored the insults. His eyes remained on the elderly shopkeeper lying beside the broken fruit stand. Blood trickled from the old man's forehead. Children trembled behind collapsed walls. None of them dared make a sound. Izuku exhaled slowly. "Leave them alone." The street became quiet. The students stared at him as if they had heard something impossible. The leader frowned. "What did you say?" Izuku met his gaze without moving. "They aren't fighting back. There's no reason to hurt them." The leader burst into laughter. His companions quickly joined him. "Ha ha ha. Listen to this guy. Does he think he's some kind of hero?" The leader cracked his knuckles. "People down here exist to obey. That's how Honnou City works." Izuku's expression remained calm. "Then your system is wrong." The laughter stopped. Boom. The leader suddenly kicked the ground. The reinforced pavement exploded beneath his foot as he lunged forward. His fist shot directly toward Izuku's face. Izuku didn't move. Danger sense stayed silent. Too slow. Just before the punch landed. Step. Izuku shifted half a step sideways. The fist missed completely. Whoosh. The student stumbled past him. "What?" Before he could recover. Tap. Izuku gently pushed the student's shoulder. The slight movement completely destroyed the attacker's balance. Thud. He crashed face first into the broken pavement. The surrounding students froze. He dodged. Without using a uniform. Their confusion quickly turned into anger. "Get him." All 20 students charged at once. Bam. Boom. Their enhanced strength shattered the street as they rushed forward. Izuku sighed quietly. "I don't want to hurt any of you." Blackwhip remained unused. One for all remained suppressed. He simply relied on years of combat experience. The first attacker swung a kick. Step. Miss. The second threw a punch. Duck. Miss. The third attempted a tackle. Sidestep. Crash. The student slammed into a brick wall instead. One after another. They missed. Every strike. Every kick. Every grab. Their enhanced physical strength meant nothing against Izuku's reflexes. The civilians stared in disbelief. "He isn't even fighting. How is this possible?" The leader roared. "Surround him." The students spread out. They attacked simultaneously from every direction. Izuku finally moved. Whoosh. His body blurred between them. Tap, tap, tap. Each precise strike landed against a wrist, shoulder, knee, or ankle. Nothing more. The students immediately lost their balance. Bam. Thud. Crash. Within seconds, every attacker lay groaning across the street. None suffered serious injuries. None could continue fighting. Izuku stood quietly in the center. His costume fluttered in the breeze. The street fell silent once again. The elderly shopkeeper slowly stood. He defeated all of them. Without a uniform. Before anyone could speak. Roar. A loud mechanical siren echoed across the district. Every civilian's face turned pale. Someone whispered. "Another disciplinary squad." Izuku looked toward the upper road. This time, only a handful of students appeared. Their uniforms looked different. Their muscles bulged unnaturally beneath reinforced fabric. Boxing gloves made from thick crimson fibers covered both fists. One of them grinned. Looks like someone beat our juniors. Another cracked his neck. Guess we get to have some fun. The civilians immediately retreated. Everyone recognized them. The boxing club. Their leader pointed toward Izuku. You're coming with us. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Number. The answer only made them laugh harder. Boom. The largest boxer launched himself forward. His punch smashed through a stone pillar before continuing toward Izuku. Izuku caught the fist. Grab. The impact created a brief shockwave. Dust scattered around both fighters. The boxer blinked. What? He tried pushing harder. Nothing happened. Izuku's feet never moved. The students behind the boxer stared with open mouths. Their one-star uniforms dramatically increased physical ability. Yet this stranger had stopped the punch using only one hand. Izuku slowly released the fist. Your strength comes from those uniforms. He studied the strange fibers beneath the damaged sleeve. They're reinforcing your muscles. But they aren't quirks. The boxers exchanged confused looks. Quirks. What's he talking about? Before anyone could answer, a motorcycle engine roared from the opposite street. Vroom. Everyone turned. A red motorcycle drifted through the intersection, leaving a trail of smoke behind it. Screech. The rider leapt into the air before the motorcycle had completely stopped. She landed lightly between Izuku and the boxing club. Black hair, red streak, school uniform. A massive half of a giant scissor blade rested across her shoulder. Her sharp blue eyes swept across the crowd. The boxers immediately frowned. Ryuko Matoi. Ryuko rested the enormous blade against the ground. Clang. She looked at the boxing club with complete indifference. Move. The leader laughed. You came alone. Perfect. He pointed toward both teenagers. Beat them together. Ryuko clicked her tongue. Annoying. Izuku quietly watched her. His analytical mind immediately began working again. Oversized bladed weapon. Confident stance. Steady breathing. Experienced fighter. Not using the strange uniform. Interesting. Ryuko glanced sideways. She finally noticed the green-haired boy standing beside her. Who are you? Izuku answered honestly. Izuku Midoriya. She nodded once. Stay out of my way. Before Izuku could reply, boom. The boxing club charged. Ryuko sprinted forward at the exact same moment. Their clash exploded across the ruined street. Clang. The giant scissor blade collided against reinforced gauntlets. Sparks flew into the air. Izuku immediately noticed terrified civilians trapped between collapsing buildings near the battlefield. His eyes narrowed. Danger sense activated. Without hesitation, Blackwhip burst from both arms. Snap. The black tendrils shot across the battlefield, wrapped around the trapped civilians, and pulled them safely away just before a collapsing wall crashed onto the street. Boom. Dust filled the air. Ryuko briefly glanced over her shoulder. Black ropes. Izuku gently lowered the rescued civilians behind a safe building. Only then did he turn back toward the battle. Green lightning quietly flickered around his arms. For the first time since arriving in this strange world, he prepared to step directly into someone else's fight. Boom. The clash between Ryuko Matoi and the boxing club shook the narrow street. Chunks of concrete scattered across the slums as the giant scissor blade slammed against reinforced gloves. Clang. One boxer slid backward, leaving deep grooves across the road before charging again. Another tried to circle behind Ryuko. Izuku noticed it immediately. Danger sense pulsed. Without hesitation, Blackwhip shot from his arm. Snap. The black tendril wrapped around the attacker's waist before lifting him completely off the ground. What? Whoosh. Izuku swung him through the air before gently tossing him into a pile of empty wooden crates. Crash. The boxes exploded into splinters. The boxer groaned but remained conscious. Ryuko glanced toward Izuku for only a moment before returning her attention to the others. You're pretty useful. Izuku smiled faintly. I'm trying not to interfere too much. Too late. Another boxer rushed toward him. Boom. The student threw a heavy punch aimed directly at Izuku's chest. Izuku stepped forward instead of backward. Tap. His palm met the student's wrist. Using the attacker's own momentum, he redirected the punch into the empty street. Bam! The reinforced fist smashed a crater into the pavement. Before the boxer could recover. Tap! Izuku struck the side of his neck. The student collapsed instantly. Thud. Sleep for a while. The remaining members of the boxing club hesitated. Their confidence disappeared. None of them understood how a teenager without a Goku uniform could overpower them so easily. Their leader gritted his teeth. All of you, attack together. They obeyed immediately. Boom. The street trembled beneath their synchronized charge. Izuku inhaled quietly. Green lightning flickered around his legs. Only a tiny fraction of one for all. Nothing more. Step. His body vanished. Whoosh. To the students, he simply disappeared. One moment he stood before them. The next. Bam. Tap. Thud. Every strike landed with perfect precision. A shoulder. An elbow. A knee. A wrist. None were serious injuries. Each attack simply disabled movement. Within seconds. Crash. The final boxer crashed into a damaged wall before sliding unconscious onto the ground. Silence returned to the district. The civilians stared with wide eyes. They actually lost. Every one of them. Who was that green-haired boy? Ryuko rested the massive scissor blade across her shoulder. Not bad. Izuku scratched the back of his head. I've fought stronger opponents. She looked at him strangely. Seriously. Before either could continue, Ryuko, a familiar voice echoed through the street. Both turned. A short girl with messy dark hair sprinted toward them at incredible speed. Her school bag bounced wildly behind her. She completely ignored the unconscious fighters scattered everywhere. You're okay. Without slowing down. Hug. She crashed directly into Ryuko. Gah. Ryuko nearly lost her balance. Meiko. The energetic girl finally noticed Izuku. She tilted her head. Who's this? Before anyone answered, she walked right up to him. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Wow, your hair is so fluffy. You're taller than I thought. Your costume is awesome. Did you beat those guys too? She asked every question without taking a breath. Izuku blinked several times. Yes. Meiko clapped happily. Amazing. She grabbed his wrist. Then you're coming home. Izuku looked completely confused. Home. Yup. You fought with Ryuko. That makes you a friend. Friends eat dinner together. She nodded confidently as though the decision had already been made. Ryuko sighed. You don't even know his name. Meiko immediately turned back toward him. Oh, what's your name? Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Izuku. She smiled brightly. Now let's go. Before Izuku could politely refuse, she had already begun dragging him down the street. Wait, I can walk. The journey through the slums revealed even more of Honnou City's lower district. Small houses leaned against one another. Narrow alleys twisted between worn-down buildings. Children played with handmade toys despite the poverty surrounding them. Shopkeepers repaired broken stalls damaged during earlier fights. Life continued. Everyone simply accepted destruction as part of daily routine. Izuku quietly observed everything. The people smiled despite having almost nothing. Yet fear always lingered whenever they glanced toward the mountain above. Eventually, Meiko stopped in front of a tiny house squeezed between several neighboring buildings. We're home. She threw the front door open. Everyone. I brought guests. A loud voice immediately answered from inside. Welcome home. The smell of freshly cooked food drifted into the street. Izuku's stomach growled loudly. Meiko giggled. Perfect timing. Inside, the house was incredibly small. Every corner was filled with furniture, random objects, family photographs, and stacks of miscellaneous items. Despite the clutter, the atmosphere felt warm. A man with wild hair enthusiastically rushed over. "Welcome." He grabbed Izuku's hand before shaking it vigorously. "I'm Barazu Menkenshoku, father of this wonderful family." A cheerful woman appeared from the kitchen carrying several plates. "I'm Tsukuyo. Please make yourself comfortable." A small boy peeked from behind the table. He looked curiously at Izuku. "I'm Guts." Before Izuku could properly introduce himself, a tiny white dog jumped onto his lap. Woof. Ah. Izuku barely caught the energetic dog before it licked his face repeatedly. The entire family laughed. Ryuko quietly watched the scene. "They're always like this." Izuku smiled. "It's nice." For the first time since arriving in this world, the tension inside his shoulders eased. Everyone gathered around the dining table. Plate after plate appeared. Rice, croquettes, miso soup, grilled fish, vegetables. The portions seemed impossibly large considering the family's circumstances. "Eat." Barazu pointed dramatically at the food. "A hungry stomach makes a weak spirit." Izuku hesitated. "Are you sure?" Tsukuyo smiled warmly. "Of course. You're our guest." "Thank you." He finally picked up his chopsticks. The first bite disappeared almost instantly. Delicious. His stomach reminded him he hadn't eaten since before the dimensional accident. Mako laughed loudly. "See, I told you he'd be hungry." Everyone began eating together. Voices filled the tiny house. Guts argued playfully with Mako. Barazu enthusiastically told exaggerated stories. Tsukuyo continued serving food before anyone could empty their bowls. The atmosphere felt strangely familiar. Izuku lowered his gaze for a brief moment. The warmth around the table reminded him of quiet evenings at home with his mother before entering UA. There was no time to dwell on the memory. Mako suddenly leaned across the table. "So, Izuku, where do you live?" The room became quiet. Izuku paused. He looked toward the window. Far above the slums, Honnou Academy still dominated the mountain like an enormous fortress. "I don't know anymore." No one laughed. No one pressed him further. Tsukuyo simply placed another bowl of rice in front of him. "Then stay here tonight. You can think about everything tomorrow." Izuku looked around the small dining room. They had only known him for less than an hour. Yet they had welcomed him without hesitation. He smiled softly. "Thank you." Outside, the lights of Honnou City slowly illuminated the night. Far above the peaceful dinner below, unseen eyes were already beginning to notice the mysterious green-haired boy who had defeated an entire disciplinary squad without wearing a single Goku uniform. Morning sunlight slowly spread across the lower district of Honnou City. The slums gradually became lively once more. Shopkeepers repaired broken stalls. Children ran through the narrow alleys. Workers carried heavy crates toward the markets before the academy's patrols arrived. Inside the Menkenshoku residence, the dining table was already overflowing. Plates of rice, grilled fish, fried eggs, pickled vegetables, miso soup. Eat before it gets cold. Tsukuyo placed another bowl in front of Izuku. Before he could politely refuse, Barazu laughed loudly. "Growing boys need energy." Mako nodded enthusiastically. "Especially heroes." Izuku blinked. "Heroes." Mako pointed at him with complete confidence. "You protected everyone yesterday. That's what heroes do." Izuku smiled awkwardly. "I suppose." Guts leaned across the table. "Can you punch through mountains?" "Not exactly." "Can you fly?" "Sometimes." "Can you beat everyone at Honnou Academy?" Izuku nearly choked on his tea. "That's not really my goal." Everyone laughed. Even Ryuko let out a quiet chuckle before standing. "I'm leaving." She rested the massive scissor blade across her shoulder. "There are still things I need to investigate." Mako waved enthusiastically. "Don't die. I'll try." The front door closed behind her. After breakfast, Izuku stepped outside carrying the one item that had somehow survived the dimensional accident. His notebook. Although slightly worn, every page remained intact. He gently brushed away the dust before opening it. Good. Many pages still contained years of hero analysis. Quirk observations. Battle strategies. Weaknesses. Support equipment. Habits. Everything had been carefully documented. He found an empty section. With a pencil borrowed from Guts, he wrote a new title. Subject: Honnou Academy Uniforms. Izuku closed his eyes. He replayed yesterday's battle inside his mind. Every movement, every sound, every detail. His pencil immediately began moving. Observation 1. The uniforms dramatically enhance physical strength. Estimated increase differs depending on rank. The one-star uniforms displayed enough force to crack reinforced pavement with ordinary punches. Far beyond normal human capability. He continued writing. Observation 2. The enhancement does not appear mechanical. The fabric itself moves. During combat, slight muscular contractions were visible beneath the cloth. Possible biological material. Unknown origin. He paused. That movement, it reminded him of living tissue. Not machinery. Not armor. Living fibers. His pencil resumed. Observation 3. The users themselves do not appear significantly trained. Their movements contain numerous openings. Their increased strength relies almost entirely on external enhancement. Removing the uniform may drastically reduce combat capability. Izuku looked toward the mountain dominating the city. Interesting. He remembered Kataking the boxer's punch. The force had been genuine. Yet his body control had been poor. Without the uniform, the student likely wouldn't have stood a chance. Footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Meiko walked over carrying 2 bottles of juice. Still studying. Izuku accepted one gratefully. Thank you. She sat beside him. What are you writing? He turned the notebook toward her. I'm trying to understand those uniforms. Meiko scratched her cheek. Everyone already knows they're strong. That's true. But I don't know why. He pointed toward one of his skatikas. During yesterday's battle, he had quickly memorized several details. The shoulder padding, the glowing emblem, the reinforced seams, the unusual fiber patterns. Meiko stared at the drawing. You remembered all that? Izuku nodded. It's easier to protect people if I understand my opponent. She blinked several times. That's kind of amazing. Before Izuku could answer, boom, a loud impact echoed from the next street. People immediately looked toward the noise. Another disciplinary squad marched through the slums. This group wore one-star uniforms similar to yesterday's. They stopped near a damaged apartment building. Their leader frowned. You still haven't repaired this place. A frightened resident bowed repeatedly. We don't have enough money. The student kicked the unfinished wall. Crack. Bricks scattered across the street. Then work harder. The squad continued walking. None of the residents protested. They simply lowered their heads until the students disappeared. Izuku quietly watched. His expression gradually hardened. They abuse their authority every day. Meiko sighed. That's normal. Normal. If someone from above comes down here, trouble always follows. She smiled weakly. Everyone just tries to survive. Izuku lowered his notebook. That isn't right. He looked back toward Honnou Academy. The enormous structure overlooked every district beneath it. Its towering walls resembled a fortress rather than a school. Students. Disciplinary squads. Ranking systems. Uniforms that granted overwhelming power. An academy that controlled an entire city. None of it resembled ordinary education. He opened another page. Preliminary conclusion. The uniforms are not merely clothing. They function as military equipment. Their users enforce social hierarchy through overwhelming physical superiority. Possible central control exists within Honnou Academy. Further investigation required. He closed the notebook. I need more information. About the uniforms. Izuku nodded. And about whoever created them. Far above the slums, inside a massive circular chamber, rows of students stood perfectly still. Each wore increasingly elaborate uniforms marked with shining stars. 1, 2, 3. Their eyes remained fixed upon the enormous throne overlooking the hall. Standing before them was a young woman with long black hair flowing behind her. Her posture was flawless. Her gaze never wavered. Without raising her voice, she addressed the entire student body. Discipline is absolute. Every student answered in perfect unison. Yes, Lady Satsuki. The chamber echoed with unwavering loyalty. High above the city, Satsuki Kiryuin slowly looked toward the distant slums through the towering windows. A stranger capable of defeating multiple one-star students without a Goku uniform. Her expression remained unchanged. Interesting. Without another word, she turned away. The meeting continued. Far below, Izuku slipped his notebook back into his pocket. The more he learned about Honnou City, the clearer one truth became. Those uniforms were far more dangerous than they first appeared. The afternoon sun hung high above Honnou City. The slums remained busy despite the constant tension hanging over every street. Workers repaired broken buildings. Children played between narrow alleys. Shopkeepers reopened their damaged stalls after yesterday's battle. Inside the Mankenshoku house, Izuku finished updating his notebook. Another page had been filled with observations about the strange uniforms. He closed it carefully before slipping it into a pouch on his belt. I still don't understand how they're made. A knock suddenly echoed outside. Bang, bang, bang. Before anyone reached the door, it exploded inward. Boom. Wooden fragments scattered across the room. Mako screamed. Our door. Dust filled the entrance. Standing beyond it were nearly 30 students wearing identical one-star Goku uniforms. Their golden emblems gleamed beneath the afternoon light. The man leading them stepped forward. His expression was cold. Izuku Midoriya, you were ordered to surrender. The room fell silent. Barazu immediately stepped in front of his family. This is our home. Get out. The student barely looked at him. Move. He casually shoved Barazu aside. Bam. Barazu crashed into a cabinet. Plates rattled across the floor. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He slowly stepped forward. Don't touch them. The squad leader smiled mockingly. Finally, he raised one hand. Capture him. Boom. The entire squad rushed into the house. Izuku disappeared. Whoosh. He appeared directly in front of the first attacker. Tap. A precise strike landed against the student's wrist. Crack. The grip instantly loosened. Another student attacked from behind. Danger sense pulsed. Izuku leaned sideways. The punch narrowly missed his shoulder. Boom. The wall behind him shattered instead. Izuku grabbed the attacker's arm. Using nothing but his own physical strength, he spun once. Whoosh. The student flew through the broken doorway before crashing harmlessly into a pile of empty barrels. Thud. Outside, more one-star students surrounded the house. Their leader shouted, "Don't let him escape." Izuku glanced back at the Mankenshoku family. "Please stay inside." Mako immediately nodded. "Be careful." Izuku stepped through the destroyed doorway. More than 31 star students blocked every nearby street. Residents quickly hid inside their homes. Windows slammed shut. The slums became eerily quiet. One student pointed toward Izuku. "There he is. Attack." Boom. They charged together. Izuku inhaled slowly. Air force. He raised one finger. Flick. Boom. Compressed air exploded forward. An invisible shockwave swept across the street. The first row of students froze. Their bodies lifted completely off the ground. Whoosh. They were launched backward without a single direct punch. Bam. Thud. Crash. They rolled across the pavement before coming to a stop. None suffered broken bones. None bled. Every one of them remained alive. Only unconscious. The remaining students hesitated. What was that? He didn't even touch them. The squad leader clenched his fists. Spread out. They obeyed immediately. The students attacked from every direction. Izuku calmly watched them. Danger sense quietly highlighted every incoming strike. Too slow. Too obvious. He sidestepped one punch. Ducked beneath another. Jumped over a sweeping kick. Every movement flowed naturally. One student lunged with both fists. Izuku flicked another finger. Boom. Compressed air struck the student's chest. Whoosh. The attacker spun through the air before landing safely atop several sacks of grain. Another charged from behind. Flick. Boom. The air blast struck the pavement directly beneath him. The sudden burst of pressure threw the student backward into a nearby fence. Crash. Splinters scattered everywhere. More attackers kept coming. Izuku never stopped moving. Flick. Boom. Flick. Boom. Flick. Boom. Compressed air burst across the battlefield again and again. Every blast precisely controlled. Every strike calculated. He deliberately adjusted the angle of each attack to minimize injuries. Students flew into empty carts. Hay piles. Wooden crates. Abandoned market stalls. None collided with civilians. None suffered permanent harm. The residents cautiously peeked through broken windows. He's protecting them. Even the students. He isn't trying to kill anyone. The squad leader finally roared. Coward. Fight properly. Green lightning briefly danced around Izuku's arm before fading again. This is fighting properly. The leader lunged forward. His one-star uniform emitted a faint crimson glow as he poured every ounce of strength into one final punch. Boom. Izuku calmly extended one hand. Flick. Boom. The compressed air collided directly with the student's fist. A powerful shockwave erupted through the street. Dust exploded outward. When it cleared, the squad leader lay unconscious several meters away. His uniform remained intact. His body showed only bruises. Silence returned once more. All 30 students had fallen. Not one had received a life-threatening injury. Izuku slowly lowered his hand. Is everyone all right? The nearby civilians looked at one another before cautiously stepping outside. The elderly shopkeeper from 2 days earlier approached first. You saved us again. Others slowly gathered. Children smiled openly for the first time since Izuku had arrived. An old woman bowed deeply. Thank you. Izuku quickly shook his head. Please don't. I only did what anyone should do. Before anyone could respond, clank, clank, clank. Heavy footsteps echoed from the upper road. Everyone immediately became tense. Another disciplinary squad. Izuku turned toward the sound. Only one figure appeared. A tall man wearing a long black coat stood at the entrance to the street. Dark sunglasses hid his eyes. He casually lit a cigarette before taking one slow puff. His gaze moved across the unconscious one-star students scattered everywhere. Well, he exhaled a thin stream of smoke. That's a lot of uniforms. His eyes finally settled on Izuku. A faint smile appeared beneath the cigarette. So you're the interesting newcomer. Izuku silently observed the mysterious man. Danger sense remained completely quiet. Yet something about the stranger felt unusual. Very unusual. The slums remained silent after the battle. Broken carts. Splintered crates. Cracked pavement. Dozens of unconscious one-star students lay scattered across the street. The mysterious man slowly walked forward. Clank. Clank. He casually stepped over one of the fallen students without giving him a second glance. Izuku remained where he stood. His posture relaxed. His eyes never left the stranger. The man stopped a few meters away. Not bad. He looked around the street once more. You defeated an entire disciplinary squad. Without wearing a Goku uniform. Izuku nodded politely. They attacked first. The man chuckled. I noticed. He removed the cigarette from his mouth. Most people would have crushed them. You made sure every one of them survived. Izuku answered calmly. They're still students. They can choose a different path. The stranger studied him for several seconds. Interesting. Before the conversation continued, Izuku, Mako ran toward him from the damaged house. You're okay. She stopped beside him before glaring at the stranger. Who are you? The man smiled casually. Just a teacher. Ryuko immediately frowned. Liar. Everyone turned. She had arrived without anyone noticing. Her motorcycle rested at the end of the street. The giant scissor blade remained slung across her shoulder. She looked directly at the man. You're the creepy homeroom teacher. The stranger sighed dramatically. That hurts. He scratched the back of his head. My name is Ikaro Mikasugi. I really am a teacher. Izuku tilted his head. You don't look like one. Mikasugi laughed loudly. I hear that a lot. Before anyone could ask another question, a loudspeaker echoed from somewhere higher in the city. Attention. All students report immediately to Honnou Academy. The announcement repeated twice. Mikasugi looked toward the mountain. Looks like today's over. He glanced back at Izuku. We'll meet again. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Within moments, he disappeared into the crowded streets. Izuku watched him leave. That was strange. Ryuko shrugged. He always is. She adjusted the scissor blade. I'm going home. Mako immediately followed. We're coming too. Late afternoon settled over the slums. The group eventually arrived at a modest house standing quietly among older buildings. Its wooden walls showed signs of age. The surrounding garden had long since become overgrown. Ryuko stopped in front of the entrance. Wait here. She opened the door. Creak. The inside of the house was unusually quiet. Dust covered nearly every surface. Framed photographs rested upon old shelves. Everything suggested that no one had properly lived there for a long time. Izuku quietly looked around. This is your home. Ryuko nodded once. It used to be. Without saying anything else, she walked toward the back of the house. Mako and the others followed. Izuku remained alert. Something about the building felt different. Not dangerous. Just unusual. They eventually reached a heavy wooden trapdoor hidden beneath an old rug. Ryuko grabbed the metal handle. It's down here. She pulled. Creak. A staircase descended into darkness. Cold air drifted upward. Izuku immediately felt it. Danger sense. Throb. His head pulsed. The sensation wasn't as violent as the dimensional crack, nor as harmless as ordinary people. It rested somewhere between. Alive. Watching. Waiting. Izuku slowly frowned. What is that? Ryuko glanced back. What? There's something below us. Of course there is. She continued walking. That's why I'm here. The underground chamber was surprisingly large. Old machines lined the walls. Broken equipment lay scattered across the floor. Everything was covered in dust. At the center stood a massive iron container wrapped in thick chains. Its surface resembled a giant coffin. Ryuko approached it silently. This belonged to my father. She placed one hand against the metal. He left something here. Clang. The heavy lid slowly opened. Dust rose into the air. Inside rested what appeared to be nothing more than a dark sailor uniform. Black, red, white, perfectly folded despite the years. Izuku immediately froze. Danger sense exploded. Throb. His breathing instinctively became heavier. Green lightning briefly flickered around his fingers. Exclamation mark. Mako blinked. Izuku. He couldn't answer. His eyes remained locked onto the uniform. Every instinct inside him screamed. Not because it wanted to attack. Because it was alive. That thing. Ryuko reached toward it. Before her hand touched the fabric. Stop. Everyone froze. The voice was calm. Deep. Clear. It hadn't come from anyone inside the room. Ryuko's hand stopped in midair. Who said that? Silence. Then, I did. The folded uniform moved. Its collar slowly lifted. Two glowing yellow eyes opened within the fabric. Mako screamed. The clothes talked. Guts hid behind Barazu. Even the tiny dog barked repeatedly. Woof, woof. Izuku instinctively stepped in front of everyone. Blackwhip burst from both arms. Snap. The dark tendrils surrounded the group defensively. His eyes never left the living garment. You're alive, the uniform answered calmly. Correct. Izuku's breathing remained steady. What are you? Before the garment could answer, Ryuko stepped between them. Wait. She looked directly at the strange uniform. You're Senketsu. The eyes blinked once. Yes. I have been waiting for you. Izuku silently observed every detail. No heartbeat. No breathing. Yet unmistakably alive. His analytical mind immediately began racing. Living biological structure. Capable of speech. Independent intelligence. Reacts to surroundings. Possibly composed of the same living fibers found inside the Goku uniforms. Danger sense continued pulsing quietly. Not out of fear, out of warning. This wasn't clothing. It was a living organism. Ryuko slowly reached toward Senketsu once more. You've been waiting for me. Yes. Only your blood can awaken my true power. The room became completely silent. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Blood. Before anyone could react, Ryuko's finger brushed against a small metal edge inside the container. Slice. A tiny drop of blood fell onto the black fabric. The moment it landed, thump, the entire underground chamber trembled. Boom. Crimson light burst from the coffin. The folded uniform unfolded by itself. Living fibers twisted like muscles awakening after years of sleep. Izuku's danger sense roared louder than ever since arriving in this world. He instinctively took one step forward. Everyone, get back. The living uniform slowly rose into the air. Its glowing eyes focused entirely on Ryuko. The awakening had begun. Boom. Crimson light flooded the underground chamber. The walls trembled as living fibers twisted through the air like countless crimson threads. Dust rained from the ceiling. Old machines rattled violently. Mako screamed. It's moving. Guts immediately hid behind Barazu again. The little dog barked non-stop. Woof, woof. Izuku stepped forward without hesitation. Blackwhip burst from both arms. Snap. The tendrils spread across the room, ready to pull everyone away if necessary. His eyes never left the floating uniform. Danger sense pulsed again. Throb. Then again. Throb. The warning refused to disappear. Izuku frowned. This feeling. It wasn't ordinary hostility. It wasn't bloodlust. It wasn't murderous intent. The sensation felt completely different from anything danger sense had reacted to before. The crimson threads moved without emotion. Without hatred. Without anger. Yet every instinct inside his body warned him to stay alert. It's alive. Senketsu floated quietly before Ryuko. Its yellow eyes remained calm. Do not be afraid. Ryuko crossed her arms. Easy for you to say. You just started glowing. Senketsu answered without changing expression. Your blood awakened me. I can now fulfill the purpose for which I was created. Izuku slowly circled to one side. He carefully observed every movement. The fibers contracted rhythmically, almost like muscle tissue. His analytical instincts immediately began comparing what he saw. The one-star uniforms moved slightly during battle. This one moves far more naturally. Its structure is far more advanced. He narrowed his eyes. It's almost completely organic. Mako looked between Ryuko and Senketsu. So, your clothes. Correct. That talk. Correct. And you drink blood. Correct. That's really weird. Barazu suddenly pointed dramatically. This changes nothing. He struck a heroic pose. If talking clothes become part of the family, we'll welcome them. Tsukuyo nodded with a warm smile. Everyone deserves a meal. Senketsu blinked once. I do not consume food. That's all right. We'll prepare something anyway. Izuku couldn't help smiling slightly. They really accept everything. Before anyone continued, throb. Danger sense suddenly surged, much stronger this time. Izuku's expression immediately sharpened. His eyes snapped toward Senketsu. Exclamation mark. The living uniform hadn't attacked. It hadn't moved aggressively. Yet the warning intensified. Green lightning briefly flickered around Izuku's arms. Senketsu noticed immediately. What is wrong? Izuku remained silent. He focused entirely on the strange sensation. Danger sense had warned him before. Against villains. Against collapsing buildings. Against hidden attacks. Against overwhelming enemies. This felt different. The warning wasn't directed toward immediate violence. It was reacting to Senketsu's very existence. You're triggering my quirk. Everyone looked at him. Ryuko frowned. Your what? My ability. He kept watching the crimson fibers. It warns me whenever something dangerous approaches. Mako tilted her head. Is Senketsu dangerous? Izuku answered honestly. I don't know. He slowly approached. Every step increased the strange pressure inside his head. Throb. 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 It became stronger the closer he came. Finally, he stopped less than 2 meters away. Danger sense reached its peak. Senketsu quietly looked back. Interesting. Your body possesses unusual power. Izuku nodded slowly. And yours doesn't feel human. The room became silent. Senketsu answered after a brief pause. That is correct. Ryuko immediately looked toward him. What? Senketsu calmly continued. I was not created as an ordinary garment. My body consists almost entirely of life fibers. Izuku's pupils narrowed. Life fibers. A new name. Finally. Something to identify the strange material. He repeated it quietly. Life fibers. His notebook wasn't with him. Still, every detail settled firmly inside his memory. Living organism. Responsive tissue. Biological structure. Blood activation. Capable of independent thought. Named life fibers. He continued observing. The one-star uniforms. They're made from life fibers too, aren't they? Senketsu answered immediately. Yes. However, their concentration is significantly lower than mine. Izuku folded his arms. That explains the difference. Ryuko looked confused. Difference. He pointed toward Senketsu. Your uniform behaves like a complete organism. The academy uniforms only showed partial movement. Their life fibers are weaker. Senketsu gave a slight nod. Your analysis is accurate. Mako blinked repeatedly. He figured that out just by watching. Izuku scratched the back of his head. It's a habit. Suddenly, boom. A loud explosion echoed outside the house. Everyone looked toward the ceiling. Another explosion followed. Boom. Then shouting. People screaming. Ryuko immediately grabbed the scissor blade. What now? Izuku closed his eyes. Danger sense expanded far beyond the house. Multiple hostile signatures. Moving quickly. Approaching. He opened his eyes. Someone's coming. Before anyone reached the stairs. Crash. The front door upstairs exploded apart. Heavy footsteps echoed throughout the house. Clank, clank, clank. Several unfamiliar voices called out. Search every room. Lady Satsuki wants confirmation. Find the Kamui. Ryuko gripped the handle of her scissor blade tighter. They're here. Senketsu's eyes focused entirely on her. Ryuko. Where me? The underground chamber fell silent. Izuku remained between the staircase and everyone else. Green lightning quietly danced around his arms. Danger sense continued pulsing. Not because of the soldiers above. Because the living fibers surrounding Ryuko were about to awaken completely. Boom. The front door upstairs burst apart. Wooden debris scattered across the entrance hall. Heavy boots echoed throughout the old house. Clank, clank, clank. Search every room. Find the Kamui. Lady Satsuki wants confirmation. The voices grew closer. Ryuko tightened her grip on the scissor blade. They found this place. Senketsu remained suspended before her. Ryuko. Wear me. She frowned. I don't even know how. Simply put me on. Izuku stepped in front of everyone. Stay behind me. Blackwhip slowly emerged from his arms. Snap. The dark tendrils spread across the underground chamber, ready to intercept anyone coming down the stairs. Above them, furniture crashed aside. Bam! Another door was kicked open. Keep looking. Ryuko looked between Izuku and Senketsu. If I wear you, what happens? You will gain the power necessary to fight. And the blood. Our lives will synchronize. Before she could answer, creak. The basement door upstairs opened. Footsteps descended toward them. Izuku quietly exhaled. They're here. 3 one-star students rushed into the underground chamber. They immediately froze. Their eyes widened upon seeing Senketsu floating in midair. The Kamui. Secure it. They charged without hesitation. Boom. The narrow staircase shook beneath their feet. Izuku moved first. Whoosh. Before the leading student reached the bottom, Blackwhip shot upward. Snap. The tendril wrapped around the student's ankle. Whoosh. Izuku swung him sideways into the stone wall. Bam. The student collapsed unconscious. The second attacker jumped over him. His fist aimed directly toward Senketsu. Danger sense pulsed. Izuku stepped forward. Tap. He redirected the punch with one hand. The student's own momentum carried him past the target. Thud. He rolled across the floor before Blackwhip wrapped around both arms. Snap. He couldn't move. The third student hesitated. Monster. Izuku calmly looked at him. Leave. Instead of listening, the student activated his Goku uniform. The golden star glowed brighter. He roared before throwing a full power punch. Boom. Izuku raised one finger. Air force. Flick. Boom. Compressed air erupted through the underground chamber. The invisible shockwave struck the student squarely in the chest. Whoosh. He flew backward through the staircase entrance before crashing into the hallway upstairs. Crash. Silence returned. 3 students. 3 victories. None suffered serious injuries. Izuku lowered his hand. Is everyone all right? Mako quickly nodded. We're okay. Senketsu looked toward Izuku. Your strength is remarkable. Izuku shook his head. I'm only stopping them. Before anyone could continue, more footsteps echoed from outside. Far more than before. Dozens. Izuku listened carefully. There are too many. Ryuko looked toward the staircase. They'll keep coming. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Finally, Senketsu broke the silence. They seek me. If I remain here, everyone inside this house will become a target. Ryuko clenched her fists. Damn it. Izuku quietly considered everything he had learned since arriving in this world. The academy ruled the city. Its students enforced that rule. The one-star uniforms were produced there. Senketsu had once belonged to Ryuko's father. And now the academy wanted it badly enough to send repeated squads into the slums. The answers are all there. Mako looked at him. Where? Izuku raised his eyes toward the distant mountain, visible through the broken ceiling above. Honnou Academy. He folded his arms. I've spent the last few days watching from outside. I've learned enough to understand the situation. But not enough to solve it. Ryuko crossed her arms. What are you thinking? Izuku answered without hesitation. I'm going inside. Everyone stared at him. Inside the academy. He nodded. I need information. How these uniforms are made. What life fibers really are. Why this city is controlled through students. And whether there's a way for me to return to my own world. Barzu scratched his head. Can you even enter? Izuku thought for a moment. If it's a school, they probably accept transfer students. Mako suddenly pointed excitedly. That's true. New students show up sometimes. Guts grinned. You'll wear a uniform too. Izuku smiled awkwardly. I'd rather not. He looked down at his hero costume. It already represented everything important to him. He had no intention of replacing it. I'll enter as a no-star. Ryuko raised an eyebrow. The lowest rank. That's fine. He wasn't interested in status. He wasn't interested in privilege. If becoming a no-star allowed him to investigate freely while protecting innocent students, it was the obvious choice. Outside, the voices grew louder. Search every building. Don't let anyone escape. Izuku turned toward the staircase. Green lightning briefly flickered around his arms before fading again. I'll keep them occupied. He looked back at Ryuko. Hide Senketsu. Don't let anyone else see him. Senketsu silently observed the green-haired boy. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku looked over. Yes. You intend to walk willingly into the center of this city's power. Yes. Despite knowing almost nothing about it, Izuku gave a small smile. That's why I'm going. Without another word, he walked toward the staircase. Each step carried him closer to Honnou Academy. Closer to the truth behind the life fibers. And closer to the young woman who ruled the academy from its highest tower, unaware that a hero from another world had already decided to enter her domain as the newest no-star student. The following morning, Honnou City awakened beneath a gray sky. The streets leading toward the mountain overflowed with students. Thousands of uniforms moved in perfect order. No-star students wore plain black school uniforms without any emblem. One-star students walked confidently through the crowd. Higher-ranking students occupied the best roads, forcing others to step aside. The hierarchy was visible in every movement. Izuku quietly climbed the long stone staircase leading toward Honnou Academy. His hero costume had been replaced by a simple black school uniform borrowed from the lower district. He kept his notebook secured inside his school bag. One for all remained hidden. Blackwhip stayed dormant. Only danger sense quietly watched his surroundings. Everyone accepts this. Students lowered their heads whenever higher-ranked members approached. No one questioned the system. No one resisted. The academy itself resembled an enormous fortress. Massive walls surrounded the campus. Towering gates stood open. Guards wearing reinforced Goku uniforms observed every newcomer. Izuku walked through the entrance without attracting attention. Inside, the campus stretched farther than he had imagined. Training fields, towering classrooms, stadiums, administration buildings. Every structure looked more like a military installation than part of a school. A loud bell echoed across the academy. Dong, dong, dong. Students immediately stopped walking. Without receiving further instructions, they all moved toward the enormous central courtyard. Izuku followed the crowd. Within minutes, tens of thousands of students stood in perfect formation. No-star students occupied the very back. One-star students stood ahead of them. Higher-ranked students gathered closer to the front. Not a single voice disturbed the silence. Then, clang. A massive pair of doors slowly opened at the top of the academy staircase. Everyone lowered their heads, except one. Izuku remained standing upright. His green eyes calmly watched the figures emerging from the entrance. 4 students walked first. Each possessed a completely different uniform. One wore enormous restraints wrapped around his body. Another carried a bamboo shinai. One girl smiled confidently while carrying strange musical equipment. Another young man adjusted the glowing visor covering one eye. Their presence alone silenced the entire courtyard. Those uniforms. Izuku carefully memorized every detail. Far stronger life fiber concentration. Far greater biological activity. Completely different construction. Before he finished analyzing them, another figure stepped forward. Long black hair flowed behind her. A white uniform decorated with crimson markings reflected the morning sunlight. She carried a sheathed katana at her side. Her posture remained flawless. Every movement radiated complete confidence. Satsuki Kiryuin. Without raising her voice, she spoke. Yet every student heard every word. Discipline defines strength. Silence answered. Obedience creates order. No one moved. Those who possess strength shall stand above others. Her gaze swept across the countless students. Those without strength shall earn their place through effort. The academy remained perfectly still. Izuku quietly observed her. She believes every word. This wasn't performance. It wasn't propaganda spoken without conviction. She genuinely believed the hierarchy she had built was correct. Satsuki continued. Honnou Academy exists to forge those worthy of shaping this nation. Those unable to keep pace shall be discarded. Many students nodded immediately. Others shouted in agreement. Yes, Lady Satsuki. We understand. The voices echoed throughout the courtyard. Izuku didn't respond. He simply watched. Danger sense remained silent. She wasn't attacking anyone. Yet something about the entire system unsettled him. Students willingly accepted fear as education. Power determined value. Status determined rights. Those at the bottom existed only to serve those above them. It reminded him of villains controlling civilians through intimidation. Only here, the villains wore school uniforms. Satsuki's sharp eyes slowly swept across the sea of students. They suddenly stopped, far in the back, among thousands of no-star students. Their gazes met. Izuku didn't lower his head. He didn't flinch. He simply looked back. The courtyard seemed to freeze. The Elite Four noticed immediately. The large student wrapped in restraints frowned. A no-star. The visor-wearing student quietly adjusted his glasses. Interesting. The girl with musical equipment smiled. He's brave. The swordsman narrowed his eyes. Are foolish. For several silent seconds, neither Satsuki nor Izuku moved. Around them, thousands of students continued bowing. Only one remained standing. Izuku's expression stayed calm. He wasn't challenging her. He simply refused to bow out of fear. Satsuki finally spoke again. Her voice never changed. Raise your heads. Every student obeyed immediately. The assembly resumed as though nothing had happened. Yet Satsuki's attention lingered briefly on the unfamiliar green-haired boy. A transfer student. No visible Goku uniform. Steady posture. Calm breathing. Eyes that never showed hesitation. She quietly memorized his face. Far below the platform, Izuku also reached a conclusion. She's stronger than anyone I've met since arriving here. Not only because of power. Because everyone around her believed absolutely in her authority. The morning assembly eventually ended. Students began returning to their classrooms. As the crowd dispersed, whispers quietly spread among the no-star ranks. Did you see him? He looked directly at Lady Satsuki. He never bowed. Who is that transfer student? Izuku adjusted the strap of his school bag before walking deeper into the academy. He had entered Honnou Academy to uncover its secrets. He had already accomplished something else. Without speaking a single unnecessary word, he had drawn the attention of the student council president herself. The morning assembly ended. Thousands of students dispersed through the academy like a flowing river. One-star students walked confidently along the main roads. No-star students immediately stepped aside, lowering their heads whenever higher-ranked students approached. Izuku quietly observed everything. The hierarchy never stops. It existed inside classrooms, on the roads, outside the training grounds. Even the academy staff treated higher-ranked students with greater respect. His notebook soon appeared in his hands. He quickly wrote another observation. Academy report. Social hierarchy enforced continuously. Psychological conditioning begins through daily routine. Students voluntarily reinforce the system without direct supervision. Possible long-term behavioral control. He closed the notebook. Interesting. Not because he agreed. Because every detail helped him understand the academy. As he continued walking, Loud shouting echoed from a nearby courtyard. "Move out of the way." Izuku followed the voices. Several one-star students had surrounded a young no-star boy. Books lay scattered across the stone pavement. One of the one-star students stepped on them deliberately. Crack. Pages tore beneath his boot. The frightened boy quickly knelt. "I'm sorry, I didn't see you." Another student laughed. "That's because you should keep your eyes on the ground." More laughter followed. None of the surrounding students intervened. Everyone simply watched. Izuku quietly walked forward. "Pick up your books." The no-star student looked up in surprise. "Huh, pick them up. I'll handle this." The one-star students turned. Their smiles disappeared. You're the transfer student." Izuku calmly met their eyes. "Leave him alone." The leader sneered. "Do you know who you're talking to?" "Yes." Students abusing someone weaker than themselves. The courtyard instantly fell silent. The surrounding crowd stopped walking. Everyone recognized where this was heading. The leader slowly stepped closer. "Do you think beating a few one-stars makes you special?" Izuku answered honestly. I simply don't like bullies." Anger flashed across the student's face. Before he attacked, a deep voice echoed across the courtyard. "Enough." Clank, clank, clank. Heavy footsteps shook the ground. Students immediately stepped backward. Their expressions changed from confidence to fear. The crowd quickly split apart. A gigantic figure approached. His towering body cast a long shadow across the courtyard. Massive iron restraints covered parts of his uniform. Chains clinked with every step. His sharp eyes settled upon Izuku. Ira Gamagori, one of the Elite Four. He stopped several meters away. The one-star students immediately saluted. Vice Chairman Gamagori. Gamagori ignored them. His gaze never left Izuku. "You are the transfer student." Izuku nodded once. "Izuku Midoriya. You have disrupted Academy order repeatedly. Multiple disciplinary squads defeated. Refusal to acknowledge rank. Public interference with enforcement." His voice remained calm, yet every word carried tremendous pressure. "State your defense." Izuku answered without hesitation. They were attacking innocent people. Gamagori's expression never changed. "Irrelevant. Academy discipline outweighs individual judgment." Izuku frowned slightly. "I disagree." A murmur spread through the crowd. He argued with an Elite Four. Is he insane? Gamagori slowly stepped forward. Clank. Strength determines authority. Authority determines justice. Izuku shook his head. Justice protects people. It doesn't intimidate them. Complete silence fell across the courtyard. Gamagori's eyes narrowed. Then demonstrate your conviction. He raised one enormous fist. His uniform tightened around his muscles. Living fibers pulsed beneath the reinforced fabric. Boom. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Students quickly retreated. Vice Chairman is serious. That punch will crush him. Gamagori disappeared. Whoosh. Despite his enormous size, his speed shocked everyone. His fist rushed toward Izuku like a battering ram. Danger sense pulsed. Izuku remained perfectly calm. He made no attempt to dodge. Instead, he raised one arm. Grab. Boom. The impact exploded through the courtyard. A powerful shockwave scattered dust in every direction. Windows rattled. Nearby trees bent violently. When the dust settled, every student froze. Gamagori's gigantic fist had stopped completely. Izuku held it in place with one hand. No green lightning. No Blackwhip. No Gearshift. No FA Jin. No one for all enhancement. Only his naturally trained body strengthened by years of mastering one for all. His feet hadn't moved even a single centimeter. Impossible. He stopped it. Without using any power. Gamagori pushed harder. The stone beneath Izuku's shoes cracked. Yet the green-haired boy remained unmoving. Izuku looked directly into Gamagori's eyes. You're incredibly strong. But strength alone doesn't make someone right. For the first time, A faint change appeared on Gamagori's face. Not anger. Surprise. He slowly withdrew his fist. The courtyard remained silent. No one had ever seen someone stop an Elite Four member's attack with nothing but physical strength. Far above, from the balcony overlooking the academy grounds, Satsuki Kiryuin watched the entire exchange. Her expression remained composed. He restrained himself. Huka Inamuda adjusted his visor. Analysis complete. His body generated almost no measurable energy output. Nanan folded her arms. Then how did he stop Gamagori? Uzu Sanejiyama smiled. Now that's interesting. Satsuki continued watching Izuku as students whispered throughout the courtyard. A transfer student. No star. Unknown origin. Already strong enough to halt one of her Elite Four without revealing his true power. For the first time since he entered Honnou Academy, Izuku Midoriya had proven before the entire student body that the Academy's hierarchy could be challenged by someone wearing nothing more than a plain no-star uniform. The courtyard remained silent long after the clash. Every student stared at Izuku. Whispers spread across the academy like wildfire. He stopped Vice Chairman Gamagori. Without a Goku uniform. Who is he? Gamagori slowly lowered his arm. His massive frame remained motionless for several seconds before he spoke. Lady Satsuki requests your presence. The surrounding students inhaled sharply. The student council president. Already. Izuku looked toward the towering academy building. All right. Gamagori turned without another word. Follow me. Clanked. Clanked. His heavy footsteps echoed through the stone corridors. Izuku quietly walked behind him. Students immediately stepped aside wherever they passed. Their curious gazes never left the green-haired transfer student. After several minutes, they reached the highest section of Honnou Academy. Massive wooden doors stood before them. Guards wearing advanced Goku uniforms saluted Gamagori before opening the entrance. Creak. The student council chamber stretched far beyond what Izuku expected. Towering pillars reached toward the ceiling. Large windows overlooked the entirety of Honnou City. At the far end of the room stood Satsuki Kiryuin. The Elite Four occupied their usual positions beside her. Nanan leaned casually against a pillar. Sanejiyama rested one hand on his bamboo sword. Inamuda quietly studied a glowing display. Gamagori stepped back into formation. Izuku remained standing alone. Satsuki calmly observed him. Izuku Midoriya. Welcome. Izuku nodded politely. President Kiryuin. You have caused considerable disruption within my academy. I defended civilians. You defeated multiple disciplinary squads. They attacked innocent people. You challenged academy authority. I opposed abuse. Neither raised their voice. Yet the atmosphere steadily grew heavier. Nanan quietly smiled. He doesn't back down. Sanejiyama crossed his arms. He's got nerve. Satsuki descended several steps from her platform. Every movement remained elegant. Tell me, why do you interfere? Izuku answered immediately. Because people needed help. They were afraid. They couldn't defend themselves. So I stepped in. Satsuki stopped several meters away. You believe strength exists to protect weakness? Yes, always. For the first time, Satsuki smiled faintly. Not warmly, confidently. Then you misunderstand this world. The room fell silent. Satsuki slowly turned toward the massive windows overlooking Honnou City. Look outside. Izuku followed her gaze. From this height, the city's structure became even clearer. Wealthy districts surrounded the academy. Comfortable neighborhoods stretched below them. Farther down, the slums. Small, crowded, forgotten. Do you know why this city functions? Izuku remained silent. Because hierarchy creates order. She looked back at him. Without hierarchy, society collapses. The weak depend upon the strong. The strong guide the weak. Those incapable of climbing deserve their position. Izuku quietly listened. Satsuki continued. Humans seek comfort. Comfort breeds complacency. Complacency breeds weakness. Therefore, they require discipline. Her voice never wavered. They require fear. They require power. She slowly placed one hand upon the hilt of Bakuzen. They require rulers. Izuku looked directly into her eyes. Fear doesn't create respect. It creates obedience. Those aren't the same. The Elite Four watched silently. Satsuki answered without hesitation. Obedience maintains civilization. Compassion does not. Izuku shook his head. I've seen people risk everything to save complete strangers. I've seen ordinary people stand against impossible odds. Not because they were forced. Because they chose to. Satsuki folded her arms. Idealism. Experience. Izuku corrected calmly. I've fought villains stronger than me. I've seen cities destroyed. People survived because they protected each other. Not because someone ruled them through fear. For the first time, Inamuta stopped typing. His visor reflected the green-haired boy. Interesting data. Satsuki slowly approached again. Your philosophy assumes people are inherently good. Mine accepts what they truly are. She looked beyond Izuku toward the academy below. Humans are creatures driven by desire. Give them freedom, and they consume one another. Give them authority, and they obey. That is reality. Izuku answered quietly. Then your reality is incomplete. The room became completely silent. People can become better. Someone simply has to believe they can. Satsuki's eyes narrowed slightly. Belief changes nothing. Actions do. Exactly. Izuku nodded once. That's why I acted. Their eyes met once more. Neither looked away. Neither attempted to intimidate the other. Their convictions simply collided. Two completely different views of strength. One believed power existed to stand above others. The other believed power existed to lift others up. After several silent moments, Satsuki turned away. This discussion is finished. She returned to her platform. You may continue attending Honnou Academy. The Elite Four looked toward her. She continued calmly. I wish to observe whether your convictions survive this academy. Izuku nodded. And I'll continue protecting anyone who needs it. Nanan quietly laughed. This is going to get interesting. Sanejima smiled. I hope he survives. Gamagori remained expressionless. Inamuta quietly saved another file. Subject. Izuku Midoriya. Threat assessment ongoing. Izuku turned toward the chamber doors. Before leaving, he glanced once more through the enormous windows overlooking Honnou City. The academy still ruled everything beneath it. The hierarchy remained untouched. But now, the one who stood at its summit knew exactly what kind of person had entered her world. And both understood that their conflict had only just begun. The morning after the meeting with Satsuki Kiryuin, Honnou Academy returned to its usual rhythm. Students hurried through the corridors. Clubs gathered on training grounds. Disciplinary squads patrolled every district without interruption. Yet one topic dominated every conversation. The transfer student. He argued with Lady Satsuki. He stopped Vice Chairman Gamagori. He's still alive. Izuku ignored every whisper. He quietly walked across the academy courtyard, observing the students around him. His notebook remained tucked inside his bag. Every patrol route, every security checkpoint, every section of the academy was slowly becoming familiar. The student council controls everything. Every building answers to them. Every club enforces their rules. Danger sense remained calm. Today felt unusually peaceful. Intel, please. A frightened voice echoed from the far side of the courtyard. Izuku immediately turned. 3 one-star students had cornered several no-star students near the academy warehouse. School bags lay scattered across the ground. One boy was already kneeling. Another clutched his bruised arm. The leader smiled coldly. Your monthly contribution. One of the no-star students lowered his head. I don't have anything left. Slap. The leader struck him across the face. The boy fell onto the pavement. Then borrow it. Another one-star student grabbed a frightened girl by the sleeve. Or maybe she can pay for you. She struggled desperately. Let go. None of the surrounding students moved. Everyone watched from a distance. Some looked uncomfortable. Others simply walked away. Izuku quietly stepped forward. That's enough. The 3 one-star students turned together. Their expressions immediately darkened. It's him. The leader sighed dramatically. Why do you always appear? Izuku looked at the frightened students behind them. Leave. The leader laughed. You don't give orders here. Lady Satsuki does. Another student folded his arms. You're just a no-star. Izuku answered calmly. Status doesn't matter. They've done nothing wrong. The leader cracked his knuckles. Everything they own belongs to those above them. That's academy law. Izuku shook his head. That's abuse. The surrounding crowd grew larger. Students whispered among themselves. He's doing it again. Someone should stop him. No one can. The leader suddenly lunged. Boom. His fist rushed toward Izuku's face. Danger sense pulsed. Izuku sidestepped effortlessly. Whoosh. The punch missed completely. Before the attacker recovered. Tap. Izuku lightly pushed his shoulder. The student lost balance immediately. Thud. He landed flat on his back. The remaining 2 attacked together. One aimed high, the other low. Izuku jumped. Float activated for less than a second. His feet left the ground just enough for both attacks to pass harmlessly beneath him. The students stared upward. He floated. Before they understood. Tap. Tap. Izuku landed between them. One precise strike to each shoulder. Both students collapsed instantly. Bam. Thud. The entire fight ended in seconds. Once again. No broken bones. No serious injuries. Only unconscious students. Izuku looked toward the frightened no-star students. Are you all right? They nodded nervously. Thank you. We thought they wouldn't stop. Izuku picked up the scattered school bags before handing them back. You shouldn't have to fear walking to class. The students accepted them with trembling hands. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Finally, one younger student asked quietly. Why? Izuku looked at him. Because someone should help. That's enough reason. The small group stared at him. Their expressions slowly changed. The fear remained. But something else appeared beside it. Hope. High above the courtyard. Inside a large observation room. Satsuki watched the entire incident through the enormous windows. The Elite Four stood nearby. Nanan folded her arms. Again. Inamuda adjusted his visor. Pattern confirmed. Target consistently intervenes whenever lower-ranked students are threatened. Sanejiyama smiled. He really can't ignore a fight. Gamagori remained silent. Satsuki calmly observed the no-star students gathering around Izuku. They thanked him repeatedly. Some even smiled. Something almost never seen inside Honnou Academy. Satsuki finally spoke. He is dangerous. Nanan tilted her head. Because he's strong. Number. Satsuki's eyes remained fixed upon the courtyard below. Strength alone does not threaten authority. She watched more no-star students slowly gathering around Izuku. Hope does. Below, one of the rescued students bowed deeply. Thank you. Another quietly spoke. We're not alone anymore. More students nodded. Their voices remained soft, but they carried farther than they realized. Izuku heard them. He simply smiled. Look after each other. If someone needs help, don't ignore them. The students nodded together. We won't. Izuku adjusted his school bag before walking away. He never noticed the growing number of no-star students watching him with admiration. He wasn't trying to build followers. He wasn't challenging the academy for power. He simply refused to walk past people who needed help. Yet every rescue weakened the invisible chains holding the no-star students in fear. And from the highest tower of Honnou Academy, Satsuki Kiryuin silently recognized the greatest threat to her carefully constructed hierarchy. Not a conqueror, not a revolutionary, but a hero. The days passed quickly inside Honnou Academy. Izuku continued attending classes like every other no-star student. He answered questions politely, took notes carefully, and quietly observed everything around him. Outside the classroom, however, nothing had changed. Disciplinary squads still patrolled the campus. One-star students still abused their authority whenever teachers looked away. Each time it happened, Izuku stepped in. He never sought recognition. He simply refused to ignore it. Because of that, whispers spread throughout the academy. He stopped another fight. 3 no-stars were saved. The transfer student is unbelievable. The no-star students gradually stopped lowering their heads whenever Izuku walked past. They still feared the academy. But now they also believed someone would stand beside them. High above the campus, inside the student council chamber, another meeting had begun. Hyuga Inamuda projected several holographic reports into the air. Dozens of files surrounded the room. Combat footage, student testimonies, surveillance photographs. Every document focused on one person. Izuku Midoriya. Inamuda adjusted his visor. Physical capability remains unconfirmed. He deliberately limits his output. Every recorded battle ends within seconds. Nanan sighed. He's boring. He never goes all out. Sanejima crossed his arms. He fights efficiently. Every move has purpose. Gamagori remained silent. Satsuki calmly reviewed another report. Direct confrontation is unnecessary. She looked toward the academy below. If strength cannot reveal his limits, knowledge will. Her gaze shifted toward a quiet figure standing near the chamber entrance. A young man wearing a perfectly tailored academy uniform stepped forward. Silver measuring tape hung around his neck. His gloves remained spotless despite the machinery surrounding him. Shiro Iori, president of the sewing club. He bowed respectfully. Lady Satsuki. She nodded once. Examine him. Discover the source of his power. Iori smiled politely. Understood. Later that afternoon, Izuku sat beneath a large tree near the academy courtyard. His notebook rested on his knees. Another page slowly filled with observations. Elite uniforms possess significantly higher life fiber concentration. Life fibers respond to physical movement and emotional stimulus. Possible resonance between user and fabric. He tapped the pencil against the paper. I still need more information. A calm voice interrupted his thoughts. Your notes are fascinating. Izuku looked up. A neatly dressed student stood nearby. He carried several folded fabrics beneath one arm. His smile appeared warm. May I sit here? Izuku nodded politely. Of course. Iori sat beside him. His eyes briefly glanced toward the notebook. You're analyzing the uniforms. Yes. Most students simply wear them. I prefer understanding things. Iori smiled. A good habit. He unfolded one piece of cloth. Its quality far surpassed ordinary fabric. I'm Shiro Iori, head of the sewing club. Izuku introduced himself. Izuku Midoriya. Iori nodded. Everyone knows your name. For better or worse. Izuku smiled awkwardly. Probably. Iori gently ran one hand across the cloth. Would you like to see how Goku uniforms are produced? Izuku's eyes widened slightly. You're offering. Naturally. Someone with your curiosity deserves answers. For several seconds, Izuku considered the invitation. It aligned perfectly with his investigation. Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Iori stood gracefully. Then please follow me. The sewing club occupied one of the academy's largest workshops. Rows of advanced machines filled the enormous building. Metal looms, industrial weaving equipment, countless spools of unusual thread. Students quietly worked without speaking. Izuku carefully observed every corner. This place manufactures uniforms. Iori nodded. Among other things, He calmly guided Izuku deeper into the workshop. The machinery gradually disappeared. The corridors became quieter. Eventually they reached a large circular chamber. The heavy steel door closed behind them. Clang. Izuku looked around. The room was completely empty. Smooth metal walls surrounded them. The ceiling contained dozens of strange mechanical devices. This doesn't look like a workshop. Iori's gentle smile never changed. Because it isn't. Click. Hidden panels slid open across the walls. Mechanical restraints emerged one after another. Chains, cables, metal frames, all positioned around the chamber. Izuku immediately stepped backward. Danger sense pulsed. Throb. Then again. Throb. Iori calmly adjusted one glove. Your body produces extraordinary energy. Our instruments detected it during your previous battles. One for all. Izuku's pupils narrowed. You know. Only the name. Nothing more. The machines slowly activated. Strange crimson threads extended from several mechanical arms. They resembled life fibers. Yet far thinner. Far sharper. Iori folded his hands behind his back. Lady Satsuki wishes to understand your power. Therefore, I designed something specifically for you. The crimson threads spread across the chamber, forming an enormous net. Their movements resembled living creatures searching for prey. Danger sense intensified. Throb. Throb. Iori's calm expression remained unchanged. These restraint fibers are woven to isolate unfamiliar energy. If your power truly originates within your body, they will extract every secret. Snap. The living threads lunged toward Izuku from every direction. The trap had begun. Snap. Crimson restraint fibers surged across the chamber. They burst from hidden panels in every direction, twisting through the air like living serpents. Their movements were unnaturally precise. Every escape route disappeared beneath the expanding web. Izuku's danger sense roared. Throb. Throb. He immediately leapt backward. Whoosh. 3 crimson strands shot past his face. Slash. They sliced through the steel wall behind him as though it were paper. They're stronger than ordinary life fibers. Another wave rushed toward him. Snap. Izuku twisted in midair. Float activated for a brief instant. His feet barely left the ground before another group of fibers wrapped around his legs. He kicked free. Bam. The fibers stretched instead of breaking. Elastic. They absorb impact. Iori calmly watched from the control platform behind reinforced glass. His fingers moved across a control panel. Reinforcement phase. Click. More machines awakened. Dozens of additional restraint fibers emerged from the ceiling. They intertwined with one another, creating an enormous crimson cage. Iori adjusted his glasses. Your previous battles revealed a pattern. You avoid excessive force. You minimize injuries. Therefore, you will hesitate. Izuku looked around. The chamber had become completely enclosed. Every wall, every corner, every opening, covered by living restraint fibers. Danger sense continued pulsing. They're trying to restrict movement. He inhaled slowly. His eyes followed every strand. Their movement wasn't random. They expanded according to a clear sequence. Left, right, above, below, closing every angle. Another volley lunged forward. Snap. Black tendrils burst from Izuku's arms. Blackwhip. Crack. The dark tendrils collided against the crimson restraints. Both living materials wrapped around each other. For a brief moment, neither side moved. Iori quietly observed the collision. Fascinating. Living energy manifesting externally. He typed several commands. The machines responded instantly. The crimson fibers multiplied again. They overwhelmed the black tendrils through sheer numbers. Snap. 2 restraint fibers wrapped around Izuku's right arm. Another caught his left ankle. A third reached his shoulder. Iori nodded. Capture complete. Almost. Izuku pulled once. The fibers tightened instead. They're draining momentum. Another restraint wrapped around his waist. Then another. Soon, crimson threads covered almost his entire body. Only one arm remained free. Iori looked through the observation window. Your energy output is steadily decreasing. Continued resistance is meaningless. Izuku remained calm. He looked down at the tightening restraints. They really are analyzing me. Green lightning quietly flickered beneath the fibers. One for all remained heavily suppressed. He still refused to unleash overwhelming force inside the academy. His eyes slowly swept across the chamber. The machines, the generators, the reinforced ceiling, the countless restraint fibers connecting everything together. It's one system. Every fiber depends on the central network. Danger sense pulsed again, not from the restraints, from the machines feeding them. Izuku reached a conclusion. I don't need to break every thread. I only need to break the system. He planted one foot firmly against the floor. Blackwhip suddenly expanded. Crack. Instead of pulling against the restraints, the black tendrils shot outward in every direction. Snap. They wrapped around support pillars. Machinery. Steel beams. Generator housings. Every major structure inside the chamber. Iori's eyes widened slightly. What? Izuku took one deep breath. Sorry. This room won't survive. Green lightning burst across his body. Not 50%. Not even 40. Just enough. The stored force surged into Blackwhip. Blackwhip. The tendrils thickened dramatically. Their dark surface crackled with green electricity. Full bind. Iori immediately realized the danger. Reinforce all restraints. Every machine accelerated. The crimson fibers tightened with overwhelming force. The steel floor groaned. Creak. Izuku lowered his center of gravity. Now. Boom. He pulled. Crack. The support pillars bent simultaneously. Steel beams twisted. Generator housings ripped free from the floor. One after another, the chamber's structural supports collapsed. Boom. 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 Explosions echoed throughout the workshop. Sparks erupted across the ceiling. The restrained machines violently tore themselves apart as their own fiber network collapsed. Crash. Massive metal frames slammed into one another. Control panels exploded in showers of sparks. The crimson restraints immediately weakened. Snap. 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 They tore apart one after another. Izuku stepped forward. Every remaining restraint shattered beneath the expanding Blackwhip. Crack. The enormous crimson cage completely collapsed. Dust swallowed the chamber. Alarms screamed throughout the workshop. Wee woo. Wee woo. Iori staggered backward. His immaculate uniform had become covered in dust. He stared silently at the ruined laboratory. He destroyed the entire restraint system. Without attacking me. The dust slowly settled. Izuku stood in the center of the destroyed chamber. Blackwhip slowly retreated into his arms. Every machine lay broken around him. Not a single person had been harmed. He looked toward Iori. I told you. I wasn't here to fight. Iori remained speechless. The chamber doors suddenly burst open. Bang. Dozens of sewing club members rushed inside. They froze immediately. Their advanced restraint chamber, the pride of the sewing club, had become nothing more than twisted metal and shattered machinery. One student whispered, "What happened?" Another stared at Izuku. He escaped. By himself. The academy alarm continued echoing across Honnou. Far above the workshop, inside the student council chamber, Satsuki quietly closed another report before looking toward the direction of the explosion. A faint rumble reached even the highest tower. Boom. Without changing expression, she spoke. The sewing club has failed. Gamagori folded his arms. Shall I apprehend him? Satsuki slowly looked out over the academy. The next trial requires someone stronger. Her eyes remained fixed on the academy grounds below. Prepare Gamagori. The conflict between the transfer student and the Elite Four had finally begun. The academy alarms continued echoing across Honnou. Wee woo. Wee woo. Students poured into the corridors, trying to discover what had happened inside the sewing club. Whispers spread through every building. The restraint chamber was destroyed. The transfer student escaped. The sewing club lost. Izuku calmly walked out of the ruined workshop. His borrowed no-star uniform had collected dust from the collapsing machinery, but it remained intact. He glanced back only once. Sorry about the equipment. I didn't have another choice. The sewing club members remained frozen, staring at the wreckage surrounding them. None attempted to stop him. They had already witnessed enough. Before Izuku reached the courtyard, clank, 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 heavy footsteps echoed through the academy. The surrounding students immediately stepped aside. A massive shadow stretched across the stone path. Ira Gamagori. His enormous frame blocked the entire walkway. This time, however, his uniform had changed. Thick black restraints wrapped around his body. Massive chains hung from reinforced armor. Crimson life fibers pulsed beneath the surface. The shackling regalia. Students watching from nearby rooftops inhaled sharply. Vice Chairman activated his regalia. He's serious. Gamagori stopped 20 meters away. His deep voice echoed across the courtyard. Izuku Midoriya, your repeated violations end here. Izuku looked calmly at the towering Elite Four member. I defended myself. You destroyed Academy property. The machines attacked me first. You resisted lawful restraint. Because it wasn't lawful. Gamagori slowly raised one arm. The chains covering his body rattled loudly. Clang. Your judgment is irrelevant. Discipline shall correct you. Boom. The ground exploded beneath his feet. Despite his enormous size, Gamagori crossed the distance instantly. His gigantic fist crashed downward. Izuku sidestepped. Whoosh. Boom. The stone pavement shattered into countless fragments. Cracks raced across the courtyard. Students stumbled backward from the shockwave. Gamagori immediately swung again. Left, right, overhead. Every punch carried enough force to crush reinforced concrete. Izuku avoided each one by the narrowest margin. Step, duck, turn, jump, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He still refused to strike back. Gamagori narrowed his eyes. You continue to retreat. Izuku answered while slipping past another punch. I'm looking for an opening. You will find none. Clang. The chains covering Gamagori's uniform suddenly shot outward. They expanded like living snakes. Snap. Izuku jumped backward. 3 chains slammed into the ground where he had stood. Boom. More chains burst from Gamagori's regalia. They spread across the battlefield from every direction. Danger sense pulsed repeatedly. Throb. 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 Izuku moved continuously. Every chain narrowly missed. Some wrapped around trees. Others crushed stone pillars. One completely flattened a fountain. Crash. The restraints can extend. And they change direction. He analyzed every movement while avoiding capture. Gamagori gave him no time to rest. The chains surged again. Snap. This time, one wrapped around Izuku's left wrist. Another caught his right ankle. A third locked around his waist. Gamagori clenched his fist. The restraints tightened immediately. Creak. Students cheered. He caught him. It's over. Gamagori began pulling. Submit. Izuku planted both feet against the ground. Number. The chains tightened further. The pressure steadily increased. Ordinary steel would already have snapped every bone in his body. Instead, Izuku remained standing. His muscles tensed. His breathing stayed calm. Green sparks flickered briefly around his legs before fading again. He's enduring it, without escaping. Gamagori increased the pressure once more. The shackling regalia responded. More life fibers reinforced the chains. Crack. The stone beneath Izuku's feet split apart. He still refused to move. Incredible. Inamuda watched remotely through surveillance drones. Physical strength continues exceeding predicted limits. Satsuki silently observed the live footage. He is waiting. For what? Back in the courtyard, Izuku finally understood the regalia. The tighter the restraints, the stronger they become. Gamagori answered without hesitation. Correct. Resistance only strengthens my armor. Izuku nodded slowly. Then overpowering it directly isn't efficient. He closed his eyes for one brief moment. Stored movement. Stored force. Every dodge. Every step. Every twist. Every jump. All the kinetic energy from the battle had quietly accumulated. Fa Jin. Green lightning suddenly flashed beneath his skin. Crack. Gamagori immediately noticed. At last, Izuku opened his eyes. I'm ending this. He bent his knees slightly. All the stored kinetic energy released at once. Fa Jin. Boom. A violent shockwave erupted beneath his feet. The ground collapsed into a massive crater. The explosive burst of force surged through the chains before Gamagori could react. Crack. One restraint snapped. Then another. Then another. Snap. 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 The shackling regalia's reinforced bindings shattered under the concentrated release. Gamagori's eyes widened. Exclamation mark. Before the broken chains touched the ground, Izuku appeared directly in front of him. Whoosh. His speed had increased dramatically. Not through raw one-for-all output. Through the instantaneous release of accumulated Fa Jin energy. He drew back one fist. This won't seriously hurt. Gamagori raised both arms to block. Boom. Izuku's fist struck the crossed restraints. A massive shockwave burst across the courtyard. Windows rattled throughout nearby buildings. Dust exploded outward. Gamagori's enormous body slid backwards. 10 meters. 20. 30. His boots carved deep trenches into the stone before he finally stopped. Crack. One section of the shackling regalia fractured. Small pieces of reinforced armor fell onto the ground. Clang. Silence filled the academy. Every student stared in disbelief. Vice Chairman was pushed back. His regalia cracked. Izuku lowered his fist. He hadn't chased after Gamagori. He hadn't attempted another attack. Are you finished? Gamagori looked down at the fractured restraint on his arm. Then back at the green-haired boy standing calmly across the ruined courtyard. For the first time since becoming one of the Elite Four, someone had broken through the shackling regalia using nothing but pure physical technique and a single burst of overwhelming force. High above the battlefield, Satsuki remained expressionless. Yet inside her mind, one conclusion became unavoidable. Izuku Midoriya possessed a power unlike anything Honnou Academy had ever encountered. The shattered courtyard remained silent. Broken chains from the shackling regalia lay scattered across the cracked stone. Students stared at Gamagori. Others stared at Izuku. No one dared speak. Gamagori slowly straightened his posture. The fractured section of his regalia remained intact enough to function, but the damage was undeniable. He looked directly at Izuku. Your strength exceeds my expectations. Izuku lowered his guard. I wasn't trying to destroy your uniform. I only wanted to stop the fight. Gamagori gave a single nod. I know. Before either of them could continue, a cheerful laugh echoed across the academy. Foo. It drifted across the rooftops like music. Every student immediately looked upward. High above the academy, a girl stood on the tallest clock tower. Her elaborate regalia shimmered beneath the afternoon sunlight. Golden speakers surrounded her like floating ornaments. A conductor's baton rested lightly between her fingers. Nonin Jakuzer. She smiled brightly while looking down at the ruined courtyard. What a boring ending. She sighed dramatically. One punch. One broken chain. Where's the excitement? Gamagori frowned. Nonin. Lady Satsuki did not order. I know. She interrupted with a playful grin. I volunteered. She twirled the conductor's baton once. I wanted to see him myself. Izuku quietly looked upward. His eyes carefully followed every piece of equipment surrounding her. Those aren't decorations. They're weapons. Nanan's smile widened. Good observation. She raised the baton. Let's play a little concert. Swish. The floating speakers immediately repositioned themselves around her. Their surfaces glowed crimson as life fibers awakened inside them. Boom. A powerful sonic blast erupted downward. The air itself distorted. Windows throughout the academy vibrated violently. Izuku immediately jumped sideways. Whoosh. The invisible attack slammed into the courtyard. Boom. Stone exploded into the air. A crater several meters wide appeared where he had stood. Students screamed, "Run!" The spectators scattered in every direction. Nanan laughed happily. That's better. She waved the baton again. More speakers spread across the sky. Their formation resembled an orchestra surrounding the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Successive sonic blasts rained toward the ground. Each impact shattered more stone. Dust engulfed the academy courtyard. Izuku sprinted between the explosions. Danger sense pulsed continuously. Throb, throb, throb. Every blast appeared a fraction of a second before it landed, allowing him to dodge by the narrowest margins. Long-range attacks. Excellent area coverage. She's controlling the battlefield. Another barrage descended. Boom, boom, boom. The entire courtyard disappeared beneath clouds of dust. Nanan searched carefully. Where did he go? Silence answered. Then, whoosh. A green figure burst upward through the smoke. Izuku launched himself high into the air. Green lightning flickered briefly around his legs. Nanan blinked. He jumped that high. Izuku looked toward the rooftops. Not enough. His body began falling again. Nanan smiled. Too bad. She pointed the baton downward. Every speaker locked onto him simultaneously. Finale. Boom. A massive combined sonic blast erupted toward the falling hero. The compressed air twisted into a gigantic column. There was nowhere to land. Nowhere to dodge. Izuku quietly exhaled. Float. His descent suddenly stopped. The spectators gasped. He's flying. Without any equipment. Izuku remained suspended high above the academy. His body floated effortlessly in open air. Nanan's confident smile disappeared. What? Before she recovered, thick gray smoke erupted around Izuku. Whoosh. Smokescreen expanded across the sky. Within seconds, the floating cloud swallowed him completely. Every speaker lost visual contact. Nanan frowned. Where is he? She swung the baton. Boom, boom. Sonic blasts tore through the smoke. Each attack scattered portions of the cloud. None struck their target. Nothing. Inside the smoke, Izuku moved silently. Danger sense guided every movement. He no longer relied on vision. Each incoming attack appeared inside his mind before it happened. Left, up, behind, below. He calmly avoided every blast while remaining hidden. Her attacks depend on line of sight. The smoke limits her accuracy. Danger sense fills the gaps. Nanan clicked her tongue. Come out already. No answer came. Only drifting smoke. Then, snap. Blackwhip burst from the cloud. The dark tendril wrapped around one floating speaker. Got one. Nanan's eyes widened. Wait. Whoosh. Izuku swung himself through the air using the captured speaker as an anchor. His body emerged from the smoke directly behind Nanan. She spun around immediately. Fast. She attempted another sonic blast. Too late. Izuku gently placed one hand against the side of her regalia. Tap. You're it. Green lightning flickered for only an instant. Not enough to injure. Just enough force. Boom. The impact disrupted the balance of the floating speaker system. Every surrounding speaker lost synchronization. Their formation collapsed. One after another, they drifted harmlessly toward the ground. Clang, clang, clang. Nanan stumbled backward before landing safely on the rooftop. Her regalia remained intact. She simply stared at Izuku hovering several meters away. You really can fly. Izuku smiled politely. Only a little. The academy fell silent once again. Students across every rooftop looked toward the sky. A no-star student, floating above Honnou Academy, surrounded by fading smoke, having broken through the symphony regalia without destroying it. Far below, Gamagori folded his arms. Another Elite Four defeated. Inside the student council chamber, Satsuki quietly watched the battle's conclusion. Her expression remained composed, yet her eyes lingered on the green-haired hero suspended in the sky. Float. She spoke the unfamiliar word quietly. Another ability. Inamuda immediately updated his report. Confirmed. Subject possesses multiple independent powers. Satsuki continued watching the drifting smoke outside her window. Then the mystery surrounding Izuku Midoriya has only grown deeper. The academy buzzed with excitement after the battle in the sky. Every corridor echoed with the same conversation. He flew. He disappeared inside smoke. Nonin couldn't keep up. Students gathered around shattered windows overlooking the damaged courtyard. Even teachers struggled to restore order. Yet Izuku simply walked toward his classroom as though nothing unusual had happened. His uniform was dusty. His notebook remained safely inside his bag. He ignored every stare directed at him. There's still too much I don't know. Behind him, several no-star students quietly smiled. They no longer looked at the academy with complete despair. They looked toward Izuku instead. High above, inside the student council chamber, another report had just ended. Inamuda closed the latest combat analysis. Float. Smokescreen. Blackwhip. Enhanced physical capability. Subject currently possesses at least 4 independent abilities. Sanejiyama rested his bamboo sword across one shoulder. That's enough paperwork. He stepped forward with a confident grin. Let me fight him. Nonin laughed. Don't lose. I won't. Satsuki looked toward the academy grounds below. Very well. Determine whether his predictions surpass your blade. Sanejiyama smiled. Understood. Later that afternoon, the academy's central training field had become crowded once again. Students whispered excitedly as they noticed a familiar figure waiting in the center. Uzu Sanejiyama, the captain of the Kendo Club. His 3-star regalia gleamed beneath the afternoon sun. A bamboo sword rested casually across his shoulder. His single visible eye remained fixed on the entrance. Moments later, Izuku arrived. He stopped several meters away. You wanted to see me. Sanejiyama nodded. I've watched your fights. You analyze everything. Before you move. Izuku answered honestly. It's a habit. Sanejiyama grinned. Then analyze this. Whoosh. He vanished. Students gasped. He disappeared. Danger sense pulsed. Throb. Izuku instinctively leaned backward. Whoosh. The bamboo sword sliced through the air where his neck had been. Crack. The pressure alone split the stone behind him. Fast. Sanejiyama laughed. You're faster than I expected. Without slowing down, he launched another attack. Left, right, high, low. Every strike flowed into the next without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Izuku stepped between them. His movements remained smooth, small, efficient. He never wasted energy. His center of balance. Weight shifts before every strike. Right shoulder moves first. Hips rotate half a second earlier. Danger sense highlighted every incoming slash. Combined with his own battle experience, each attack became easier to predict. Sanejiyama accelerated. Boom. His regalia enhanced every movement. The bamboo sword blurred into dozens of afterimages. Students could no longer follow the exchange. I can't even see them. They're too fast. Another slash descended toward Izuku's shoulder. Step. Miss. A thrust targeted his ribs. Turn. Miss. A sweeping strike aimed at his legs. Jump. Miss. Sanejiyama narrowed his eye. You keep reading me. Izuku quietly answered. Your attacks are incredibly refined. But every swordsman has patterns. Sanejiyama smiled wider. Good. Then I'll erase them. Boom. His regalia released another surge of power. His speed increased dramatically. This time, his rhythm changed. No repeated combinations. No predictable sequence. Completely irregular. Danger sense immediately compensated. Throb. Left. Throb. Above. Throb. Behind. Izuku moved instinctively. Duck. Step. Pivot. Spin. Every strike still missed by mere centimeters. Sanejiyama suddenly appeared directly behind him. Found you. The bamboo sword descended. Whoosh. Izuku twisted at the last possible instant. The blade brushed across his sleeve instead of his shoulder. Rip. Part of his school uniform tore away. He landed several meters back. That was close. Sanejiyama rested the bamboo sword across his shoulder once more. First hit. Izuku looked at the torn sleeve. Almost. He smiled faintly. You're the fastest opponent I've faced here. Sanejiyama laughed loudly. Finally. Someone appreciates skill. Without warning, he charged again. Boom. This time, Izuku didn't retreat. He stepped forward. Danger sense pulsed. Throb. The bamboo sword came from above. Izuku slipped inside its range. Before Sanejiyama could redirect, tap. Izuku gently placed 2 fingers against the flat side of the bamboo sword. Using its momentum, he redirected the weapon just enough. Whoosh. The blade passed harmlessly beside him. Sanejiyama's balance shifted, only slightly. It was enough. Izuku lightly tapped his shoulder. Tap. Opening. Sanejiyama froze. His bamboo sword stopped halfway through its follow-up strike. The training field became silent. Everyone understood. Had that been a real battle, the match would have ended. After several seconds, Sanejiyama slowly lowered his weapon. Ha! He laughed. You really do read everything. Izuku scratched the back of his head. I've spent years studying stronger opponents. Sanejiyama looked directly into his eyes. Your eyes never stop moving. You're analyzing every breath, every step, every shift in weight. Izuku nodded. If I understand how someone fights, I can protect people more effectively. For a brief moment, Sanejiyama simply stared at him. Then he smiled. You're annoying, but I like fighting you. The surrounding students finally began speaking again. Captain lost. He touched him, without even throwing a punch. High above the training field, Satsuki quietly observed the entire exchange from the academy balcony. Her expression remained unchanged. His prediction ability continues improving. Inamuda adjusted his visor. Negative. It is not improving. He enlarged several combat recordings. He simply requires less time to analyze. Satsuki looked once more toward the green-haired transfer student leaving the training ground. Then every battle makes him more dangerous. Far below, Izuku slipped his notebook from his bag and added another observation. Uzu Sanejiyama. Exceptional speed. Highly adaptive swordsmanship. Changes rhythm during prolonged combat. Danger sense remains effective against unpredictable attacks. He closed the notebook with a quiet smile. There were still many mysteries inside Honnou Academy, and he intended to uncover every one of them. The days following the duel with Uzu Sanejiyama became unusually quiet. No Elite Four member challenged Izuku. No disciplinary squad openly confronted him. The academy seemed almost peaceful. Izuku knew better. They're watching. Every hallway contained surveillance cameras. Every courtyard had students quietly observing him. Even during lunch, he noticed the same unfamiliar faces appearing again and again. None approached him. None attacked. They simply watched. Inside his classroom, Izuku quietly opened his notebook. He added another page beneath his observations of Sanejiyama. Current assessment. Physical confrontation has temporarily stopped. Possible change in strategy. Expect indirect attack. He closed the notebook. Someone's planning something. Danger sense remained silent. Whatever was coming wasn't immediate violence. It was something else. High above the academy, inside the student council chamber, Hoka Inamuda stood before an enormous holographic display. Countless streams of information flowed across the room. Combat recordings, heartbeat analysis, movement predictions, body temperature graphs, electrical activity. Every battle involving Izuku had been reconstructed frame by frame. Nanan leaned against a pillar. That's creepy. Inamuda ignored the comment. Subject relies heavily on observation. Combat decisions occur after rapid environmental analysis. Physical measurements alone are insufficient. Sanejiyama folded his arms. Then what's your plan? A faint smile appeared beneath Inamuda's visor. Information overload. Satsuki quietly looked toward the data. Proceed. That afternoon, Izuku walked alone through one of the academy's quieter corridors. The hallway was nearly empty. Sunlight streamed through tall windows. Everything appeared ordinary. Then, click. The lights flickered. Large steel shutters slammed over every exit. Boom. Izuku immediately stopped. Locked. Hidden projectors emerged from the ceiling. Whir. Blue light spread across the corridor. Hundreds of holographic screens appeared around him. Numbers, symbols, maps, body diagrams, motion vectors, battle recordings. Every wall became covered in moving information. A calm voice echoed through hidden speakers. Good afternoon, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku recognized it immediately. Hoka Inamuda. The holograms shifted. His own image appeared dozens of times. Running, jumping, dodging, fighting. Every battle since arriving at Honnou Academy. Your physical data has been fascinating. Inamuda's voice remained calm. However, your greatest strength is not power. It is analysis. The holographic displays multiplied. Thousands of moving images filled the corridor. Each screen displayed different information. Different attacks. Different trajectories. Different calculations. The sheer volume became overwhelming. There are too many. Inamuda continued. Your brain continuously evaluates its surroundings. Therefore, I shall give it everything. More projections appeared. Fake enemies. False movements. Illusory explosions. Hundreds of footsteps echoed through the corridor at once. Boom. 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 Danger sense remained strangely quiet. Izuku narrowed his eyes. None of them are real. Another voice suddenly came from behind. Correct. Izuku turned. Nothing. Then another voice. Behind you. He spun again. Still nothing. Every direction echoed simultaneously. Audio manipulation. His eyes moved rapidly. Yet every screen displayed conflicting information. One showed an attack from the left. Another from above. Another from below. Every prediction contradicted the others. Inamuda spoke again. Your eyes. Your hearing. Your judgment. All depend upon reliable information. Remove reliable information, and your calculations collapse. Hidden drones quietly emerged from the ceiling. Small, silent, almost invisible. They fired thin cables toward Izuku. Snap. Danger sense pulsed. Throb. Real. Izuku immediately jumped. Whoosh. The cables narrowly missed his legs. There. He finally located the genuine threat. More drones appeared. 20, 30, 40. They circled the corridor while holograms continued flooding his vision. Fake attacks mixed with real ones. Every second became more complicated. Izuku inhaled slowly. If I keep analyzing everything, I'll waste time. He closed his eyes. The corridor disappeared. The holograms vanished from his sight. Students watching through security cameras gasped. He closed his eyes. Is he giving up? Inside the control room, Inamuda frowned. Unexpected. Danger sense immediately expanded. Throb. Left. Throb. Right. Throb. Above. Without relying on vision, Izuku calmly stepped forward. One cable missed. Whoosh. Another. Step. A drone approached from behind. Pivot. Its cable struck empty air. Snap. Inamuta's fingers paused above the controls. He abandoned visual analysis. Izuku smiled faintly. I don't need to see every distraction. Green lightning briefly flashed around his legs. Gearshift. His speed changed instantly. Not faster. Different. His momentum shifted so abruptly that every prediction generated by Inamuta's computer became incorrect. The holographic simulation struggled to update. Warning messages flashed across every monitor. Prediction error. Trajectory mismatic. Recalculating. Prediction error. Inamuta immediately increased processing speed. The system responded. New calculations appeared. Yet before they completed, Izuku changed speed again. Gearshift altered his acceleration a second time. Then a third. Then a fourth. His movements no longer followed ordinary physics. Every calculation became obsolete before it finished. Alarm tones filled the control room. Beep, beep, beep. Tracking lost. Movement prediction failed. Error, error, error. Inside the corridor, Izuku vanished. Whoosh. The drones fired simultaneously. Snap. Their cables struck nothing. One after another, small tapping sounds echoed through the hallway. Tap, 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 tap. Izuku moved between every drone with precise control. He lightly struck each machine with 2 fingers. Tiny bursts of force disrupted their stabilizers. One by one, they spiraled harmlessly toward the floor. Clang, clang, clang. Within seconds, every drone lay inactive. The holographic projectors flickered, then shut down. The corridor returned to normal. Sunlight once again filled the hallway. The steel shutters slowly lifted. Creak. Izuku looked toward one of the hidden cameras. Your system is impressive, but it depends on predicting me. He adjusted his school bag. People aren't equations. Inside the control room, every monitor displayed the same message. Analysis terminated. Prediction impossible. Hoka Inamuta quietly removed his visor. For the first time since joining the Elite Four, his calculations had completely failed. High above, Satsuki looked at the final report. Gearshift. She quietly repeated the unfamiliar name. Another ability. Gamagori folded his arms. How many powers does he possess? No one answered, because none of them knew. Only one certainty remained. Every attempt to understand Izuku Midoriya only revealed another layer they had never anticipated. The battle with Hoka Inamuta left a lasting impression across Honouji Academy. For the first time, every member of the Elite Four had personally confronted the mysterious transfer student. Every one of them had failed. Students no longer whispered whether Izuku Midoriya was strong. They whispered how strong he truly was. Yet Izuku ignored the growing rumors. His attention remained fixed on something else. The life fibers. Late in the afternoon, Izuku returned to one of the abandoned training buildings damaged during his battle against the sewing club. Broken machinery still littered the floor. Strands of severed crimson life fibers remained tangled around twisted steel beams. Most of them had become completely inactive. He crouched beside one of the fragments. They're still alive. The thread barely moved, almost like a dying insect. Izuku carefully extended one finger. Green lightning quietly flickered beneath his skin. Just enough one for all energy to make contact. The instant the energy touched the thread, FZZZT. The crimson fiber violently trembled. Its surface rippled uncontrollably. Then it suddenly recoiled from his fingertip. Izuku blinked. It moved away. He repeated the experiment. Again. The same reaction. Instead of absorbing the energy, the life fiber retreated. That's strange. He opened his notebook. Experiment 1. Minimal 1 for all output. Life fiber rejected direct contact. He looked toward another severed thread. This time, he activated smokescreen. Whoosh. Gray smoke slowly spread across the room. The detached life fibers immediately reacted. Their movements became sluggish. Their crimson glow dimmed noticeably. Their activity dropped. Izuku watched carefully. Visibility alone shouldn't affect biological organisms. He dispersed the smoke. The fibers slowly became active again. Interesting. He repeated the experiment 3 more times. Every result remained identical. Smokescreen consistently reduced the responsiveness of the life fibers. He quietly thought through every possibility. The smoke itself isn't poisonous. It's interfering with something. His eyes widened slightly. Resonance. Life fibers constantly communicated with one another. Whether inside Goku uniforms or detached from them, they seemed to function through continuous synchronization. Smokescreen wasn't damaging the fibers. It was disrupting their ability to resonate. If the connection weakens, their performance decreases. Another idea formed. He inhaled slowly. Green lightning flowed gently around his arm. Far weaker than in battle. He released another layer of smokescreen while maintaining the low one for all output. The room filled with drifting gray clouds. The life fibers immediately began slowing. Then, the faint green electrical aura surrounding Izuku spread through the smoke. Not as an attack, simply as overflowing energy. The detached fibers reacted violently. FZZZT. Their crimson glow flickered erratically. They twisted against the floor. Their movements became completely unstable. One strand suddenly lost all movement. Another curled inward. A third slowly disintegrated into gray dust. Izuku stared silently. They're rejecting the energy. Number. He corrected himself. They're unable to synchronize with it. His notebook quickly filled with new observations. Combined effect. Smokescreen disrupts communication between life fibers. One for all energy further destabilizes isolated fibers. Possible natural incompatibility. He closed the notebook. One for all might be a natural enemy. Unknown to Izuku, dozens of microscopic surveillance drones remained hidden throughout the ruined building. Inside the Student Council intelligence room, Hyuga Inamuda watched the experiment unfold. Every monitor displayed the unstable reactions of the detached life fibers. His normally calm expression became noticeably more serious. Impossible. He replayed the footage. Again. And again. Every result matched. The detached life fibers consistently rejected contact with One for All. He immediately transmitted the recordings. Moments later, the Elite Four assembled inside the Student Council chamber. Nanan tilted her head. They're dying. Inamuda enlarged the footage. Not dying. Destabilizing. Their internal resonance collapses after prolonged exposure. Sanejyama crossed his arms. Because of his energy. Correct. Gamagori looked toward the monitor. Then our uniforms. Inamuda nodded. Would likely suffer similar interference after extended exposure. Silence settled over the room. For the first time since the transfer student's arrival, they had discovered something even more dangerous than his strength. Satsuki calmly watched every frame. Her expression never changed. So, his power is fundamentally incompatible with life fibers. Inamuda adjusted his visor. That is the most probable conclusion. Satsuki remained silent for several moments. Then she slowly stood. Every member of the Elite Four instinctively straightened their posture. Our investigations are complete. She picked up the sheathed blade resting beside her throne. Bakuzan. The ancient sword reflected the afternoon sunlight. There is no further value in indirect testing. She fastened the sword to her waist. I shall determine the truth myself. High above the academy, dark clouds slowly drifted across the sky. Far below, unaware of the decision that had just been made, Izuku carefully packed away his notebook. He looked toward the towering student council building at the summit of Honnou Academy. Danger sense pulsed. Throb. Not with immediate danger, but with a pressure unlike anything he had felt since arriving in this world. Izuku slowly exhaled. Someone powerful is finally coming. At the highest balcony overlooking the entire city, Satsuki Kiryuin stepped into the wind with Bakuzen resting at her side. Her blue eyes met the distant figure of the green-haired transfer student. Without raising her voice, she spoke a single sentence. "Izuku Midoriya, come and prove whether your justice is stronger than my resolve." The inevitable clash between the symbol of hope and the ruler of Honnou Academy was about to begin. Morning arrived beneath a sky covered by dark clouds. An unnatural silence hung over Honnou Academy. For once, there were no disciplinary squads marching through the courtyards. No one-star students shouting orders. No clubs competing for authority. Everyone waited. Word had spread overnight. The student council president herself would finally move. Inside his classroom, Izuku quietly finished writing another page in his notebook. Life fibers exhibit biological synchronization. Smokescreen disrupts resonance. One for all energy destabilizes prolonged contact. He closed the notebook. "I've learned enough." Before he could stand, the academy's loudspeakers activated. Click. Every classroom fell silent. Every student looked toward the ceiling. Satsuki Kiryuin's calm voice echoed throughout the entire academy. "Students of Honnou Academy, assemble immediately. Attendance is mandatory." Minutes later, thousands of students filled the enormous central plaza. The Elite Four stood beneath the grand staircase. None of them spoke. Gamagori remained motionless. Nanan quietly twirled her conductor's baton. Sanejima rested one hand upon his sword. Inamuda calmly adjusted his visor. Their attention remained fixed on the staircase above. Izuku stood among the no-star students. He quietly observed everything. They're not preparing for an announcement. They're preparing for a battle. Danger sense pulsed faintly. Throb. Then, clang. A single footstep echoed across the stone staircase. Every student instinctively straightened. Another step followed. Clang. Clang. Satsuki Kiryuin descended slowly. Her white uniform flowed behind her in the wind. Bakuzen rested calmly at her side. Her expression remained composed, yet the pressure surrounding her alone silenced the entire academy. She stopped halfway down the staircase. Her blue eyes swept across the gathered students. Finally, they settled upon Izuku. "Izuku Midoriya." The crowd immediately turned toward him. Izuku calmly stepped forward. "President." Satsuki continued descending until only 20 meters separated them. The Elite Four quietly stepped aside. This was no longer their battle. She looked directly into his eyes. "My subordinates have tested your strength, your judgment, your resolve, and your mysterious power." She rested one hand upon Bakuzen's hilt. "All have failed to reveal your limits." Izuku remained calm. "I never wanted enemies. I only wanted to protect people." Satsuki's gaze never wavered. "That is precisely why you stand before me." The wind swept across the plaza. Thousands of students watched without breathing. "You believe strength exists to protect. I believe strength exists to establish order. Our ideals cannot coexist." Izuku nodded slowly. "Then words won't change either of us." "Correct." She drew Bakuzen. Shing. The ancient blade reflected the gray sky. Danger sense exploded. Throb. 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 Izuku's body instinctively tensed. The warning dwarfed everything he had experienced since arriving in this world. This pressure. It's different. His eyes remained fixed upon the sword. It wasn't merely Satsuki. Bakuzen itself carried overwhelming presence. That sword. It's connected to life fibers. Satsuki noticed the brief glance. Perceptive. Bakuzen was forged to sever life fibers themselves. Then it's dangerous. To both my enemies and myself. For several moments, neither moved. The plaza remained perfectly silent. Nanan whispered quietly. "They haven't even started." Sanejima smiled. "They're measuring each other." Izuku slowly loosened his shoulders. Green lightning briefly flickered beneath his skin before disappearing. He deliberately kept one for all restrained. I won't attack first, Satsuki answered immediately. Nor shall I. Good. Then we understand one another. Another gust of wind swept across the academy. Dust drifted between them. Danger Sense continued screaming. Every instinct warned Izuku that one mistake would end the battle instantly. Satsuki quietly adjusted her stance. One hand held Bakuzen. The other rested calmly behind her back. Perfect posture. Perfect balance. Perfect confidence. Izuku analyzed every detail. Minimal wasted movement. Stable center of gravity. She's trained with that sword for years. Satsuki observed him just as carefully. His breathing has slowed. His eyes continue analyzing every movement. He still hasn't released his true strength. For several long seconds, nothing happened. Then, both moved. Boom. The stone beneath their feet shattered simultaneously. A shockwave erupted across the plaza. Whoosh. Students stumbled backward as the two figures disappeared. Clang. Bakuzen met a forearm wrapped in controlled one for all. Green lightning erupted. Blue sparks burst from the ancient blade. The collision generated a violent pressure wave. Boom. Windows throughout the academy exploded outward. The massive staircase cracked from top to bottom. Dust billowed into the sky. The spectators could no longer see either fighter. Only the echo of steel colliding with overwhelming power continued inside the expanding cloud. Clang. Boom. Clang. High above the battlefield, dark storm clouds slowly parted from the force of their first exchange. Far below, every student understood the same truth. The real battle for Honnou Academy had finally begun. The expanding cloud of dust swallowed the entire central plaza. Broken stone drifted through the air. Fragments of shattered pavement rained across the academy grounds. No one could see the battlefield. Only the relentless sound of steel colliding with overwhelming force echoed through the smoke. Clang. Boom. Clang. Students instinctively shielded their faces from the powerful gusts sweeping across the plaza. I can't see them. Where are they? Another deafening impact shook the academy. Boom. The smoke split apart. Two figures burst from the cloud. Satsuki's blade descended in a flawless vertical strike. Bakuzen carved through the air with terrifying precision. Izuku stepped sideways. Whoosh. The sword narrowly missed his shoulder. Instead, it cleaved straight through the massive stone staircase behind him. Crack. The entire structure split cleanly in half. Massive slabs of stone collapsed into the courtyard. Crash. Before the debris touched the ground, Izuku countered. He drove his palm forward. A controlled burst of one for all surged through his arm. Detroit smash. Boom. Compressed air exploded outward. The invisible shockwave raced toward Satsuki like a hurricane. Without hesitation, she swung Bakuzen horizontally. Shing. The blade sliced directly through the approaching air pressure. The shockwave split into two enormous currents. Both halves rushed past her. Boom. Boom. The divided winds blasted through opposite sides of the academy. Rooftops trembled. Hundreds of windows shattered. The clouds above the mountain rippled outward. Izuku's eyes widened. She cut the shockwave. Satsuki remained perfectly composed. Raw power without refinement. Predictable. She vanished. Boom. Danger Sense screamed. Throb. Behind. Izuku twisted immediately. Clang. Bakuzen scraped across the reinforced one for all covering his forearm. Green lightning and blue sparks erupted together. The force launched Izuku backwards. Whoosh. He skidded across the courtyard, carving a deep trench through the stone before stopping. He flexed his arm once. She's incredibly strong, and that sword is sharper than anything I've faced. Across the battlefield, Satsuki calmly walked forward. Every step radiated unwavering confidence. You continue to hold back. Izuku stood upright. I don't want to destroy the academy. Then you have already accepted defeat. Protecting people isn't defeat. Sentiment clouds judgment. Compassion gives people hope. Their eyes met once more. Neither yielded. Satsuki raised Bakuzen again. Hope creates weakness. Izuku slowly clenched his fists. Hope gives people the courage to stand again. Boom. They charged simultaneously. The distance between them vanished instantly. Satsuki unleashed a relentless barrage of sword strikes. High, low, left, right, diagonal. Every slash flowed seamlessly into the next. Bakuzen became a blur of silver. Clang, clang, clang. Izuku met each strike with precise movements. Sometimes blocking. Sometimes slipping just outside the blade's reach. Sometimes redirecting the attack with the smallest motion possible. Danger sense guided every defensive movement. His analytical mind followed immediately after. Her shoulders never tense. Every strike begins from her hips. Perfect efficiency. Satsuki observed him just as closely. He predicts before reacting. His movements minimize unnecessary force. His control rivals veteran soldiers. She abruptly changed rhythm. Instead of another slash, she thrust forward. Whoosh. Bakuzen shot toward Izuku's chest. Danger sense exploded. Throb. Izuku crossed both forearms. Clang. The tip of Bakuzen struck his guard. A violent shockwave burst outward. Boom. The surrounding ground collapsed beneath both fighters. Cracks spread hundreds of meters through the plaza. Students stumbled as the earth shook beneath them. High above, the storm clouds churned violently. The pressure from their clash surged into the sky. Dark clouds slowly separated. A massive circular opening appeared overhead. Sunlight poured through the gap. Everyone looked upward. The clouds. They split. Nanan stared silently. Just from their collision, Gamagori folded his arms. Their strength continues increasing. Inamuta quietly updated another report. Energy output exceeds previous estimates. Back on the battlefield, Izuku pushed Bakuzen away. He leapt backward. Float activated. His body hovered several meters above the shattered plaza. Satsuki immediately followed. Boom. Using nothing but explosive leg strength, she launched herself into the air. Bakuzen descended once again. Izuku raised one hand. Blackwhip burst outward. Crack. The dark tendrils wrapped around a distant stone pillar. Whoosh. He swung sideways through the air, narrowly avoiding the descending blade. Bakuzen cleaved harmlessly past him. The slash continued downward. Boom. An entire section of the plaza exploded beneath the impact. Izuku released the pillar. Float stabilized him once more. She doesn't stop attacking. He extended one finger. Green lightning gathered. All create some distance. Delaware smash. Boom. Multiple compressed air bullets erupted toward Satsuki. Each blast carried enough force to demolish reinforced concrete. Satsuki's eyes never left her opponent. Bakuzen flashed repeatedly. Shing, shing, shing. Every air bullet split apart before reaching her. The shattered pressure waves detonated harmlessly around the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Dust and wind engulfed the sky. Through the smoke, danger sense pulsed again. Throb. Without hesitation, Izuku tilted his head. Whoosh. Bakuzen emerged from the dust, grazing only a few strands of green hair. She used the explosions as cover. Satsuki's voice calmly reached him. Your awareness is extraordinary. Izuku smiled faintly despite the intensity of the battle. You're the strongest swordswoman I've ever fought. For the first time, the corner of Satsuki's mouth lifted ever so slightly. High praise. From a worthy opponent. They separated once more. Both landed upon opposite ends of the ruined plaza. The academy around them had become a battlefield of broken stone and fractured buildings. Yet neither fighter bore any serious injury. Their breathing remained steady. Their resolve remained unshaken. High above them, the divided storm clouds continued drifting apart, leaving a brilliant shaft of sunlight shining directly between the two warriors. Everyone watching understood the same truth. This battle had only just begun. The ruined plaza fell silent. Broken stone covered the battlefield. Deep trenches stretched across the academy grounds where Bakuzen and One for All had collided. Neither fighter moved. They simply watched one another. The pressure between them alone kept every spectator frozen in place. Izuku slowly lowered his guard. "You're incredible." Satsuki rested Bakuzen at her side. "And yet, you still conceal your true power." Izuku remained honest. "If I release everything," he glanced around the shattered academy, "too many people will get hurt." Satsuki nodded once. A predictable answer. She turned her back. For the first time since the battle began, she sheathed Bakuzen. "Shing." The students gasped. "President, why stop?" Nanan tilted her head. "That's unusual." Sanejyama folded his arms. "She isn't finished." Gamagori remained silent. He understood that expression. Satsuki had reached a decision. She calmly walked toward the grand staircase. Every step echoed across the silent academy. Clang, clang, clang. She stopped before a massive steel door hidden beneath the student council tower. Without speaking, she placed one hand upon it. Rumble. The enormous door slowly opened. Cold air escaped from the darkness beyond. Izuku frowned. "What is that place?" Danger sense immediately exploded. Throb, throb, throb. The warning surpassed everything he had experienced during their duel. It wasn't directed at Satsuki. It came from whatever lay inside the chamber. Students instinctively stepped backward. Even the Elite Four became noticeably more serious. Satsuki disappeared into the darkness. Several long moments passed. The academy remained completely silent. Then, she emerged once more, wearing white. A magnificent white kamui covered her body. Its elegant armor shimmered beneath the sunlight. Long white ribbons drifted behind her like flowing wings. Crimson life fibers pulsed beneath the pristine surface. The entire academy seemed to tremble. Junketsu. The moment Izuku saw it, danger sense roared. Throb, throb, throb. His breathing became heavier. His muscles instinctively tightened. His instincts screamed at him to move. To escape. To destroy it. What? His eyes widened. It's alive. Junketsu slowly moved on its own. Its sleeves shifted without wind. The fabric gently expanded and contracted. Like breathing. Izuku stared in disbelief. It's not clothing. It's a living organism. Satsuki looked down at the white kamui. Correct. Junketsu is a pure life fiber garment. Far beyond ordinary Goku uniforms. Izuku's expression darkened. You're letting it cover your entire body. Yes. It's dangerous. It is. Then why? Satsuki calmly met his gaze. Because power demands sacrifice. Junketsu suddenly pulsed. Fwoom. The white fabric tightened around her body. For only a brief instant, Izuku saw it. Tiny crimson threads pierced into her skin. Not violently. Not enough to injure. But enough to draw blood. His eyes narrowed. It's feeding. Danger sense screamed louder. It's consuming you. Satsuki answered without hesitation. It consumes blood. And will. Those without sufficient resolve are devoured. Izuku clenched his fists. That's not power. That's slavery. Junketsu pulsed again. Its aura expanded across the plaza. Many students instinctively collapsed to one knee beneath the overwhelming pressure. Even experienced club captains struggled to remain standing. Only the Elite Four, Ryuko, who had just arrived at the edge of the academy with Senketsu hidden beneath her jacket. And Izuku remained upright. Ryuko stared in shock. Junketsu. Senketsu spoke quietly inside her mind. Its life fibers are extremely dense. Be careful. Izuku never looked away from Satsuki. Can't you feel it? It's suffering. For the first time, Satsuki blinked. Suffering. The life fibers. They're unstable. They're forcing themselves to obey. And they're forcing you to endure them. The academy fell silent. None of the spectators understood what he meant. But Izuku continued. I can feel them. They're violent, hungry, conflicted. They're trying to dominate your body. Junketsu suddenly rippled. Its white surface trembled almost imperceptibly. Izuku's eyes sharpened. It reacted. Inamuda immediately looked toward his instruments. Biological fluctuations increased. Nanan frowned. Did Junketsu just move? Gamagori remained motionless. Sanejyama quietly gripped his sword. Satsuki herself lowered her gaze toward the white Kamui. For the briefest instant, Junketsu had responded to Izuku's words. Then, the white Kamui released another surge of overwhelming energy. Boom! A massive shockwave burst across the academy. Dust exploded outward. Trees bent violently. Windows shattered throughout nearby buildings. Junketsu's aura completely transformed. White ribbons expanded behind Satsuki like enormous wings. Her blue eyes glowed with renewed determination. Whether it suffers, or whether I suffer, is irrelevant. She slowly unsheathed Bakuzen once more. Shing. This time, the sword itself became coated in streams of white life fibers flowing directly from Junketsu. Its edge radiated terrifying power. Danger sense reached its highest point yet. Throb, throb, throb. Izuku instinctively activated one for all throughout his body. Green lightning danced around his arms and legs. Small arcs leapt across the broken battlefield. He slowly exhaled. I understand now. This isn't just a duel anymore. Satsuki raised Bakuzen toward him. Show me whether your justice can overcome absolute resolve. Green lightning flashed brighter. White life fibers surged around Bakuzen. Between the symbol of hope and the woman who had chosen to bear the burden of Junketsu, the true battle was finally about to begin. Green lightning crackled across the shattered plaza. White life fibers flowed around Junketsu like living streams. The air itself seemed to grow heavier. Every student standing near the battlefield struggled to breathe beneath the overwhelming pressure. Izuku slowly raised his stance. One for all flowed evenly throughout his body. Not at full power, just enough to stand against the terrifying aura radiating from Junketsu. Across from him, Satsuki pointed Bakuzen forward. Come. Boom. Both disappeared. The stone beneath their feet exploded. A deafening shockwave rolled across Honnou Academy. Clang. Bakuzen collided against Izuku's reinforced forearm once again. This time, the impact was entirely different. Junketsu amplified every movement. White life fibers surged into the blade with each swing. Every strike became heavier, faster, sharper. Clang, clang, clang. Izuku retreated one step after another. Danger sense screamed continuously. Throb, throb, throb. He narrowly avoided a diagonal slash. Whoosh. The sword carved through the air. The pressure alone split a nearby Wadok tower clean in half. Crack. The upper section slowly slid apart before crashing into the academy grounds. Boom. She's even stronger. Izuku pushed himself sideways using float. He barely escaped another horizontal slash. Bakuzen swept past him. The surrounding buildings erupted behind him. Boom. Debris filled the sky. Without hesitation, Izuku extended both hands. Delaware smash. Boom. Multiple compressed air blasts roared toward Satsuki. Junketsu's white ribbons spread outward. They twisted together into a protective barrier. The shockwaves slammed into the living fabric. Boom. 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 Dust exploded everywhere. Yet when the smoke cleared, Satsuki stood completely unharmed. The white ribbons slowly unfolded once more. Your attacks cannot break Junketsu. Izuku remained calm. I wasn't aiming for Junketsu. Satsuki's eyes narrowed. She looked behind herself. The shockwaves had destroyed the remaining evacuation barriers around the battlefield. The trapped civilians and students finally had a safe escape route. Hundreds immediately began running. Go. Get away from here. Izuku smiled faintly. That was my target. For a brief moment, Satsuki remained silent. Even now, you prioritize others. Always. Before either of them moved again, a loud explosion echoed from the eastern wall of the academy. Boom. Everyone turned. A section of the enormous outer wall collapsed inward. Clouds of dust billowed into the sky. Hidden steel cables shot through the opening. Whoosh. Dark figures descended rapidly. They wore black combat uniforms without life fibers. Each carried strange weapons resembling oversized sewing needles and anti-fiber rifles. Students gasped. Who are they? They're not academy troops. One man landed at the front of the group. His blonde hair fluttered in the wind. He casually adjusted his sunglasses despite the chaos around him. Ikaro Mikasugi. Right on schedule. Behind him, another figure landed silently. His face remained hidden beneath a military helmet. A massive anti-life fiber rifle rested across his shoulder. Tsumugu Kanagas. Without saying a word, he immediately aimed the weapon toward Satsuki. Click. Danger sense flared. Throb. Izuku instantly moved. Whoosh. He appeared directly between Tsumugu and Satsuki. Don't shoot. Tsumugu frowned beneath his visor. Move. I won't let anyone get shot. She's wearing a kamui. Exactly. Then she'll survive. Others might not. For several tense seconds, neither moved. Mikasugi scratched the back of his head. He really is exactly like the reports. Tsumugu reluctantly lowered the rifle. You're interfering. Izuku looked toward the newcomers. Who are you? Before Mikasugi could answer, the academy shook violently. Junketsu suddenly pulsed. FWOOM. White life fibers surged outward in every direction. The unstable biological energy reacted violently to the appearance of the anti-fiber weapons. Danger sense exploded. Throb. 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 Everyone get back. Izuku shouted. The expanding wave of life fibers swept across the battlefield. Without hesitation, Blackwhip erupted from both arms. Crack. Dozens of dark tendrils shot across the plaza. They wrapped around fleeing students. Fallen debris. Collapsed walls. Entire sections of broken stone. With precise control, Izuku pulled everyone away from the expanding life fibers. Whoosh. 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 Students flew safely out of danger one after another. Not a single person was dropped. Not a single civilian was left behind. Mikasugi watched in amazement. That's some incredible rescue work. Tsumugu silently lowered his rifle completely. He didn't save himself first. The expanding wave finally stopped. Dust slowly settled across the ruined academy. Junketsu's aura gradually stabilized. Satsuki remained standing in the center of the battlefield. She calmly looked toward the newcomers. Nudist beach. Mikasugi smiled. Long time no see, Lady Satsuki. Students immediately erupted into confusion. Nudist beach. What's that? Are they terrorists? Izuku looked between Satsuki, Mikasugi, and Tsumugu. You know each other. Mikasugi's relaxed smile disappeared. His expression became unexpectedly serious. Kid, if you keep fighting without knowing what life fibers really are. He looked directly at Junketsu. You'll never understand the real enemy. Izuku's eyes narrowed. The real enemy. Before Mikasugi could explain, a distant siren echoed from somewhere far beyond Honnou City. Its sound rolled across the mountains like a warning of something much larger approaching. For the first time since arriving in this strange world, Izuku realized that the conflict inside Honnouji Academy was only one part of a far greater war that had been unfolding in secret all along. The battlefield remained eerily silent. Dust drifted through the ruined plaza. Students continued evacuating under the supervision of the Elite Four, while Academy staff hurried to keep the panicked crowds away from the shattered center of Honnouji Academy. Izuku stood between Satsuki and the mysterious newcomers. His eyes never left them. Who are you? Mikasugi smiled faintly. That answer isn't something we should discuss in front of thousands of students. Tsumugu kept his rifle lowered but remained alert. The academy isn't the real battlefield. Satsuki calmly sheathed Bakuzen. Shing. Junketsu's flowing ribbons slowly settled behind her. Leave. She looked directly at Mikasugi. I have no intention of stopping you today. Nanan blinked. Lady Satsuki. Gamagori frowned. Shall we pursue them? Number. Satsuki never looked away from Izuku. The next move belongs to him. Izuku noticed the subtle meaning behind her words. She wasn't releasing him because she trusted Nudist Beach. She wanted him to learn the truth. He glanced once toward Ryuko, who stood at the edge of the plaza with Senketsu hidden beneath her jacket. Their eyes met briefly. She gave a small nod. Go. I'll handle things here. Izuku nodded back. Be careful. Without another word, Mikasugi turned. Come with us. Minutes later, the group left Honnou City through a series of abandoned maintenance tunnels hidden beneath the mountain. Old railway tracks stretched endlessly through the darkness. Rusted support beams lined the passage. The deeper they traveled, the more advanced the equipment became. Steel doors, hidden scanners, camouflaged elevators. Everything had been concealed beneath the city for years. Izuku quietly observed every detail. This facility wasn't built recently. Mikasugi smiled. Good eye. It's been here for decades. Hidden beneath everyone's feet, the elevator finally stopped. Ding. The heavy doors opened. Izuku stepped into an enormous underground complex. His eyes widened. The underground base stretched farther than he could see. Engineers hurried between workstations. Massive transport vehicles rested inside reinforced hangars. Rows of advanced machines manufactured specialized equipment. Dozens of large monitors displayed maps of Japan. Every screen highlighted unusual biological activity. None of the soldiers wore Goku uniforms. None relied upon life fibers. Everyone worked with ordinary equipment. This is... Mikasugi spread his arms. Welcome to Nudist Beach. Many people immediately stopped working. Their attention shifted toward the green-haired newcomer. Whispers spread through the hangar. That's him. The transfer student. He fought Lady Satsuki. Without a Kamui, Tsumugu walked ahead without reacting. Stop staring. Everyone immediately returned to work. Mikasugi laughed awkwardly. Don't mind them. You've become pretty famous. Izuku scratched the back of his head. That wasn't really my goal. They entered a conference room overlooking the enormous underground facility. A large holographic projector stood in the center. Mikasugi leaned against the table. Before anything else, you deserve some answers. Izuku immediately nodded. What exactly are life fibers? Mikasugi pressed a button. Click. The projector activated. A rotating crimson strand appeared above the table. This is a life fiber. The image expanded. Countless microscopic structures became visible. They twisted together like living muscles instead of ordinary cloth. They aren't fabric. They're living organisms. Izuku quietly watched. I suspected that, but not to this extent. Mikasugi continued. For thousands of years, human civilization unknowingly developed alongside them. Another image appeared. Ancient clothing, armor, royal robes, military uniforms. Every era contained traces of life fibers. They strengthen whatever they bond with. The more life fibers, the greater the power. Tsumugu finally spoke. And the greater the risk. Another image replaced the first. This time, it showed human bodies being completely enveloped by crimson fibers. Some struggled desperately. Others disappeared entirely beneath the living threads. Izuku's expression darkened. They consume people. Yes. Mikasugi nodded. People think they're controlling their uniforms. Most of the time, it's the opposite. Silence filled the room. Izuku remembered Junketsu. The subtle tremor. The blood. The hunger. Junketsu is constantly fighting Lady Satsuki. Exactly. Mikasugi folded his arms. Their wills are competing every second. Only someone with extraordinary determination can survive wearing it. Izuku slowly lowered his gaze. That's why Danger Sense reacted. It wasn't just because they were dangerous. They're predators. Mikasugi smiled. You figured it out. Another image appeared. This time, it showed Senketsu. That Kamui is different. He cooperates. He doesn't dominate. Izuku nodded. I noticed. He feels calmer. Like he actually cares about Ryuko. Mikasugi looked surprised. Most people can't sense that. You can. Danger Sense reacts differently. Hostility, fear, instinct. Senketsu doesn't feel like Junketsu. Mikasugi exchanged a glance with Tsumugu. Interesting. Tsumugu quietly rested his anti-fiber rifle against the wall. Then there's one last thing you need to know. He pressed another control. The projector changed again. This time, the hologram displayed the Earth. Small crimson lights slowly appeared across every continent. One after another. Then more. Then thousands. Izuku frowned. What am I looking at? Mikasugi's smile completely vanished. Every major concentration of life fibers on the planet. They've spread everywhere. Every nation. Every military. Every corporation. Every government. Izuku stared silently. That's impossible. People would have noticed. They haven't. Mikasugi answered quietly. Because they've always been here. Hidden inside civilization. Waiting. Izuku slowly clenched his fist. Waiting for what? The room became completely silent. Even the engineers outside seemed distant. Mikasugi looked directly into Izuku's eyes. For the day, their true creator awakens. The holographic Earth slowly became covered in crimson. As countless life fiber colonies pulsed together, the underground base fell into uneasy silence. For the first time since arriving in this world, Izuku understood that Honouji Academy had never been the true enemy. It had only been the front line of a much larger conflict that threatened the entire planet. Silence lingered inside the underground conference room. The holographic globe continued rotating slowly above the table. Countless crimson lights pulsed across its surface. Every continent, every major city, every industrial center, all connected by invisible threads. Izuku stared at the projection. They've spread across the entire planet. Mikasugi folded his arms. Yes. And humanity never realized. The image shifted. The Earth slowly faded away. In its place appeared a vast field of stars. Darkness stretched endlessly around them. Then, a small blue planet appeared. Earth. Another object entered the projection. Not a meteor. Not a spaceship. A massive crimson mass drifting silently through space. Its surface writhed continuously. Millions of living fibers moved across it like muscles. Izuku's eyes narrowed. What is that? Mikasugi answered quietly. The first life fiber colony. According to everything we've uncovered, it arrived from beyond our planet. The room fell silent. Alien. Yes. The crimson mass approached the Earth. Tiny strands separated from its body. They descended through the atmosphere like microscopic spores. The projection accelerated through thousands of years. Primitive humans, ancient civilizations, kingdoms, empires, modern nations. Through every era, the life fibers quietly multiplied. Always hidden, always waiting. Izuku slowly exhaled. They weren't created by humans. They cultivated humanity. Mikasugi nodded. Exactly. Another image appeared. This one showed countless microscopic life fibers attaching themselves to human clothing. Feeding, growing, reproducing. They strengthen their hosts. Because stronger hosts produce more energy. More movement. More life. Tsumugu stepped beside the projector. Livestock. Izuku looked toward him. What? To them, humanity isn't an enemy. It's food. Silence. Those words echoed heavily inside the room. Izuku looked back toward the projection. They've been raising humanity. Waiting until enough energy exists to harvest it. Mikasugi lowered his head. That's our conclusion. Another hologram appeared. This time, a gigantic cocoon suspended high above the earth. Billions of crimson fibers converged toward it from every direction. When enough life fibers gather, they reunite, forming a planetary cocoon. Everything living becomes nourishment. Izuku's fists slowly tightened. Green lightning briefly flickered beneath his sleeves. They want to consume the planet. Yes, and Revox Corporation is helping them. The name immediately caught his attention. Revox. They manufacture every Goku uniform. They also produce clothing shipped across the entire world. The implication struck him immediately. They're spreading life fibers intentionally. Correct. Mikasugi sighed. People think they're buying ordinary clothes. Most never realize they're helping the invasion. The room became quiet once again. Izuku remembered every one-star student he had fought. Every uniform. Every thread. Every academy regulation. Then Honnou Academy is a testing ground for stronger life fiber synchronization. Exactly. Tsumugu looked directly at him. Lady Satsuki created an army. But not for the reason most people believe. Izuku raised his head. You mean, she's preparing for something bigger? Mikasugi smiled faintly. You're quick. We've spent years trying to understand her. She knows far more than she admits. Yet she continues strengthening Honnou Academy. Because she's waiting for the same enemy we are. Izuku remained silent. His memories replayed one after another. Satsuki's unwavering discipline. Junketsu. Bakuzan. Her willingness to endure constant pain. She isn't protecting her system. She's preparing soldiers. Mikasugi nodded. Now you're beginning to see the full picture. The conference room lights dimmed. Another file appeared on the central display. Instead of diagrams, it showed a single woman. Long rainbow-colored hair, a radiant smile, elegant clothing. Yet something about her made the room feel colder. Danger sense pulsed immediately. Throb. Even through nothing more than a recorded image. Izuku felt instinctive unease. Who is she? Mikasugi's expression hardened. Ryuko Kiryuin, chairwoman of Revox Corporation, and Satsuki's mother. Izuku stared at the image. She's connected to all of this. She stands at the center of it. Tsumugu quietly added. Every confirmed life fiber operation eventually traces back to her. Izuku continued studying the hologram. Something feels wrong. Even from a photograph. Danger sense pulsed again. Throb. She's dangerous. Mikasugi looked surprised. That's only an archived image. I know. But my instincts don't care. They're reacting anyway. The room fell silent once more. None of the nudist beach members had ever heard of danger sense. Yet every veteran inside the base understood one thing. If Izuku's instincts reacted to a simple image, meeting Ryuko in person would be something far worse. Later that evening, Izuku stood alone on one of the underground observation platforms overlooking the enormous base. Workers continued preparing equipment below. Anti-life fiber ammunition, transport vehicles, communication arrays. Everyone moved with purpose. He looked down at his own hand. Green sparks quietly danced across his fingertips. One for all. You've always existed to protect people. He slowly closed his fist. If life fibers consume humanity, then stopping them is exactly what a hero should do. Footsteps approached from behind. Mikasugi stopped beside him, thinking, a little, regretting coming here. Izuku smiled faintly. Number. I finally understand what I'm fighting. He looked toward the busy underground base. I came to this world by accident. But people here still need saving. Mikasugi laughed quietly. That's the most hero-like thing I've ever heard. Izuku looked back toward the distant tunnel leading to the surface. Far above them, Honnou Academy still stood atop the mountain. And somewhere beyond it, Revox Corporation continued weaving its invisible web across the entire world. The war against the life fibers had only just begun. The underground training hall echoed with the sound of steel doors closing. Clang. The enormous chamber struck deep beneath the nudist beach base. Reinforced walls surrounded the arena. Observation windows overlooked the room from above. Dozens of engineers monitored biological readings on large screens. Ryuko stood in the center of the arena. Senketsu rested comfortably around her shoulders. Izuku entered from the opposite side. He carried only his notebook. This place is huge. Mikasugi leaned against the observation railing. If we're going to fight Revox, everyone needs to become stronger. Sumugu crossed his arms. Especially her. Ryuko frowned. I'm standing right here. Good. Then listen. She folded her arms. What's my problem? Before Sumugu could answer, Izuku spoke first. You rely on emotions. Everyone looked toward him. Ryuko blinked. What? Izuku opened his notebook. During every battle I've watched, your synchronization with Senketsu changes. He flipped through several pages filled with skatikas. When you're calm, your movements are smooth, your breathing stays steady. Senketsu responds naturally. Another page. When you become angry, your movements become stronger, but less efficient. Your heartbeat rises. Your blood flow becomes unstable. And Senketsu struggles to match your rhythm. Senketsu spoke quietly. He is correct. Ryuko scratched the back of her head. I didn't notice. Because you're fighting. Izuku smiled gently. It's hard to notice yourself during battle. Mikasugi laughed. He analyzed your entire fighting style after only a few encounters. Ryuko sighed. Of course he did. Minutes later, the training began. Ryuko pulled the activation cord. Rip. Scarlet energy surged across her body. Senketsu fully transformed. Red and black armor covered her as the familiar crimson scarf fluttered behind her. Ready. Izuku nodded. I'm not attacking. Today, I'm observing. Ryuko blinked. That's training. Trust me. She shrugged. Fine. Boom. She rushed forward. Instead of attacking, she sprinted around the arena, jumping between walls, launching herself into the air, landing, accelerating again. Izuku watched silently. His eyes followed every movement. His notebook gradually filled with observations. Excellent aerial mobility, rapid acceleration, slight delay during sharp turns, blood circulation spikes after repeated bursts. After several minutes, Ryuko slowed. That's enough running. Not yet. Izuku walked closer. How do you feel? Fine. Senketsu answered first. Her heartbeat has increased. Blood flow is becoming uneven. Izuku nodded. Exactly. He looked toward Ryuko. Close your eyes. What? Just try. She hesitated, then slowly closed them. Now, don't think about fighting. Don't think about revenge. Don't think about winning. The training hall became quiet. Only Ryuko's breathing remained. Listen. To your heartbeat. To your breathing. To Senketsu. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then Senketsu spoke softly. Ryuko, our rhythms are matching. She smiled faintly. I can actually hear you more clearly. Izuku nodded. Because you stopped forcing the connection. You let it happen naturally. Mikasugi quietly watched from above. Interesting. Sumugu remained silent. The second exercise began. This time, Izuku stepped into the arena. All attack. Ryuko grinned. Finally, green lightning briefly flickered around Izuku's legs. He disappeared. Whoosh. Ryuko reacted immediately. Her giant scissor blade swung downward. Slash. Nothing. Izuku had already moved. Behind. She spun instantly. Clang. Their weapons never met. Izuku simply tapped the flat of her scissor blade. Tap. Too slow. Hey. She chased him again. Boom. Again. He vanished. Using only a fraction of one for all. Combined with float and controlled footwork. He circled around her effortlessly. Every few seconds. Tap. Her shoulder. Tap. Her elbow. Tap. The side of Senketsu's collar. Your attention follows me. Don't chase. Control the space. Ryuko gritted her teeth. Easy for you to say. Waddick. Izuku suddenly stopped moving. Where would I dodge next? She frowned. Left. Why? Because there's more room. Good. Now stop looking at me. Look at the battlefield. Her eyes widened slightly. Instead of focusing only on Izuku, she noticed the walls, the pillars, the ceiling, possible escape routes, blind spots. I've been chasing people, instead of controlling where they go. Izuku smiled. Exactly. Heroes protect spaces. Fighters chase opponents. You need both. Senketsu spoke quietly. Our synchronization is becoming smoother. Ryuko took a slow breath. I feel lighter. Because you're wasting less movement. The final exercise began. Ryuko charged once more. This time, she didn't attack immediately. Instead, she deliberately guided Izuku toward one side of the arena, forcing his movement, cutting off escape paths. Izuku's smile widened. Much better. Whoosh. Her scissor blade swept across the arena. Izuku floated upward, exactly as she expected. Got you. She launched herself after him. Their weapons nearly collided, until Izuku gently redirected her wrist. Tap. The blade missed by centimeters. Both landed safely. Ryuko laughed. Almost. Almost. Izuku nodded proudly. That was the first time you predicted my movement. Keep doing that. Senketsu's voice carried unmistakable satisfaction. Our blood synchronization reached its highest level today. Mikasugi looked down at the monitoring screens. Biological stability increased by nearly 30%. Sumugu raised an eyebrow. Without new equipment. Just training. Izuku closed his notebook. Strength isn't only about power. It's about understanding. Ryuko rested the scissor blade against her shoulder. You're a weird teacher. Izuku laughed awkwardly. I've heard that before. The training hall filled with quiet laughter. For the first time since meeting each other, Ryuko wasn't simply becoming stronger. She was learning to fight alongside Senketsu instead of against him. And somewhere far above the underground base, unseen by everyone below, preparations continued within Revox Corporation. The enemy was already moving. They simply had not revealed themselves yet. Morning arrived with an uneasy calm. Inside the underground base, engineers rushed between control stations. Communication officers monitored dozens of live broadcasts from across Japan. Nothing seemed unusual, until, beep, beep, beep. Every alarm inside the command center activated simultaneously. Large monitors flickered to life. Red warning symbols rapidly spread across multiple maps. Mikasugi immediately looked toward the main display. What happened? An operator quickly answered. Multiple emergency transmissions received. Simultaneous military deployments. Another technician enlarged the map. 3 cities flashed crimson. Osaka, Kyoto, Kobe. Sumugu's expression darkened. They've started. Izuku stepped into the command center. Started what? The central screen changed. Live aerial footage appeared. Thousands of transport aircraft filled the sky. Their formation stretched across the horizon. Beneath them marched endless columns of academy troops. 1-star, 2-star, 3-star officers. Countless club divisions. Entire battalions moved with perfect discipline. Every soldier wore Goku uniforms. The civilians below fled in panic. Izuku's eyes widened. That's an army. Mikasugi nodded grimly. Honnou Academy's disciplinary campaign. Another transmission appeared. One school after another came into view. Ordinary students desperately barricaded classrooms. Teachers hurried children toward evacuation shelters. Outside, academy troops surrounded entire campuses. Loudspeakers echoed across the streets. All schools are ordered to surrender. Submit to Honnou Academy authority. Resistance will be suppressed. Boom. A reinforced school gate exploded inward. Students screamed. The academy forces advanced. Izuku immediately stepped forward. They're attacking schools. Yes. Tsumugu loaded fresh anti-life fiber ammunition into his rifle. Click. Their objective isn't murder. It's conquest. Mikasugi expanded the strategic map. 3 cities. 3 simultaneous invasions. They're dividing our forces. Izuku studied the battlefield. His analytical instincts immediately activated. If they attack all 3 at once, they expect resistance. Exactly. And they want us separated. Mikasugi looked directly at him. Which city would you choose? Izuku remained silent for only a second. His eyes rapidly moved across the tactical display. Troop movements, terrain, civilian density, transport routes, Osaka. Everyone looked toward him. Why? He pointed toward the western map. Largest civilian population, widest evacuation area, and, he zoomed in further, their commander. The image enlarged. A luxurious mobile fortress rolled through the streets. Gold-plated armor covered every surface. Massive cannons emerged from hidden compartments. Countless academy banners fluttered overhead. Inside the command vehicle sat a massive man wearing an extravagant suit covered with jewels. He calmly sipped tea while watching the advancing army. Mikasugi nodded. Kaneo Takarada, chairman of Osaka's Academy Alliance. Wealth Club president. Izuku observed the enormous fortress. He isn't just attacking. He's establishing complete control. Tsumugu slung the anti-fiber rifle across his shoulder. Correct. If Osaka falls, the other 2 cities lose their strongest economic support. Izuku looked back toward the monitors. Children ran through smoke-filled streets. Teachers shielded frightened students. Academy troops steadily advanced behind them. He closed his notebook. I'm going. Mikasugi smiled faintly. I thought so. 20 minutes later, a heavily modified transport aircraft launched from the hidden underground runway. Whoosh. Inside the cargo bay, Izuku stood beside Ryuko. Senketsu rested comfortably around her shoulders. Tsumugu checked his ammunition one final time. Mikasugi reviewed the tactical briefing. Listen carefully. He pointed toward the projected city map. Our priorities. First, evacuate civilians. Second, prevent academy occupation. Third, identify the commanding officer. Izuku nodded immediately. People come first. Ryuko smiled. Figured you'd say that. The aircraft shook violently. The pilot's voice echoed through the cabin. Approaching Osaka, the rear cargo door slowly opened. Cold wind rushed inside. Below, Osaka stretched toward the horizon. Smoke rose from multiple districts. Academy aircraft circled above the city. Explosions echoed through the streets. Boom, boom. Izuku stepped toward the open ramp. Green lightning quietly flickered around his body. Danger sense pulsed repeatedly. Throb, throb, throb. Every instinct warned him. Thousands of people needed help. He looked toward Ryuko. Ready. She gripped the scissor blade. Let's save everyone. Izuku smiled. Then let's move. Boom. He leapt from the aircraft. Float activated instantly. Green lightning streaked through the sky. Beside him, Ryuko transformed. Rip. Senketsu unfolded into his battle form. Scarlet energy burst outward as they dived together toward the burning city below. Far beneath them, Kaneo Takarada calmly looked out from his gilded command fortress. A servant quietly approached. Sir, 2 unidentified targets are descending. Kaneo adjusted his glasses before smiling confidently. Excellent. Let us see whether heroes can overcome the power of unlimited wealth. High above the smoke-covered skyline, the battle for Osaka had begun. Green lightning streaked across the skies above Osaka. Below, thick smoke drifted between towering buildings. Sirens echoed through every district. Academy forces advanced street by street, overwhelming every school that resisted. Izuku floated above the city for a brief moment. His eyes rapidly scanned the battlefield. Fires, collapsed buildings, civilian evacuation routes, multiple combat zones. Danger sense pulsed continuously. Throb, throb, throb. Every direction carried another cry for help. Ryuko landed beside him on the rooftop of a damaged office building. She looked toward the burning streets. Where do we start? Izuku had already made his decision. The civilians. Always. Boom. He launched himself from the rooftop. Float carried him over the streets while Blackwhip burst from both arms. Crack. The dark tendrils wrapped around a collapsing concrete support. With a single pull, the entire section of the building shifted just enough. Boom. The falling debris crashed harmlessly beside a group of trapped office workers instead of on top of them. Run. The civilians immediately fled. Thank you. Keep moving. Izuku was already gone. Whoosh. He darted toward another district. Ryuko smiled. He never slows down. She activated Senketsu. Guess I'd better keep up. Boom. She shot toward the nearest academy battalion. Meanwhile, the streets surrounding Osaka Central Academy had become a military fortress. Rows of heavy vehicles blocked every major intersection. Temporary Wattic towers overlooked the city. Hundreds of 1-star and 2-star students maintained defensive positions. At the center stood an enormous golden mobile fortress. Its polished armor reflected the afternoon sun. Inside, Kaneo Takarada calmly enjoyed tea while reviewing reports. A servant bowed respectfully. Sir, our occupation is progressing smoothly. Excellent. Economic pressure. Complete. Another servant stepped forward. However, the unidentified intruders have begun rescuing civilians. Kaneo smiled. The hero. Just as predicted. He placed the teacup onto its saucer. Wealth is not merely money. Wealth is control. Deny a hero his choices, and his strength becomes meaningless. He pressed a golden switch. Click. Throughout the occupied district, massive steel vault doors suddenly emerged from beneath the streets. Rumble. They separated entire city blocks into isolated sectors. Bridges retracted. Roads split apart. Evacuation routes disappeared. Thousands of civilians became trapped inside separate districts. Warning sirens echoed everywhere. What happened? The roads were trapped. High above, Izuku immediately noticed the changes. They divided the city. He landed atop a damaged traffic tower. His eyes moved rapidly across the newly altered streets. Every district has become isolated. Another explosion echoed nearby. Boom. A school gymnasium partially collapsed. Children screamed inside. Danger sense flared. Throb. Without hesitation, Izuku moved. Gearshift activated. Green lightning erupted around his body. Gearshift. Boom. The world around him seemed to slow. His acceleration increased beyond anything the surrounding troops could perceive. Whoosh. He vanished. Inside the trapped gymnasium, massive steel beams crashed toward terrified students. Before they could fall, Blackwhip burst through the ceiling. Crack. Dozens of dark tendrils caught every collapsing support simultaneously. The beams stopped in midair. Everyone, head outside. Teachers hurried the children toward safety. By the time the last student escaped, Izuku had already disappeared. 3 streets away, Academy soldiers cornered another evacuation convoy. Their commander raised his weapon. Stop them. Before anyone fired. Boom. A gust of wind erupted through the street. Green lightning flashed once. The soldiers suddenly found themselves lying harmlessly across the pavement. Their weapons had vanished. What? Where did he? They never finished the sentence. Izuku was already kilometers away. Another district. A burning hospital. Danger sense pulsed. Throb. Gearshift accelerated him once again. Whoosh. He burst through the collapsing entrance. Blackwhip spread across multiple floors. Patients. Doctors. Nurses. Medical equipment. Everyone was carried safely outside within seconds. The building collapsed immediately afterwards. Boom. Dust engulfed the street, yet no one remained inside. High above the city, surveillance drones desperately attempted to follow him. Every screen displayed the same result. Green lightning. Then nothing. Inside the Golden Fortress, Kaneo calmly watched the incoming reports. Status. An operator swallowed nervously. Multiple rescue zones completed. Estimated response time. He looked at the data in disbelief. Less than 1 second each. Another officer spoke. He has crossed nearly the entire city. Repeatedly. Without stopping. Kaneo adjusted his glasses. Fascinating. He isn't fighting. He's eliminating the consequences of our strategy. He enlarged the tactical map. Every trapped civilian sector gradually turned green. One after another, all rescue operations succeeded. He ignored the army, and dismantled the objective instead. For the first time, Kaneo leaned forward with genuine interest. So this is the power of a true hero. Back on the streets, Izuku finally slowed. His breathing remained steady. Green sparks quietly faded around his body. Ryuko landed beside him after defeating another academy unit. I've never seen anyone move that fast. Izuku looked over the city. Smoke still rose in the distance. But the terrified crowds were finally reaching safe zones. There are still people trapped. Before either of them could continue, the ground beneath the financial district suddenly shook. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Massive golden gates slowly opened in front of Kaneo's mobile fortress. Gigantic mechanical arms unfolded from within. Rows of heavy cannons rotated toward the city center. The luxurious fortress began transforming into an enormous combat machine. Citizens stared in horror. It's changing. That thing was a robot. Kaneo's calm voice echoed across loudspeakers throughout Osaka. Very impressive, young hero. You have protected the people. Now, protect the city itself. With a single press of his hand, the colossal golden war machine fully activated. Its cannons glowed with crimson life fiber energy. The real battle for Osaka was about to begin. The transformed fortress towered above the financial district. Golden armor plates shifted into place with deafening metallic groans. Clang, clang, clang. Massive cannons lined its shoulders. Gigantic mechanical arms unfolded from its sides. Crimson life fibers pulsed beneath the polished metal, feeding energy throughout the enormous machine. The surrounding streets fell silent. Civilians looked upward in disbelief. That's impossible. It's bigger than the buildings. How do we stop something like that? Inside the command chamber, Kaneo Takarada calmly adjusted his tie. Multiple holographic displays surrounded him. Begin Phase 2. An operator bowed. Yes, sir. The war machine slowly raised one mechanical arm. Deep within its palm, a massive cannon charged with crimson energy. Flume. Its target was not Izuku. It was the business district behind him. Thousands of civilians were still evacuating through the streets. Danger sense erupted. Throb. Throb. Izuku immediately looked behind himself. Number. Before the cannon could fire. Boom. Green lightning exploded beneath his feet. Gearshift activated. His body disappeared. Whoosh. He appeared directly beneath the gigantic mechanical arm. Blackwhip burst from both hands. Crack. The dark tendrils wrapped around several enormous joints. He pulled with all his strength. Boom. The massive arm lurched upward. The crimson beam fired into the sky instead. Boom. The blast pierced the clouds high above Osaka before disappearing into the atmosphere. Cheers erupted from the streets. He saved us. He redirected it. Inside the fortress, Kaneo smiled. Excellent. Just as expected. Another operator spoke. Secondary units ready. Hidden compartments opened across the war machine's shoulders. Click, click, click. Hundreds of autonomous combat drones launched into the air. Each carried reinforced life fiber cables. They spread throughout the city. Not toward Izuku. Toward hospitals, schools, bridges, power stations. Ryuko landed beside Izuku atop the damaged machine. They're splitting up. Izuku's eyes rapidly followed the swarm. They're attacking infrastructure. They want to overwhelm us. Before they could move, a sharp whistle echoed across the battlefield. Whoosh! Something streaked through the sky. Far faster than the drones. Far smaller than a missile. It pierced straight through one drone. Crack! The machine immediately lost power and spiraled into the street. Boom! Another whistle followed. Whoosh! Another drone fell. Then another. Then another. One precise shot. One destroyed drone. Every time, Izuku looked toward the distant rooftop. A lone figure stood against the afternoon sun. Helmet. Long military coat. Anti-life fiber rifle resting against one shoulder. Tsumugu Kanagas. Without saying a word, he fired again. Whoosh! A specialized needle projectile pierced another drone. Instead of exploding, the life fibers inside instantly withered. The drone simply fell lifelessly from the sky. Izuku's eyes widened. Those projectiles. Tsumugu finally spoke through the communication device. Anti-life fiber needles. They sever biological synchronization. Another shot rang out. Whoosh! Ordinary weapons waste time. These attack the fibers themselves. Izuku watched another drone collapse. They don't destroy the machine. They disable its core. Exactly. More drones descended toward a nearby elementary school. Without hesitation, Izuku launched himself forward. Boom! Blackwhip spread through the air. Crack! He pulled 3 drones together. Before they escaped, whoosh! 3 anti-fiber needles struck simultaneously. Crack! Every drone instantly shut down. They crashed harmlessly into an empty playground. Izuku smiled. Perfect timing. Tsumugu remained expressionless. Don't praise me. Keep moving. For the next several minutes, their teamwork became seamless. Danger sense located every genuine threat. Gearshift carried Izuku across the city. Blackwhip restrained machines before they reached civilians. Each time, Tsumugu's specialized needles struck with flawless precision. One shot. One disabled target. Not a single unnecessary movement. Ryuko carved through heavier combat units with her scissor blade, preventing Academy reinforcements from surrounding the evacuation routes. Inside the fortress, Kaneo quietly observed the battle. Interesting. He enlarged footage of the specialized ammunition. Those needles. Nudist beach technology. His smile slowly faded. Then they're here as well. Later, the final drone crashed into the pavement. Boom. Smoke slowly drifted through the ruined street. The city became strangely quiet. Izuku landed beside Tsumugu atop a damaged office tower. For several seconds, neither spoke. Finally, Izuku looked toward the rifle. Those needles are amazing. Tsumugu checked the nearly empty magazine. They're useful, but they're only tools. Izuku nodded. Still, without them, destroying life fibers would be much harder. Tsumugu looked directly at him. Wrong. Izuku blinked. What? You've been watching the fibers since arriving here. You've already noticed it. Noticed what? Tsumugu pointed toward Izuku's clenched fist. Green lightning quietly flickered around his fingers. Your power. It naturally rejects life fibers. Those needles imitate what your energy already does. Izuku looked silently at the sparks surrounding his hand. One for all. Its energy destabilizes them. Yes. Tsumugu rested the rifle against his shoulder once more. My needles are manufactured. Your power is natural. That's why. You don't need special weapons. Izuku slowly closed his fist. His memories returned. The sewing club. Junketsu. The detached life fibers inside the underground laboratory. Every experiment had shown the same result. One for all. Really is their natural enemy. Tsumugu gave a small nod. Never forget that. We fight with equipment because we have no choice. You. He looked toward the burning skyline of Osaka. Already carry the weapon humanity has been searching for. Before Izuku could answer, danger sense exploded. Throb, throb, throb. Far beyond the financial district, an enormous crimson energy signature erupted into the sky. Both heroes immediately turned toward the source. Inside the Golden Fortress, Kaneo stood before a massive control console. His calm smile had vanished completely. If wealth cannot purchase victory, he placed both hands upon the controls. Then investment requires escalation. Deep beneath the streets of Osaka, something enormous awakened. The ground began to shake. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Izuku's expression hardened. That's not another machine. Whatever was rising beneath the city was alive. The streets of Osaka trembled violently. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Cracks spread through the financial district as buildings swayed from side to side. Civilians who had only just reached safety looked back in horror. Another earthquake. What's happening now? Izuku remained perfectly still atop the damaged office tower. Danger sense roared louder than ever. Throb, throb, throb. His eyes stayed fixed on the source beneath the city. That's alive. Tsumugu immediately activated his communicator. All units, fall back. Unknown biological signature detected. Mikasugi's voice answered through the radio. Confirmed. Everyone maintain evacuation priority. Another violent tremor shook the city. Boom. The center of the financial district exploded upward. An enormous pillar of crimson life fibers burst through layers of concrete and steel. Buildings collapsed around it. Cars were thrown into the air. Dust covered several city blocks. When the smoke slowly cleared, a gigantic cocoon stood where the streets had once been. It towered over the surrounding skyscrapers. Its surface pulsed like a gigantic heartbeat. Flume, flume, flume. Millions of crimson threads constantly shifted beneath the translucent shell. Izuku stared silently. A cocoon. Mikasugi arrived beside them using a transport cable. His expression immediately hardened. That's impossible. Tsumugu lowered his rifle. Prototype growth chamber. Revox hid one beneath Osaka. Inside the Golden Fortress, Kaneo calmly watched the cocoon emerge. Excellent. The investment was worthwhile. He looked toward the enormous biological structure with satisfaction. Even incomplete, its presence alone is enough. The cocoon released another pulse. Flume. Every remaining Academy soldier wearing a Goku uniform suddenly froze. Their uniforms glowed crimson. Life fibers extended from their clothing toward the cocoon. They weren't attacking. They were feeding it. Izuku's eyes widened. It's absorbing energy. Mikasugi nodded. Every connected life fiber is strengthening it. Danger sense pulsed again. Throb. If it keeps growing, it'll become uncontrollable. Before anyone moved, the cocoon suddenly stopped. Its pulsing gradually slowed. The extending life fibers withdrew back into its surface. Silence returned. Everyone stared in confusion. Inside the fortress, warning lights flashed across every monitor. Development threshold reached. Prototype unstable. Growth suspended. Kaneo sighed quietly. Not yet. Still incomplete. He pressed several commands. The Golden Fortress slowly disengaged from combat mode. Its massive weapons folded back into the armor. The Academy troops immediately began withdrawing. One officer looked surprised. Sir, we're retreating. Kaneo smiled calmly. Our objective has already been achieved. We have gathered sufficient data. There is no profit in unnecessary losses. One by one, Academy transport aircraft descended. The remaining occupation forces boarded them without resistance. Within minutes, the massive invasion force began leaving Osaka. Ryuko watched in disbelief. They're just leaving. Mikasugi folded his arms. This was never about conquering the city. It was an experiment. Izuku looked toward the dormant cocoon. They wanted to test it. Exactly. Tsumugu quietly added. And now they know it works. 2 days later, Osaka slowly began rebuilding. Evacuation centers closed as families returned home. Construction crews repaired damaged roads. Volunteers cleared rubble throughout the city. Before leaving, hundreds of civilians gathered near the temporary transport station. Many recognized the green-haired hero. Children ran toward him. "Thank you. You saved my school. You carried my grandma. Come visit again." Izuku smiled warmly. "I'm just glad everyone is safe." Ryuko laughed quietly. "You're popular." He scratched the back of his head. "It's a little embarrassing." Their aircraft finally departed. Whoosh. Back at Nudist Beach, the command center had become unusually busy. Every monitor displayed reports from across Japan. Academy forces had returned to Honnou. The Osaka operation had officially ended. Mikasugi entered the briefing room carrying several new intelligence files. "Everyone, we've intercepted Academy communications." He placed a photograph onto the table. It showed Honnou Academy undergoing massive reconstruction. New stadiums, new stages, new ceremonial platforms. Large banners covered the campus. Ryuko tilted her head. "What's all that?" Mikasugi enlarged another document. Official Academy notices appeared across the screen. Grand Cultural Festival. Athletic Celebration. Attendance mandatory. Special guests invited. Izuku frowned. "After everything that happened, they're holding a festival." Sumugu quietly answered. "It's only pretending to be a festival." Another classified document appeared. Its security markings had been partially removed. Only one sentence remained clearly visible. "Guest of honor. Ryuko Kiryuin." The room immediately fell silent. Danger sense pulsed. Throb. Even seeing her name caused an uneasy feeling. Mikasugi looked toward everyone gathered around the table. "This is it. The event we've been preparing for." Ryuko rarely appears in public. When she does, history changes. Izuku looked once more at the photograph of Honnou Academy. Workers continued decorating the massive campus. To ordinary students, it looked like preparations for a celebration. To Nudist Beach, it looked like the calm before a storm. Izuku slowly closed his notebook. "Then we'll be there. Not as spectators." Green lightning quietly flickered around his hand. "We'll stop whatever they're planning." Far above Honnou City, banners fluttered in the mountain wind as Honnou Academy transformed itself into a magnificent festival ground. Beneath the bright decorations, the first pieces of a far darker plan were already being set into motion. 3 days passed. Honnou Academy had completely changed. The central plaza was covered with enormous stages. Thousands of crimson banners hung from every tower. Rows of Academy guards patrolled every entrance. Workers rushed to finish the final decorations for the Grand Cultural Festival. From the outside, it looked like a celebration. Inside the Academy, security had reached its highest level. Deep beneath the Academy, Nudist Beach monitored every movement through hidden surveillance devices. Mikasugi stood before a large tactical display. "We've confirmed it." The screen showed a luxurious airborne vessel approaching Honnou City. "The flagship has entered Japanese airspace." Ryuko crossed her arms. "So she's really coming." Sumugu checked his rifle. "Every Elite Four member has been recalled. Every combat division is gathering here. The entire Academy is preparing for her arrival." Izuku studied the map. "They're concentrating all of their strongest forces." Mikasugi nodded. "They aren't expecting an attack. They're preparing a ceremony." Another operator enlarged the surveillance image. An enormous white airship floated through the clouds. Its elegant design resembled a palace more than a military vessel. Rainbow-colored lights shimmered across its surface. Dozens of escort aircraft surrounded it. Revox Corporation's emblem decorated every side. One line appeared beneath the image. CEO. Ryuko Kiryuin. The instant Izuku looked at the screen, danger sense exploded. Throb. His entire body stiffened. The room seemed to disappear. Every instinct screamed. His breathing stopped for a moment. Blackwhip burst from his arms on instinct. Crack. Everyone immediately turned toward him. Deku. Green lightning flickered across his body. His eyes never left the screen. The warning refused to stop. Throb. 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 Ryuko stepped closer. What's wrong? Izuku slowly answered. She's coming. The warning only became stronger. His muscles instinctively prepared for combat. His heartbeat accelerated. Even though Ragyo was still dozens of kilometers away, danger sense reacted as if the threat were standing directly behind him. Tsumugu narrowed his eyes. You've never reacted like this before. Izuku remained focused on the screen. Not even. He paused. Not even against All for One. Silence filled the command room. Mikasugi's expression changed. You fought someone more dangerous than this. Izuku slowly shook his head. My body is telling me. She's worse. No one questioned him. Danger sense had already proven reliable too many times. If it reacted like this, everyone understood the situation was beyond ordinary. High above Honnou City, the massive flagship slowly descended through the clouds. Its engines released shimmering streams of rainbow-colored light. The academy below erupted into cheers. Thousands of students gathered throughout the campus. Rows of Elite Four soldiers stood at attention. The student council occupied the front of the ceremonial platform. Satsuki Kiryuin stood alone at its center. Her expression remained calm. She neither smiled nor waved. Her eyes stayed fixed on the descending flagship. The enormous vessel finally stopped above the academy. Its engines fell silent. A brilliant platform extended from beneath the ship. Golden stairs slowly unfolded toward the ground. Click, click, click. An orchestra began playing. The academy remained perfectly silent. Then, footsteps echoed across the golden staircase. Tap, tap, tap. A woman wearing an elegant white gown slowly descended. Long golden hair flowed behind her. Her clothing shimmered with rainbow reflections unlike any ordinary fabric. Every movement carried effortless confidence. Her smile never faded. Ryuko Kiryuin. Students throughout the academy lowered their heads. Teachers bowed respectfully. Even many officers instinctively stepped back. Far away, hidden inside an abandoned observation tower overlooking the academy, Izuku watched through binoculars. The moment Ragyo's full figure came into view, danger sense erupted harder than ever. Throb. The binoculars cracked inside his grip. Crack. Green lightning burst across his arms. Blackwhip instinctively lashed outward. Boom. The concrete wall behind him shattered. Ryuko grabbed his shoulder. Deku. He immediately forced himself to breathe steadily. I'm all right. But his eyes never left Ragyo. She smiled gently while greeting the academy. Every student applauded. Every camera focused on her. She looked like a graceful executive attending a festival. Yet danger sense refused to calm down. Every instinct warned him that the woman below was the greatest threat he had encountered since arriving in this world. Mikasugi quietly lowered his own binoculars. So, you can feel it too. Izuku gave a single nod. Yes. Far below, Ragyo slowly turned her head. For only a brief moment, her rainbow-colored eyes looked directly toward the abandoned observation tower. Their gazes met across the entire academy. She smiled. A calm, elegant, almost welcoming smile. Izuku immediately felt danger sense surge again. Throb. Ragyo raised one hand. Not as an attack. Not as a warning. Only a graceful wave. Then she continued walking toward the ceremonial stage as though nothing had happened. Izuku slowly lowered his binoculars. She noticed us. Mikasugi's expression hardened. Impossible. Our position should be completely concealed. Izuku continued watching the ceremony. She didn't need to see us. She already knew someone was watching. Above the academy, the festival officially began. Hidden beneath the applause, Both sides silently confirmed the same truth. The confrontation between the world's strongest hero and the leader of Revox Corporation had already begun. Thunderous applause echoed throughout Honnou Academy. Thousands of students stood in perfect formation. The grand cultural festival had officially begun. Rows of academy banners fluttered in the mountain wind while television cameras broadcast the ceremony across Japan. On the central stage, Ryuko Kiryuin stood beside Satsuki. Her elegant smile never changed. Behind them, the Elite Four remained at attention. No one moved. No one spoke. The academy waited for Ryuko's address. High above the stadium, Izuku, Ryuko, Mikasugi, and Tsumugu watched from a concealed observation point. Their communication devices remained silent. Every member of Nudist Beach focused on the stage. Izuku continued observing Ryuko. Danger sense still pulsed steadily. Throb. Throb. It no longer exploded like before. Instead, it remained constant, like standing beside an active Volca number. Ryuko quietly whispered, "She's smiling too much." Mikasugi nodded. "That's how she always is. Never assume that expression means she's relaxed." On the stage, Ryuko slowly stepped toward the microphone. "My beloved students." Her voice spread across the entire academy. "It fills me with joy to witness the future of humanity gathered before me." The audience erupted into cheers. She continued gracefully. "Strength, discipline, unity. These are the qualities that will shape tomorrow." Another wave of applause followed. Satsuki stood silently behind her. Her expression never changed. Her right hand rested lightly on the hilt of Bakuzen. Ryuko continued speaking. "Honnou Academy has become the greatest educational institution in the nation. And today, its future grows even brighter." She slowly turned toward Satsuki. "My wonderful daughter, you have exceeded every expectation." The audience cheered once more. Television cameras focused entirely on the two women. Ryuko stepped closer. "I am proud of you." For a brief moment, neither of them moved. Then, Satsuki spoke. "I have waited many years to hear those words." Ryuko smiled warmly. "I know. I have always believed in you." Silence. Satsuki slowly drew Bakuzen from its sheath. Shing. The blade reflected the afternoon sunlight. Many students assumed it was part of the ceremony. The cameras continued recording. Ryuko remained perfectly calm. "Do you have something to demonstrate?" "Yes." Satsuki tightened her grip. "I do." Boom. Without the slightest warning, she disappeared. The stone beneath her feet shattered. In a single instant, she appeared directly behind Ryuko. Bakuzen flashed. Slash. The blade pierced straight through Ryuko's chest. Gasps echoed throughout the stadium. Blood scattered across the ceremonial platform. The audience froze. Every television broadcast captured the moment. Complete silence followed. Ryuko's eyes widened. She stabbed her. Mikasugi smiled faintly. Finally, inside the stadium, the Elite Four immediately moved. Instead of protecting Ryuko, they surrounded Satsuki, facing outward, protecting her from the academy. The surrounding officers looked completely confused. What are they doing? They're protecting Lady Satsuki. What's happening? Satsuki slowly pulled Bakuzen free. Blood dripped from the blade. She turned toward the stunned audience. Her voice echoed across the academy. Honnou Academy was never created to worship Ryuko Kiryuin. Students stared in disbelief. Satsuki continued. "I built this academy. I gathered warriors. I forged an army. Not for her." She raised Bakuzen toward Ryuko. "But to destroy her." Shock spread through the stadium. Teachers stepped backwards. Academy officers hesitated. Even the television reporters stopped speaking. Satsuki's voice remained calm. "Every battle, every tournament, every Goku uniform, they were all preparations." She looked directly at Ryuko. "I have spent my entire life sharpening a blade. And today, I use it." High above the stadium, Izuku quietly lowered his binoculars. So, this was her plan. Mikasugi nodded. Everything. The academy. The hierarchy. The Elite Four. She built all of it. Waiting for this moment. Below, blood continued flowing from Ragyo's wound. Yet, she never fell. She simply looked down at the hole in her chest. Then, she laughed. A soft laugh. Elegant. Calm. Almost amused. Hee hee hee. The sound echoed across the silent stadium. Every person present felt the atmosphere change. Danger sense exploded. Throb. Izuku immediately clenched his fists. Move. Ryuko looked at him. What? Something's wrong. On the stage, Ragyo slowly placed one hand over the wound. The blood stopped flowing. Crimson life fibers became visible beneath her skin. They moved like living veins. The massive wound slowly began closing before everyone's eyes. The surrounding students stepped back in horror. She's healing. Satsuki narrowed her eyes but did not retreat. She had expected resistance. She had not expected this. Ragyo lifted her head. Her smile returned. My dear daughter, you've grown into a remarkable woman. She gently brushed dust from her dress as though nothing significant had happened. The hole left by Bakuzen continued disappearing. Within seconds, only a torn section of fabric remained. No injury, no scar, nothing. The stadium remained completely silent. Every camera still broadcast live. Millions across Japan witnessed the impossible. Ragyo looked directly at Satsuki. You've finally shown your hand. Her rainbow-colored eyes glowed faintly. And now, allow me to show you mine. The entire stadium fell silent. Not a single voice could be heard. Millions of viewers across Japan watched the live broadcast without blinking. On the ceremonial platform, Ragyo Kiryuin stood perfectly still. The wound left by Bakuzen had completely disappeared. Only the torn fabric on her dress remained. She smiled as though nothing had happened. Satsuki tightened her grip around Bakuzen. As expected, Ragyo tilted her head slightly. You never truly believed that one strike would be enough. I simply wanted to confirm it. The Elite Four immediately shifted into combat formation around Satsuki. Uzu Sanejiyama stepped forward. Anyone approaching Lady Satsuki will answer to us. Ira Gamagori cracked his massive restraints. We've waited long enough. Nanan Jakuzer spun her conductor's baton. Guess we're finally done pretending. Huka Inamuda adjusted his visor. I've already disabled the Academy's internal command network. Around the stadium, thousands of Academy officers stared in disbelief. What is happening? The student council, they're rebelling. Panic spread through the audience. Far above the stadium, Izuku lowered his binoculars. They've committed. Mikasugi nodded. They can't turn back now. Ryuko gripped her scissor blade. So what do we do? Before anyone answered, danger sense erupted again. Throb. Izuku's eyes snapped back toward Ragyo. She's moving. On the platform, Ragyo slowly raised one hand. Rainbow light shimmered beneath her skin. The air itself seemed to distort around her. Crimson life fibers emerged through the torn section of her dress. Not as threads, not as clothing. They flowed directly from her body. The surrounding students instinctively stepped backwards. Those aren't coming from her clothes. They're inside her. Ragyo smiled. My dear daughter, you've trained diligently. You've gathered remarkable followers. And yet, she spread both arms. You still misunderstand what I am. FWOOM. Countless crimson threads erupted from her back. They spiraled through the air like living ribbons. Each thread pulsed with terrifying energy. The entire stadium shook. Rumble, rumble. Chunks of concrete broke apart beneath the pressure alone. The audience screamed. People rushed toward every exit. Run. Get out. She's a monster. Satsuki remained where she stood. Her expression never changed. You abandoned your humanity long ago. Ragyo's smile widened. I merely embraced evolution. Boom. Without warning, she disappeared. The marble beneath her feet exploded. Satsuki's eyes widened. Too fast. Clang. Bakuzen barely intercepted Ragyo's hand. The impact blasted both women across the platform. Shockwaves shattered every nearby window. Boom. Boom. The ceremonial stage collapsed. Dust engulfed the center of the stadium. Above, Izuku immediately moved. Ryuko. I know. Boom. Both leapt from the observation tower. Green lightning wrapped around Izuku's body. Senketsu transformed around Ryuko. They accelerated toward the collapsing stadium. Inside the cloud of dust, Bakuzen flashed repeatedly. Slash. 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 Satsuki attacked without hesitation. Every strike aimed directly at vital points. Ragyo avoided each one with graceful movements. She wasn't rushing. She wasn't struggling. She looked as though she were dancing. Tap. She lightly pushed Bakuzen aside. Slash. Her fingers sliced across Satsuki's shoulder. Blood splashed onto the shattered stone. Satsuki jumped backwards, landing smoothly. Ragyo examined the blood on her fingertips. Excellent. You've become stronger. She smiled again. But, still human. Boom. Another burst of rainbow light exploded outward. Crimson life fibers wrapped around Ragyo's arms. Her physical presence immediately changed. Even the surrounding air became heavier. Several academy officers collapsed to one knee. They couldn't breathe. Far above, danger sense screamed. Throb. Izuku accelerated. She's getting stronger. The Elite Four charged together. Sanejiyama attacked first. His blade carved through the dust. Slash. Ragyo caught it between two fingers. Crack. The blade stopped instantly. Sanejiyama's eyes widened. Impossible. Before he could react, Ragyo flicked the sword aside. Boom. The impact launched him through 3 concrete walls. Gamagori attacked next. His restraints wrapped around Ragyo from every direction. Crack. For a brief moment, they held. Then, the crimson threads beneath Ragyo's skin tightened. The restraints snapped apart like paper. Boom. Gamagori was thrown backwards across the stadium. Nanan fired dozens of concentrated sound blasts. Boom. 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 The explosions engulfed Ragyo completely. Smoke covered the battlefield. For 1 second, silence. Then, whoosh. A rainbow silhouette stepped calmly out of the smoke. Completely unharmed. Nanan's confident smile disappeared. Hookah activated multiple drones. Energy cannons fired simultaneously. Laser fire crossed the arena. Every shot missed. Ragyo moved between them effortlessly. Not because she was barely avoiding them. Because she already knew where every attack would land. Within seconds, she stood directly before Hookah. Tap. She lightly touched his visor. Crack. The entire device shattered. Hookah stumbled backwards. His tactical display went dark. Satsuki immediately stepped forward again. Everyone, fall back. The Elite Four obeyed without hesitation. They regrouped beside her. Each had already suffered damage. Ragyo remained standing alone, untouched. Her elegant smile never disappeared. High above, Izuku and Ryuko landed on the edge of the ruined stadium. The battlefield came into view. Broken stone, collapsed towers, injured academy soldiers, thousands of civilians fleeing toward the exits. And at the center, Ragyo, standing calmly amidst the destruction. Izuku's fists tightened. Green lightning crackled across his arms. Danger sense continued pounding inside his head. Throb. Throb. He looked directly at Ragyo. He paused. Stronger than every report, Ragyo slowly turned toward the stadium wall. Toward the newly arrived Izuku. Their eyes met. She smiled with unmistakable interest. So, the outsider has finally arrived. Without taking another step, she raised one finger. then pointed directly at him. The ruined stadium was covered in dust. Broken concrete littered the battlefield. Students and teachers continued rushing toward the evacuation routes. Emergency sirens echoed across Honnou City. At the center of the destruction, Ryuko Kiryuin stood without a single visible injury. Her rainbow-colored eyes remained fixed on Izuku. A faint smile rested on her face. "So, you were the outsider." Green lightning crackled around Izuku's arms. He stepped forward. "I won't let anyone else get hurt." Ryuko chuckled softly. "How admirable. I've heard quite a bit about you. You've interfered with Revox several times already." Izuku didn't answer. Danger sense continued pulsing. Throb. Throb. Ryuko landed beside him. Senketsu fluttered in the wind. She pointed her scissor blade toward Ryuko. "If you're looking for a fight, we're right here." Ryuko's smile widened. "Oh, I certainly don't mind." Before either side moved, a cheerful voice echoed from above. My, what an exciting gathering." Everyone instinctively looked upward. A figure sat casually on one of the broken steel beams suspended above the ruined stadium. She swung her legs back and forth as if she were sitting on a playground. A giant red parasol rested on one shoulder. Long blonde hair flowed behind her. A colorful eye patch covered her right eye. She wore an elegant dress stitched together with countless life fibers. Most noticeable of all, a gigantic crimson scissor blade rested across her lap. Ryuko's expression immediately darkened. "You." The girl smiled brightly. "Nui Harame." She bowed dramatically. "Grand Couturier of Revox Corporation." She giggled. "And professional troublemaker." She suddenly disappeared. Whoosh. She reappeared beside Ryuko without making a sound. Ryuko tightened her grip. "She's fast." Izuku nodded. "I couldn't track her completely." Nui leaned happily against Ryuko. "You really invited everyone. This is going to be fun." Ryuko looked at her calmly. "Nui, try not to destroy the festival immediately." Nui pouted. "Ah, but I just got here." She skipped forward toward the battlefield. Every step looked carefree, like a child wandering through a park. Yet danger sense immediately shifted. Throb. Izuku's eyes narrowed. "She's dangerous." Nui suddenly stopped walking. She looked directly at him. Then, she smiled. "You've got funny ribbons." Before Izuku reacted, whoosh, she vanished. Danger sense screamed. Throb. Izuku twisted his body sideways. Slash. A crimson blade flashed past his shoulder. The attack missed by only a few centimeters. The shockwave sliced through the stadium wall behind him. Boom. Concrete exploded into fragments. Nui landed lightly several meters away. She tilted her head. "You dodged." Izuku remained silent. She hadn't made a sound. She hadn't shown killing intent until the very last instant. Danger sense had been the only warning. Nui pointed her scissor blade toward him. "I wanted to see those black ribbons." Blackwhip immediately erupted around Izuku. Crack. Several tendrils spread outward like defensive serpents. Nui's eyes sparkled. "Ooh, there they are." Without hesitation, she rushed forward again. Whoosh. Her speed rivaled the fastest opponents Izuku had faced since arriving in this world. Slash. Blackwhip intercepted the scissor blade. Crack. Sparks erupted where the two collided. Nui laughed. "They're stronger than they look." She twisted her wrist. Her giant blade spun with incredible precision. Slash. 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 Each strike targeted a different Blackwhip tendril. Izuku redirected every attack. The dark tendrils moved like living shields. Neither side gained an advantage. Ryuko stepped forward. "I'm taking her." Nui immediately pointed toward Ryuko. "Oh, I remember you. The girl with the other half." Ryuko's grip tightened. "You know my father." Nui's smile remained unchanged. "I know lots of people." She giggled again. "Some of them are still alive." Ryuko's eyes widened. Before she could move, Izuku raised one hand. Ryuko. She glanced at him. Don't rush. She wants you angry. Ryuko took a slow breath. Then nodded. Right. Nui blinked. Huh. No shouting. No reckless charge. She puffed out her cheeks. That's boring. Izuku stepped in front of Ryuko. I'll handle the first exchange. Green lightning spread across his legs. Jin energy quietly accumulated. His posture lowered. Nui spun her scissor blade once. Finally, her playful smile sharpened. There it is. The serious face. I like this better. For several seconds, neither of them moved. The battlefield became completely silent. Even Ragyo simply watched. Then, boom. Both disappeared simultaneously. A green flash and a crimson streak collided in the middle of the ruined stadium. Clang. The impact blasted shattered concrete across the arena. Blackwhip surged forward from every direction. Nui's crimson blade danced through the air with impossible precision. Neither combatant gave ground. High above the battlefield, Ragyo quietly observed the clash. A faint smile crossed her face. So, let us see what kind of hero has wandered into my world. Clang. The collision echoed across the ruined stadium. A shockwave burst outward. Boom. Broken concrete scattered across the battlefield. Green lightning crackled around Izuku. Crimson life fibers danced around Nui Harame. For a brief moment, both remained locked in place. Then, whoosh, Nui twisted her body like a dancer. Her oversized scissor blade swept toward Izuku's neck. Slash. Danger sense flared. Throb. Izuku leaned backwards just enough for the blade to pass in front of his face. The razor-sharp edge sliced several strands of his hair before continuing into empty air. Boom. The slash carved a deep trench across the stadium floor. Nui giggled. So close. Izuku answered with action. Blackwhip erupted from both arms. Crack. 4 tendrils shot toward Nui from different directions. Instead of retreating, she spun gracefully. Slash. 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 The crimson blade cut through the incoming tendrils. The severed ends dissolved into green sparks before reforming around Izuku's arms. Nui blinked. They grew back. Izuku immediately advanced. Boom. He closed the distance in an instant. A straight punch flew toward Nui's chest. She tilted sideways. The fist barely missed. Boom. The compressed air alone shattered the wall behind her. Several academy officers instinctively ducked. That wasn't even a direct hit. His punch broke the wall. Nui smiled wider. You're stronger than I expected. She disappeared again. Whoosh. Danger sense screamed. Throb. Izuku turned. Clang. His forearm met the flat side of Nui's blade. The impact launched both fighters backwards. Each landed smoothly. Neither looked injured. Above the battlefield, Ryuko watched closely. She's matching him. Mikasugi narrowed his eyes. Number. He hasn't increased his output. He doesn't know how much she's hiding. Ryuko looked back toward the fight. So he's testing her. Exactly. Nui suddenly clapped happily. Let's make this faster. Boom. She accelerated. Her movements became noticeably quicker. She zigzagged across the battlefield. 1, 2, 3. Afterimages surrounded Izuku from every direction. Slash. 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 Every strike targeted a different blind spot. Danger sense pulsed continuously. Throb. 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 Izuku never panicked. His body moved naturally. Step. Turn. Block. Evade. Every attack missed by the smallest possible margin. Observers could barely follow the exchange. Only flashes of green and crimson crossed the ruined arena. Nanan stared in disbelief. How are they even seeing each other? Hookah adjusted his damaged visor. I'm not. My camera's already lost them. Nui suddenly appeared overhead. She raised her giant scissor blade. Found you. She swung downward. Slash. Izuku looked up. Green lightning surged across his legs. Fa Jin. Stored kinetic energy exploded through his body. Boom. He launched upward instead of backwards. Their attacks crossed. Clang. The collision sent both flying apart. Nui landed on a broken pillar. Her arms tingled. Ow. She looked at her hand. That actually hurt. For the first time, the playful smile on her face became smaller. She looked genuinely interested. Izuku landed opposite her. His breathing remained controlled. He observed every detail. Her stance, footwork, grip, reaction speed. Danger sense continued warning him before every movement. She's reading openings, not predicting, creating them. Nui tilted her head. You mutter to yourself. Izuku smiled slightly. It helps me think. Ah, you're adorable. She suddenly vanished again. Whoosh. This time, Izuku moved first. Boom. He accelerated directly toward her predicted path. Nui's eyes widened. Instead of reacting, Izuku had already intercepted her. His fist stopped only centimeters from her face. Nui twisted away at the last instant. The punch missed. But, boom, a compressed blast of air exploded from his knuckles. The shockwave struck Nui directly. Her body was thrown across the stadium. Crash. She smashed through 3 concrete pillars before rolling to a stop. Dust filled the battlefield. Silence followed. Ryuko smiled. He got her. The dust slowly cleared. Nui stood back up. Her dress showed several tears. One sleeve had been shredded by the impact. She brushed dust from her shoulder. That surprised me. She looked toward Izuku. Then, she laughed. A bright, cheerful laugh. Ha ha ha, you're fun. She pointed her giant scissors at him. I haven't enjoyed fighting someone like this in ages. Izuku raised his fists again. I didn't come here to entertain you. I know. You came to stop us. She spun her scissors once more. But now, I'm curious. Her expression remained cheerful. Her eyes, however, had become noticeably sharper. No life fibers. No Goku uniform. No regalia. She smiled. And yet, you pushed me back. Green lightning flickered around Izuku. He shifted his stance. I still have people to protect. Nui's grin widened again. Then protect them. She disappeared once more. Boom. Izuku answered at the exact same instant. 45%. Green lightning erupted across his body. Delaware smash. Their figures collided once again. The explosion from their impact shook the entire stadium, sending another wave of debris across the battlefield as every observer watched the duel escalate to a completely different level. Boom. The collision between Izuku and Nui sent another shockwave across the ruined stadium. Broken pillars collapsed. Crack. Dust rolled over the battlefield. Both fighters landed several dozen meters apart. Green lightning crackled around Izuku. Nui rested her giant scissor blade across her shoulder. Her smile remained as bright as ever. That punch was amazing. Do it again. Izuku stayed in his stance. His eyes never left Nui. Danger sense continued to pulse. Throb. Throb. But before either of them moved, a slow clap echoed across the stadium. Clap. 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 Ragyo walked forward through the drifting dust. Her white dress remained untouched despite the destruction around her. She looked at Nui with a gentle smile. That's enough. Nui pouted. I was just starting to have fun. Ragyo placed one hand on her shoulder. We have more important work. Nui sighed dramatically. Fine. She skipped backwards without arguing. Izuku immediately noticed the change. Danger sense shifted. The warning no longer came from Nui. It focused entirely on Ragyo. Throb. Throb. Ragyo slowly raised both arms. Rainbow light spread across the sky. High above the academy, the clouds began rotating. Rumble. Rumble. Everyone looked upward. Students stopped running. Teachers froze. Even the Elite Four turned toward the sky. Mikasugi's eyes widened. That can't be. Tsumugu immediately grabbed his communicator. All nudist beach units. Prepare emergency evacuation. The ground shook violently. Boom. The center of the stadium burst open. Crimson light erupted from beneath the arena. Countless life fibers exploded upward like enormous roots. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They wrapped around the shattered stadium. They climbed across towers, walls, bridges. Every surface became covered in living threads. Ryuko tightened her grip on her scissor blade. What is all this? Mikasugi answered without taking his eyes off the battlefield. The original life fiber. Another explosion erupted beneath the arena. Boom. A massive cocoon slowly rose from underground. It dwarfed the entire stadium. Its crimson shell pulsed like a gigantic heart. Fwoom, fwoom, fwoom. Millions of life fibers twisted beneath its surface. The cocoon continued growing until it stood above every building in Honnou Academy. Every person inside the city could see it. Silence spread for only a moment. Then, the cocoon opened. Crack. A narrow opening appeared near its center. From inside, thousands, then tens of thousands, then hundreds of thousands of glowing life fibers burst outward. Whoosh. They spread across the stadium like a living storm. Students screamed. What are those? Run. The crimson threads descended toward the crowd. They wrapped around people's arms, legs, torsos. Anyone touched immediately lost control of their body. More threads followed. The stadium descended into chaos. Danger sense exploded. Throb. Izuku immediately moved. Boom. Blackwhip erupted from both arms. Crack. Dozens of tendrils spread through the air. Instead of attacking, they grabbed terrified civilians, teachers, children, injured academy officers. Izuku pulled them away from the incoming fibers. Keep moving. Don't stop. Ryuko transformed instantly. Rip. Senketsu covered her body. She leapt toward another section of the stadium. Slash. Her scissor blade carved through a massive cluster of life fibers. Hundreds of crimson threads fell apart. Senketsu spoke urgently. There are too many. More life fibers poured from the cocoon. They filled the air. They wrapped around collapsing buildings. They pierced through shattered walls. Every second, their numbers increased. Mikasugi shouted into his communicator. All evacuation routes. Move civilians outside the academy. Tsumugu opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Anti-life fiber needles pierced several giant clusters. Crack. The struck fibers immediately withered. But hundreds more replaced them. He reloaded. Click. They're multiplying too fast. Above the battlefield, Ragyo calmly watched the panic. Her smile never faded. Beautiful. The harvest has begun. Satsuki stepped in front of her. Bakuzan pointed directly toward Ragyo. Your opponent is me. Ragyo glanced at her daughter. Still standing. Boom. Satsuki disappeared. Their blades collided again. Clang. The impact split apart another section of the stadium. Meanwhile, Izuku continued crossing the battlefield. Gearshift activated. Boom. Green lightning flashed between the collapsing stands. Blackwhip caught dozens of civilians at once. Float slowed their descent as entire sections of seating collapsed beneath them. Crash. Every rescued group landed safely outside the danger zone. Another scream echoed nearby. Izuku turned immediately. A section of the upper stadium had completely broken apart. Hundreds of students were falling together. Danger sense pulsed. Throb. Without hesitation, Izuku accelerated. Boom. He shot upward like a green comet. Blackwhip exploded across the sky. Crack, crack, crack. Hundreds of tendrils spread outward. Every falling student was caught before reaching the ground. Gasps echoed throughout the stadium. The rescued students stared in disbelief as Blackwhip gently lowered them onto intact ground. Before anyone could thank him, Izuku was already moving again. The cocoon continued opening. More life fibers poured into the sky. Their shadows covered the academy. Far above, Nui sat casually on a broken tower, swinging her legs while watching the chaos below. She smiled excitedly. It's finally getting interesting. The true battle for Honnou Academy had begun. The crimson sky darkened beneath the shadow of the enormous cocoon. Countless life fibers poured from its opening. Whoosh! They spread across Honnou Academy like an endless swarm. Every building became surrounded. Every street turned into a battlefield. Students fled in every direction. Teachers shouted desperately, "This way! Don't stop running! Help the injured!" Another section of the stadium collapsed. Crash! Dust rolled across the arena. Danger sense surged. Throb! Izuku immediately looked toward the eastern stands. Hundreds of students were trapped beneath broken support beams. Without hesitation, boom! Green lightning exploded beneath his feet. He shot across the battlefield. Blackwhip burst from both arms. Crack! Crack! The tendrils wrapped around enormous slabs of concrete. With one powerful pull, the collapsed structure lifted several meters. Teachers quickly guided the trapped students outside. Everyone out! Move! The last student escaped. Izuku gently lowered the broken structure onto the ground. Boom! Before anyone could speak, he disappeared again. Whoosh! Across the western corridor, a wave of life fibers swept through the buildings. They wrapped around walls and ceilings before lunging toward fleeing civilians. Roar! The living threads rushed forward. Ryuko intercepted them. Senketsu! Right! Boom! She accelerated through the corridor. Her giant scissor blade flashed repeatedly. Slash! 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 Entire bundles of life fibers were severed. The cut threads writhed briefly before falling lifelessly across the floor. More immediately replaced them. Senketsu warned her. They're coming from every direction. Ryuko looked upward. The ceiling had completely disappeared beneath layers of crimson fibers. There's no end to them. High above the academy, the cocoon pulsed once more. Flume! New streams of life fibers descended toward the escaping crowds. Izuku saw them immediately. Danger sense roared. Throb! He raised both arms. Blackwhip! Crack! Dozens, then hundreds, of dark tendrils exploded into the sky. They spread like an enormous web over the evacuation route. The incoming life fibers struck the web instead. Crack! They became tangled together. The civilians below finally gained several precious seconds. Keep moving! Izuku shouted. Don't look back. Children clung to their teachers. Parents carried injured family members. Academy officers helped civilians climb over fallen debris. For the first time since the battle began, everyone moved together. Near the central plaza, Mikasugi directed nudist beach operatives. Transport trucks. Bring them closer. Hidden cargo vehicles burst through underground exits. Boom! Their reinforced doors opened. Medical teams rushed outside. Stretchers, supplies, blankets. Everyone immediately began treating the wounded. Tsumugu climbed onto a damaged rooftop. His rifle tracked the largest clusters of life fibers. Bang! Crack! One giant bundle instantly withered. Bang! Another cluster collapsed. He changed magazines. Click! Without wasting a single shot, he continued clearing the evacuation routes. Inside the stadium, Satsuki and the Elite Four remained locked in combat against Ragyo. Clang! Bakuzen collided with Ragyo's crimson threads. Boom! The impact split another section of the arena floor. Sanejiyama attacked from the left. Slash! Gamagori charged from the front. Boom! Nanen's sound blasts rained from above. Huka coordinated every movement through his remaining drones. Despite their combined assault, Ragyo stood her ground. She deflected every strike with effortless precision. Her attention never left the battlefield around her. Continue struggling. Your resistance only creates more energy. Outside the stadium, another emergency unfolded. The Academy's northern bridge finally gave way. Crack. Its central support shattered. Dozens of civilians remained trapped halfway across. They screamed as the bridge tilted toward the valley below. Danger sense flared. Throb. Izuku instantly changed direction. Gearshift activated. Boom. The world blurred around him. Within moments, he reached the collapsing bridge. Blackwhip erupted again. Crack. Multiple tendrils anchored themselves to nearby buildings. Others wrapped around the falling bridge. Izuku planted both feet against the fractured roadway. Green lightning surged across his body. The bridge continued falling. He pulled harder. Move. The trapped civilians immediately ran. One after another. Teachers carried children. Elderly civilians supported each other. Every person crossed before the final support failed. Only after the last civilian reached solid ground. Izuku released Blackwhip. Boom. The bridge crashed into the valley below. Dust rose high into the air. Everyone stared silently. One little girl looked toward the green-haired hero. Thank you. Izuku smiled briefly. Stay with your teacher. He leapt away before hearing another word. Back above the academy, the cocoon released another pulse. Fwoom. Its shell slowly began opening wider. The gap expanded. More crimson light escaped from within. Mikasugi's expression changed. It's speeding up. Sumugu lowered his rifle for a moment. That's not good. Inside the cocoon, something enormous shifted. A massive silhouette became visible beyond the opening. It did not resemble ordinary life fibers. It moved slowly, deliberately, as though awakening after a long sleep. Izuku stopped on the roof of a damaged lecture hall. He looked directly toward the cocoon. Danger sense erupted harder than ever. Throb. Throb. Green lightning crackled around his body. There's something inside. Far above the academy, the silhouette moved once again. Its glowing crimson eyes slowly opened behind the cocoon's shell. The crimson eyes inside the cocoon slowly opened. Fwoom. The entire academy shook. Rumble. Rumble. Every remaining window shattered. Crack. Students covered their ears. Teachers struggled to remain standing. The pressure spread across Honnou City. Izuku stood atop the damaged lecture hall. Green lightning flickered around his body. Danger sense pounded without stopping. Throb. 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 The cocoon continued unfolding. Its outer shell split apart. Crack. Crack. Massive layers of crimson life fibers peeled away from its surface. The enormous silhouette inside slowly emerged. It was not a complete creature. Its upper body remained fused to countless original life fibers. Its lower half disappeared into the cocoon itself. Thousands of living threads extended from its body into the surrounding structures. Every pulse strengthened the expanding network. Mikasugi stared at the giant figure. It's using the academy as an anchor. Sumugu immediately raised his rifle. If it finishes growing, the entire city becomes part of it. Bang! An anti-life fiber needle shot toward the giant mass. Crack! The projectile struck directly. For a brief moment, a small section withered. Then new life fibers immediately replaced it. Sumugu lowered the rifle. Too large. High above the battlefield, Ragyo spread her arms. Behold, the future of humanity. The cocoon pulsed again. Fwoom. Life fibers erupted across every tower surrounding the stadium. They wrapped around classrooms, training halls, observation decks. The academy itself began changing. Walls shifted, hallways bent, entire buildings became connected by living crimson threads. Ryuko looked around. The academy, it's changing. Senketsu answered. The life fibers are consuming it. Another violent tremor shook the mountain. Boom. The western dormitory collapsed. Crash. A cloud of dust surged into the air. Danger sense flared. Throb. Izuku vanished. Boom. Gearshift accelerated him across the campus. Within seconds, he reached the collapsing building. Hundreds of students remained trapped inside. Blackwhip exploded outward. Crack, crack, crack. The tendrils smashed through shattered windows. They wrapped around students trapped beneath debris. Others supported broken floors before they could collapse further. Everyone, follow the Blackwhips. Teachers immediately understood. They guided frightened students toward the moving tendrils. One after another, they escaped through the broken walls. The final support beam snapped. Crack. Izuku pulled the last group free. Boom. The entire dormitory collapsed behind them. Dust swallowed the area. Not a single civilian remained inside. Across the academy, the Elite Four regrouped beside Satsuki. Their uniforms showed heavy damage. Sanejima wiped blood from his forehead. This place is falling apart. Nanan looked toward the spreading crimson network. We can't keep fighting here. Huka activated his remaining drones. Their screens displayed structural failures across the mountain. Multiple buildings are collapsing. The academy will not remain standing much longer. Gamagori looked toward Satsuki. Your orders. Satsuki answered immediately. Protect the evacuation. Leave Ragyo to me. Before anyone moved, Ragyo laughed softly, still giving commands. How admirable. She lifted one hand. Countless crimson threads shot toward Satsuki. Whoosh. Bakuzen flashed. Slash. The first wave split apart. Another 100 immediately replaced it. Boom. The impact forced Satsuki backward. Her boots carved deep trenches across the broken stone. Outside the stadium, Mikasugi transmitted new orders. All nudist beach units. Full evacuation. Abandon the academy. Hidden emergency alarms echoed beneath the mountain. Woo. Reinforced evacuation tunnels opened throughout the campus. Students flooded toward every exit. Medical teams carried the injured. Academy officers and nudist beach operatives worked side by side. No one argued anymore. Everyone focused on getting people out alive. Izuku landed beside Ryuko. How many are left? Ryuko looked toward the evacuation routes. Not many. Senketsu added. The stadium is almost empty. Danger sense pulsed again. Throb. Izuku immediately turned. The giant cocoon had stopped expanding. Instead, its enormous body slowly withdrew. The countless life fibers detached from the academy. Whoosh. They rushed back toward Ragyo. Every strand returned to her. The gigantic cocoon began shrinking. Its purpose had been fulfilled. Ragyo calmly stood beneath the descending crimson storm. Every original life fiber merged into her surroundings before disappearing completely. She smiled toward Nui. Our work here is complete. Nui happily twirled her giant scissors. Already, I was hoping to play a little longer. Ragyo gently shook her head. There will be other opportunities. Nui giggled. Works for me. High above the academy, a colossal white aircraft descended through the clouds. Its cargo bay opened. Rows of Revox transport units emerged. Ragyo stepped onto a rising platform of life fibers. She slowly ascended toward the waiting flagship. Nui waved cheerfully toward everyone below. Bye-bye. Don't die before next time. Whoosh. She leapt upward, landing effortlessly beside Ragyo. Izuku immediately prepared to pursue. Green lightning surged around him. Boom. Before he could launch, Mikasugi grabbed his shoulder. Stop. Izuku looked back. They're escaping. Look around. Izuku's eyes swept across the battlefield. The academy was collapsing. Multiple buildings continued falling. Fires spread through the campus. Thousands of civilians still evacuated through damaged streets. Injured students lay across temporary medical stations. His fists tightened. He understood immediately. He released the remaining energy. The rescue came first. Above the academy, Ragyo looked down one final time. Her eyes briefly met Izuku's. She smiled. Then the flagship turned toward the horizon. Whoosh. Within moments, it disappeared into the clouds. Silence slowly returned. Another deep rumble echoed beneath the mountain. Rumble. Rumble. The central tower of Honnou Academy finally gave way. Crack. Its massive foundation split apart. The tallest building on campus leaned sideways. Then, boom. The tower collapsed. A chain reaction spread through the academy. One building after another crumbled into the mountainside. Clouds of dust covered the skyline. By the time the shaking finally stopped, the once proud Honnou Academy had become a field of shattered stone and twisted steel. The battle was over. The war had only moved to its next battlefield. Dust still drifted across the mountains. The ruins of Honnou Academy stretched as far as the eye could see. Collapsed towers, broken classrooms, shattered roads. Fires continued burning throughout the campus. Emergency teams searched every damaged building. Sirens echoed from the city below. Izuku moved across the battlefield one last time. Green lightning flickered around his body. Blackwhip lifted broken steel beams. Crack. Another group of trapped students crawled out from beneath the debris. Medical teams rushed forward. Bring the Stretchers. This way. Izuku gave a quick nod before moving again. He refused to stop while anyone still needed help. Near the former Central Plaza, Ryuko knelt beside a damaged section of concrete. She pulled away chunks of stone with her scissor blade. Slash. Senketsu spoke quietly. There's someone underneath. I know. With one final pull. Boom. The remaining rubble rolled aside. Several academy staff members looked up in shock. We're alive. Ryuko smiled. Go. Everyone's evacuating. The rescued workers hurried toward the medical camp. Hours later, the last rescue team returned. Night had already fallen over Honnou City. Temporary floodlights illuminated the ruined academy. Mikasugi stood beside a portable command table. Several maps had been spread across its surface. Around him gathered Izuku, Ryuko, Satsuki, the Elite Four, Tsumugu, nudist beach officers. For the first time, everyone stood together. No weapons were raised. Only silence remained. Mikasugi looked around the group. Our rescue teams have completed their search. All surviving civilians have been evacuated. Huka adjusted a replacement visor. Communications from across Japan have also been restored. He projected several holograms. Every screen showed the same headline. Honnou Academy destroyed. Revok's flagship disappeared. Ryuko Kiryuin missing. Sanejiyama folded his arms. She planned this from the beginning. Nanan struck the ground lightly with her baton. She used the academy, then abandoned it. Gamagori looked toward Satsuki. Our army no longer exists. Satsuki calmly nodded. Nor should it. Everyone turned toward her. She stepped closer to the command table. The academy served its purpose. Continuing its system would only repeat the same mistakes. No one argued. The ruins surrounding them were proof enough. Mikasugi activated another projection. This one displayed the Revox Corporation headquarters. An enormous floating complex in the middle of the ocean. Multiple anti-air batteries surrounded the facility. Dozens of production plants stretched beneath it. Tsumugu crossed his arms. That's where they'll regroup. They've already begun transporting original life fibers there. Huka expanded the map. Satellite tracking confirms heavy movement. Every Revox branch is sending resources. Izuku studied the projection. They're preparing something larger. Mikasugi nodded. Yes. The academy was only one stage. Their main operation begins now. For several moments, no one spoke. Then Satsuki stepped forward. She removed one of her white gloves. Placing it upon the command table. I have a proposal. Everyone looked toward her. From this moment onward, the student council no longer exists. She looked directly at Mikasugi. Nudist Beach. Our objectives are now the same. Mikasugi smiled faintly. Took you long enough. Sanejiyama smirked. Guess we're allies now. Nanan sighed dramatically. I never imagined working with nudists. Tsumugu frowned. Don't call us that. Ryuko laughed. Too late. Even Gamagori allowed himself a small smile. The tension eased slightly. Satsuki then turned toward Izuku. For several seconds, she remained silent. Finally, she bowed. A respectful bow. Not as a commander. Not as a ruler. But as an equal. Midoriya Izuku. Thank you. Everyone watched quietly. She continued. Without your actions, far fewer people would have survived today. Izuku looked slightly surprised. He shook his head. Everyone helped. The evacuation only succeeded because we worked together. Mikasugi nodded. He's right. Every group played its part. Satsuki straightened. Then let us continue doing so. She placed her hand over the tactical map. From this point onward, we fight as one force. One after another, everyone stepped closer. Ryuko placed her hand on the table. I'm in. Sanejima followed. Same here. Nanan rested her baton across the map. Let's finish this. Huka activated the central display. I'll handle intelligence. Gamagori placed his massive hand beside the others. I shall lead the front line. Sumugu nodded once. I'll provide support fire. Finally, Izuku stepped forward. He looked at every face gathered around the table. Former enemies. Former rivals. Former strangers. Now standing together for the same objective. He placed his hand on the map. Let's stop Revox. Everyone nodded. Far away, beyond Japan's coastline, the enormous Revox headquarters floated above the dark ocean. Inside its highest chamber, Ragyo stood before a massive wall formed entirely from original life fibers. Their crimson glow illuminated the room. Nui happily skipped inside. Everyone escaped. Just like you expected. Ragyo smiled. Good. She reached out and touched the enormous wall. Fwoom. The life fibers responded immediately. Deep beneath the floating fortress, countless production chambers awakened. Rumble, rumble. Rows of unfinished life fiber cocoons slowly emerged from the darkness. Ragyo quietly watched them. Begin the final preparation. Throughout the fortress, machines roared to life. The next battle would not be fought at a school. It would decide the fate of the entire world. Morning arrived over the temporary Alliance headquarters. The underground command center buzzed with activity. Large tactical displays covered every wall. Engineers repaired damaged equipment. Nudist beach operatives moved crates of ammunition and supplies across the hangar. Every report pointed toward the same destination. Revox Corporation. Inside the briefing room, Mikasugi stood before a three-dimensional map of the floating fortress. Our reconnaissance teams have confirmed the location. The hologram rotated slowly. The fortress floated above the open ocean. Its lower structure extended deep beneath the clouds. Multiple defense platforms surrounded the main facility. Production plants covered its outer ring. Huka enlarged several surveillance images. Their anti-air batteries have doubled. New energy signatures continue appearing every few hours. Sumugu crossed his arms. They're preparing for an invasion. Ryuko looked at the projection. Then we don't give them more time. Mikasugi nodded. We won't. But charging in blindly would only waste our strength. Izuku carefully studied every section of the fortress. His notebook rested open beside him. He ticked several possible flight paths. Defensive blind spots. Transport routes. Possible civilian evacuation areas. Satsuki quietly watched him. Later that afternoon, the temporary training grounds echoed with repeated impacts. Boom, boom, boom. Sanejyama's wooden practice sword struck repeatedly. Izuku blocked every attack with precise movements. Neither used their full strength. Their goal was timing. Slash. Sanejyama stepped back. Your reactions haven't slowed at all. Izuku smiled slightly. Danger sense helps. I noticed. Sanejyama rested the practice sword across his shoulder. But you don't rely on it. You still watak everything. Izuku closed his notebook. Habits are hard to change. Sanejyama laughed once. Good. Nearby, Ryuko sparred against Gamagori. Clang. Her scissor blade met his restraints. Nonin practiced long-range bombardment with nudist beach artillery teams. Huka coordinated communication frequencies with the engineers. The former enemies worked together without hesitation. Every hour made the alliance stronger. As the sun began setting, Satsuki stood alone on a damaged observation platform overlooking the ruined academy. Most of the debris had already been cleared. Construction teams worked quietly below. Footsteps approached. She did not turn around. "You've finished training." Izuku stopped beside her. For today, the mountain breeze carried ash across the valley. For several moments, neither spoke. Finally, Satsuki looked toward the distant horizon. "When I first saw you, I believed you were simply another obstacle." Izuku remained silent. She continued. "You challenged the academy. You challenged my authority. You challenged every system I created." She turned toward him. "Yet every battle ended the same way. While others sought victory, you protected people." Izuku answered calmly. "That's what heroes do." Satsuki gave a small nod. "I understand that now." She looked back toward the ruined academy. "My soldiers followed my orders. The Elite Four followed my ambition. The academy followed my rule. But when everything collapsed, the civilians followed you." Izuku quietly watched the rescue teams working below. Satsuki folded her arms. "They trusted you without hesitation. They ran where you pointed. They believed they would survive because you were there." She faced him once more. "That is something no army can create." Izuku shook his head. "They saved each other. Teachers protected students. Students helped the injured. Everyone kept moving. I only helped where I could." A faint smile appeared on Satsuki's face. "Always giving credit to others." "Very well." She extended her hand. "Midoriya Izuku. From this day onward, I acknowledge you as the Alliance's leading hero." There was no ceremony. No audience. Only the two of them overlooking the ruined mountain. Izuku accepted the handshake. "Thank you." Their hands separated. Behind them, Ryuko climbed onto the platform. "There you two are." She looked between them. "Did I interrupt something?" Satsuki answered first. We finished." Ryuko smiled. "Good. Because everyone's waiting." Back inside the command center, the Alliance had gathered once again. Mikasugi activated the central display. The floating fortress appeared above the ocean. Red markers highlighted its defense network. "Our scouts have returned. We now have enough information." He looked around the room. "The operation begins tomorrow." Silence filled the command center. Everyone understood what that meant. This would be their first direct assault against Revox. Mikasugi pointed toward the fortress. "Our objective is simple. Reach the fortress. Destroy its production facilities. Stop Ragyo before she activates the original life fibers." Green lightning quietly flickered around Izuku's hand. Ryuko rested her scissor blade across her shoulder. The Elite Four prepared their equipment. Sumubu loaded fresh anti-life fiber rounds. Huka completed the final tactical upload. Outside, transport aircraft slowly rolled onto the hidden runway. Their engines began warming up. Whoosh! The Alliance had rescued a city. They had survived the destruction of Honnou Academy. Their next destination lay far beyond the coastline. The assault on Revox Corporation was about to begin. Night covered the open ocean. Dark clouds drifted across the sky. Far below, powerful waves crashed against one another. Boom! Hidden beneath the clouds, dozens of transport aircraft flew in complete radio silence. Their navigation lights remained off. Inside the lead aircraft, the Alliance prepared for battle. Mikasugi stood before a holographic projection of the floating fortress. The enormous structure slowly rotated above the table. Its outer walls were covered with anti-air batteries. Multiple docking platforms surrounded the central palace. Large production towers extended beneath the main structure. Hookah enlarged several sections. Enemy radar coverage complete. Missile batteries fully operational. Fighter launch bays at least 12. Sumugu loaded another magazine into his rifle. Click. Expect heavy resistance before we even reach the fortress. Ryuko rested the scissor blade across her shoulder. Then we'll break through. Izuku continued studying the map. His notebook was already filled with observations. He circled several maintenance corridors, cargo elevators, energy conduits, possible civilian work zones. Mikasugi noticed. Still analyzing. Izuku nodded. If Revox has employees inside, we avoid unnecessary damage. Satsuki looked at him. Even now. Izuku answered without looking away from the map. Always. Mikasugi smiled faintly. That's why you're leading the first assault. Inside another aircraft, the Elite Four completed their preparations. Sanejyama adjusted his armor. Straight through the front. Nanan twirled her baton. I'll handle aerial support. Gamagori tightened his restraints. Any defensive line will fall. Hookah checked the tactical network. Communication link established. Everyone is connected. Outside, the fleet continued approaching. The floating fortress slowly emerged beyond the clouds. Its enormous silhouette dominated the horizon. Countless lights illuminated its massive walls. Dozens of patrol aircraft circled the structure. Below it, gigantic production facilities hung above the ocean like an artificial city. Ryuko stared through the open cargo door. It's enormous. Mikasugi nodded. Every original life fiber currently produced passes through that fortress. Danger sense pulsed. Throb. Izuku looked toward the distant palace. They know we're coming. Before anyone replied, warning alarms echoed inside every aircraft. Beep, beep, beep. Hookah immediately checked the radar. Enemy movement. Large red markers rapidly appeared across the display. 1, 10, 50. More continued appearing. Outside, hidden launch bays opened across the fortress. Clang, clang, clang. Rows of interceptor aircraft accelerated into the sky. Whoosh. Their engines ignited simultaneously. The night sky filled with incoming fighters. Sumugu looked through the side window. That's our welcome. The lead enemy squadron locked onto the alliance. Missile pods unfolded beneath their wings. Click, click, click. Warning sirens echoed inside the cockpit. Multiple missile locks. Impact in 5 seconds. Mikasugi immediately shouted. Formation break. Boom. Every transport aircraft scattered. The first missile volley launched. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of glowing trails crossed the sky. Izuku stepped toward the open cargo ramp. Green lightning quietly spread across his body. I'll clear the path. Ryuko stepped beside him. I'm coming too. Satsuki unsheathed Bakuzan. The Elite Four will secure the flanks. Mikasugi nodded. Move. Boom. Izuku leapt from the aircraft. Float activated instantly. Green lightning illuminated the night. The first missile reached him. Danger sense flared. Throb. He twisted through the air. The missile passed harmlessly beside him. Boom. Another approached from behind. Blackwhip erupted. Crack. The tendrils wrapped around the missile before hurling it toward an empty section of ocean. Boom. Water erupted hundreds of meters into the air. More missiles closed in. Dozens. Izuku accelerated. Gearshift activated. Boom. The night blurred around him. Green lightning flashed between every incoming projectile. One after another, Blackwhip redirected them away from the fleet. Explosions lit the ocean. Boom, boom, boom. Behind him, Nanan's artillery blasts destroyed several enemy fighters. Sanejyama landed directly atop another aircraft. Slash. Its wings separated instantly. The fighter spiraled toward the sea. Gamagori smashed through a third interceptor. Crash. Its wreckage disappeared into the waves. Ryuko flew beside Izuku. Senketsu spread his crimson wings. Enemy above. She looked upward. Another squadron dived from the clouds. More than 30 aircraft. Their cannons glowed crimson. Izuku followed their approach. Danger sense pulsed again. Throb. They're aiming at the transports. Without slowing, he thrust both hands forward. Air force. Boom. Compressed shockwaves erupted into the sky. The invisible blast struck the leading fighters. Crack. Their formation broke apart. Several aircraft lost control. Others were forced away from the transports. The Alliance fleet continued advancing. The floating fortress grew larger with every passing second. Inside the highest chamber, Ragyo calmly watched the battle through enormous observation windows. Beside her, Nui happily watched the explosions below. They're already here. Ragyo smiled. Excellent. She turned toward the command staff. Open the outer gates. Deep beneath the fortress, massive steel doors slowly separated. Rumble, rumble. A dark chamber became visible within the structure. Then, hundreds of humanoid figures stepped into the light. Their bodies were covered in crimson life fibers. Their eyes glowed bright red. Each carried identical combat blades. Nui's smile widened. Finally, they're sending the elite guards. Far below, Izuku saw the fortress gates opening. Danger sense pounded harder. Throb. He narrowed his eyes. Something stronger is coming. The enormous gates beneath the floating fortress continued opening. Rumble, rumble. Crimson light poured into the night. Hundreds of elite guards marched from the darkness. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. Step, step, step. Every soldier wore armor woven entirely from original life fibers. Their crimson blades reflected the fires burning across the battlefield. Izuku slowed in midair. Float kept him suspended above the ocean. Green lightning danced across his arms. Danger sense surged. Throb. These aren't ordinary soldiers. Ryuko hovered beside him. Senketsu's eye narrowed. Their life fibers are far denser. Mikasugi's voice echoed through the Alliance communicator. All units. Elite guards confirmed. Don't let them surround the transports. Understood. The first wave launched. Boom. Hundreds of guards leapt simultaneously. Their speed rivaled the Academy's strongest fighters. They crossed the distance in moments. Izuku moved first. Boom. Gearshift accelerated his body. Green lightning streaked across the night. One guard swung its crimson blade. Slash. Danger sense activated. Throb. Izuku slipped beneath the attack. His fist struck the guard's chest. Boom. The armored soldier blasted backward. Its armor shattered. Crack. The life fibers inside immediately writhed. They began rebuilding the damaged shell. Izuku watched carefully. They regenerate. Another 6 guards attacked together. Blackwhip erupted. Crack. The tendrils intercepted 3. Ryuko cut through another pair. Slash. Slash. The final guard lunged toward one of the transport aircraft. Before it reached the hull, air force exploded forward. Boom. Compressed wind struck the guard directly. Its body spun across the sky before crashing into the ocean. Splash. The battle spread across every level of the fortress. Nanon's bombardments rained from above. Boom. Boom. Her explosive sound waves shattered multiple enemy formations. Sanejyama landed among another group. His blade flashed continuously. Slash. Slash. Broken armor scattered through the air. Gamagori smashed several elite guards into the fortress wall. Crash. Huka directed every squad through the communication network. Enemy reinforcements approaching from the eastern platform. Transport 3. Climb 200 meters. Western flank. Maintain formation. Every movement remained coordinated. Inside the fortress, Ragyo stood before a massive chamber filled with original life fibers. Countless crimson threads floated through the air like living silk. Nui happily skipped into the room. They're fighting exactly as expected. Ragyo smiled. Then it's time. She slowly extended both hands. The original life fibers surrounding her began glowing. Fwoom. Thin crimson threads stretched outward. They disappeared into the walls, into the ceiling, into the entire fortress. Outside, Ryuko suddenly stopped moving. What? Her body froze. Senketsu's eye widened. Ryuko. Thin crimson threads had silently wrapped around her wrists, her ankles, her neck. They spread directly from Senketsu himself. More threads emerged from nearby life fiber structures. They connected to her body. Ryuko gritted her teeth. What is this? The same thing happened elsewhere. Nanan stopped firing. Sanejima staggered. Gamagori clenched his fists. Even Satsuki suddenly paused. Everyone wearing life fiber uniforms became surrounded by crimson threads. Their eyes briefly lost focus. Inside the fortress, Ragyo gently closed one hand. Mind thread. Fwoom. Every crimson thread tightened. Ryuko's expression changed. Her eyes slowly turned vacant. Senketsu struggled violently. Ryuko. Fight it. She slowly raised her scissor blade. Not toward Ragyo. Toward the Alliance. Nanan lifted her baton. Gamagori turned toward the transports. Sanejima gripped his sword. Satsuki slowly raised Bakuzan. Their movements were unnatural, silent, controlled. Mikasugi's expression changed instantly. No. Sumugu immediately aimed his rifle. They're being controlled. Inside the communicator, Huka shouted. Their biological signals have completely changed. They're attacking us. Izuku stared at Ryuko. Danger sense remained silent. There was no killing intent. Only manipulation. He immediately understood. It's not them. Ryuko's body suddenly lunged. Boom. Her blade descended. Slash. Izuku caught the attack with Blackwhip. Crack. She pushed harder. Her expression remained empty. Destroy. All. Senketsu struggled to speak. Don't hurt her. It's Ragyo. Another attack came from the side. Clang. Bakuzan crashed against Blackwhip. Satsuki had arrived. Her face remained completely emotionless. Behind them, the Elite Four advanced together. Their weapons pointed directly toward the Alliance. Mikasugi shouted through the communicator. Don't kill them. Break the control. Izuku looked around. Every controlled ally was connected by thin crimson threads stretching toward the fortress. They all led to the same place. Ragyo. He narrowed his eyes. The threads. Green lightning spread across his body. He accelerated. Boom. Instead of striking Ryuko, he rushed past her. Danger sense guided every movement. Throb. Throb. Blackwhip shot toward the sky. Crack. The tendrils wrapped around one of the crimson control threads. Izuku pulled with all his strength. Boom. The thread stretched, but it did not break. Another. Then another. Blackwhip wrapped around multiple mind threads. Green lightning intensified. FA Jin activated. Energy stored from every movement erupted together. Boom. With one tremendous pull, the crimson threads snapped. Crack. 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 The broken strands dissolved into glowing particles. Ryuko suddenly staggered. Her crimson eyes returned to normal. Izuku. Senketsu gasped. We're back. The same shockwave traveled through the remaining threads. Satsuki blinked. Nanan nearly dropped her baton. Sanejima stumbled backward. Gamagori lowered his fists. The Elite Four regained themselves. Inside the fortress, one crimson thread after another shattered. Ragyo calmly watched them dissolve. For the first time, her smile faded slightly. Interesting. Outside, the Alliance slowly recovered. Everyone looked toward Izuku. He released the last broken thread from Blackwhip. Its crimson fragments disappeared into the wind. The battle for the floating fortress had only become even more dangerous. The shattered crimson threads dissolved into the night. Their glowing fragments scattered across the sky before disappearing into the ocean below. The Alliance finally regained control of their bodies. Everyone took a deep breath. For only a brief moment. The battlefield became quiet. Then, warning alarms echoed throughout the floating fortress. Woo, woo. Red lights illuminated every platform. Massive steel barriers began rising around the outer districts. Clang, clang, clang. Hookah immediately checked the tactical display. The fortress is entering lockdown. Mikasugi looked toward the central palace. Ragyo's tightening her defenses. Izuku closed his notebook. Then we keep moving. Everyone nodded. Inside the highest chamber, Ragyo calmly lowered her hand. The broken mind threads slowly dissolved around her. Nui leaned against one of the enormous windows. They escaped your control. Ragyo remained perfectly composed. Temporary. She looked toward another chamber deeper inside the fortress. Prepare the next phase. Nui smiled. Finally, she disappeared into the darkness. Whoosh. Outside, the Alliance landed upon one of the massive docking platforms. Boom. The reinforced steel floor trembled beneath them. Countless Revox soldiers rushed forward. Their crimson armor reflected the emergency lights. Stop them. The first formation charged. Boom. Izuku disappeared. Gearshift activated. Green lightning flashed across the battlefield. The lead soldier swung his blade. Slash. Danger sense pulsed. Throb. Izuku stepped around the strike. His elbow slammed into the soldier's chest. Boom. The armored guard flew backward, crashing into 3 others. Crash. Before they could recover, Blackwhip erupted. Crack. The tendrils swept across the platform. Dozens of elite guards were thrown aside simultaneously. Ryuko landed beside him. Senketsu spread his crimson cape. Leave this line to us. Right. Boom. The two charged together. Ryuko's scissor blade carved through waves of life fibers. Slash. Slash. Izuku's shockwaves blasted apart enemy formations. Boom. Boom. The platform quickly became littered with broken crimson armor. Further ahead, the Elite Four forced open the fortress gate. Gamagori wrapped his restraints around the massive doors. Crack. With a powerful pull, the steel hinges shattered. Boom. Sanejyama rushed through the opening first. His blade flashed repeatedly. Slash. Every guard attempting to reinforce the corridor was immediately pushed back. Nanen's artillery exploded overhead. Boom. Boom. Enemy drones burst apart one after another. Hookah maintained communication. Western corridor secured. Advanced toward the central tower. Deep inside the fortress, rows of production chambers continued operating. Original life fibers flowed through enormous transparent tubes. They pulsed like rivers of crimson blood. Workers controlled by life fibers monitored the machinery without emotion. Izuku slowed. His expression hardened. There are civilians here. Mikasugi immediately answered through the communicator. Avoid destroying the lower production sectors. Focus on disabling the generators. Understood. Without warning, the floor shook violently. Rumble. Rumble. A tremendous pulse spread through the corridor. Flume. Every original life fiber reacted simultaneously. Ryuko suddenly stopped. What? Thin crimson threads emerged from the walls. They ignored everyone else. Instead, they surrounded Ryuko alone. Senketsu's eye widened. Ryuko. They're targeting us. The threads wrapped around Senketsu. They spread across Ryuko's arms. Her breathing became heavier. More memories flooded into her mind. Laboratories. Experiments. Blood. The voice of Ragyo. The cries of a child. Ryuko clicked her head. No. Stop. The corridor around her faded. Inside her mind, she found herself standing within an endless crimson space. Countless life fibers floated around her. Far ahead, a familiar figure stood waiting. Satsuki. She remained silent. Bakuzan rested beside her. For several seconds, neither sister moved. Finally, Ryuko stepped forward. So it's true. We're family. Satsuki slowly nodded. Yes. We were separated before either of us could remember. Ryuko lowered her eyes. I hated you. I blamed you for everything. I only saw an enemy. Satsuki answered quietly. I believed I had no younger sister. Until the truth was revealed. I also spent years walking the wrong path. The crimson world trembled. Ragyo's voice echoed from every direction. Children, return to me. Thousands of crimson threads rushed toward both sisters. Whoosh. They attempted to bind them once again. Before the threads reached them, green lightning suddenly flashed through the crimson world. Boom. Izuku appeared between them. Blackwhip erupted. Crack. The incoming threads shattered instantly. They dissolved into glowing fragments. Ryuko looked at him. Izuku. He lowered his arms. You're not alone. He looked toward both sisters. Whatever happened before, it doesn't decide what you do now. You choose that yourselves. The remaining crimson threads surged once more. Blackwhip spread wider. Crack. They were stopped again. Ryuko slowly looked toward Satsuki. For the first time, she smiled. Let's finish this together. Satsuki returned the smile. Small, calm, but genuine. Together. Both sisters reached toward each other. Their hands met. The crimson world immediately cracked apart. Crack, crack. The illusion collapsed. Back inside the fortress, Ryuko suddenly opened her eyes. The crimson threads surrounding her disintegrated. Senketsu's voice filled with relief. You're back. Ryuko nodded. I'm back. Across from her, Satsuki also regained consciousness. Their eyes met. There was no hatred, no rivalry, only understanding. Without saying another word, both sisters turned toward the advancing Revok's army. Ryuko raised her scissor blade. Satsuki unsheathed Bakuzan. Side by side, they charged. Boom. Their synchronized attack tore through the first enemy formation. Slash. Boom. The alliance watched as the two sisters fought together for the very first time. Deep within the floating fortress, Ragyo quietly observed the battle. Her smile slowly returned. Excellent. Show me how brightly you can struggle. Boom. Ryuko and Satsuki burst through the advancing Revok's forces together. Their synchronized attacks carved a path straight through the fortress. Bakuzan flashed. Slash. The crimson scissor blade followed. Slash. Elite guards were thrown across the corridor. Crash. The remaining soldiers quickly regrouped. Rows of original life fiber warriors blocked every passage leading toward the central tower. Their crimson armor pulsed with unnatural light. Whoosh. More reinforcements descended from platforms above. Huka glanced at the tactical display. Enemy numbers are increasing. Nanan spun her baton. Then we'll make them disappear. Boom. A barrage of sound shells exploded across the upper platforms. Entire squads of guards were blown from the balconies. Gamagori charged through the smoke. His restraints wrapped around multiple enemies. Crack. With one violent swing, he smashed them into a reinforced wall. Boom. Sanejyama dashed through the opening. His blade became nothing more than silver flashes. Slash. Slash. Broken armor scattered across the corridor. Deeper inside the fortress, Mikasugi reached the central production chamber. His eyes widened. The room stretched hundreds of meters in every direction. Thousands of giant spools continuously produced original life fibers. Massive machines spun endlessly. Rumble, rumble. Crimson threads flowed through transparent conduits toward the fortress core. Sumugu immediately raised his rifle. There's enough here to cover entire cities. Mikasugi nodded. This is their main production line. Before either of them could move, warning alarms echoed again. Woo. The entire chamber shook. Flume. Every conduit began glowing. The life fibers abandoned the production machines. Instead, they rushed upward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Millions of crimson threads streamed toward one destination. Ryuko. Senketsu immediately noticed. They're coming to us. The flood of life fibers ignored everyone else. They surrounded Senketsu completely. Layer after layer wrapped around his body. His red fabric expanded. His shoulders broadened. His cape lengthened. New armor formed across Ryuko's arms and legs. Brilliant white markings appeared over the crimson cloth. Golden energy surged between every thread. Boom! The pressure swept through the chamber. Everyone instinctively stepped back. Izuku shielded nearby workers from the shockwave. Blackwhip secured several damaged support beams before they could collapse. Crack! The civilians hurried toward the evacuation route. Only after the final worker escaped, Izuku turned back toward Ryuko. The transformation continued. More Alliance uniforms reacted. Senketsu spoke loudly. "Everyone, I need your life fibers." Without hesitation, the Elite Four looked toward Satsuki. She immediately understood. "Release them." Every member nodded. Their Goku uniforms began unraveling. Whoosh! Crimson and white life fibers detached from their armor. They rose into the air. The fibers from Gamagori, Sanejiyama, Nanan, Huka, they all flowed toward Senketsu. Nudist beach members carrying captured life fiber equipment released every remaining sample. The collected fibers joined the growing torrent. The chamber became filled with streams of glowing crimson light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Senketsu absorbed everything. His body expanded again. New wings unfolded behind him. His armor became sleeker. His scarf transformed into long flowing energy ribbons. His eyes shone brighter than ever before. The chamber trembled beneath the immense surge of power. Boom! Ryuko slowly opened her eyes. Green and crimson energy danced around her. Senketsu. His voice sounded stronger, calmer, more confident. "We've reached it, our strongest form." Mikasugi stared upward. Senketsu Kasaragi. Far above, inside the throne chamber, Ragyo watched the transformation through enormous monitors. For the first time, her smile widened. Beautiful. The completed Kamui. Beside her, Nui tilted her head. "Shouldn't we stop them?" Ragyo softly laughed. "Number. True evolution only appears under pressure." Back inside the production chamber, Ryuko tested her new form. She disappeared. Boom! A sonic shockwave erupted through the room. She reappeared hundreds of meters away almost instantly. Every loose strand of life fiber nearby was shredded simply by the air pressure. Crack! Senketsu laughed. "Our synchronization has never been higher." Ryuko smiled. "Then let's use it." Izuku watched carefully. Danger sense remained calm. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of stability from Senketsu. He stepped toward Ryuko. "You're stronger. But you'll need even more energy before fighting Ragyo." Ryuko looked at him. "What are you thinking?" Izuku closed his eyes. Green lightning quietly spread across his body. One for all pulsed beneath his skin. Throb, throb. He slowly extended one hand toward Senketsu. "Take some of my energy." Ryuko blinked. "Are you sure?" Senketsu's eye widened. "One for all. That's an incredible amount of power." Izuku nodded. "Only enough to reinforce your structure. Not enough to overload you." Green lightning gathered in his palm. Small streams of one for all energy flowed into Senketsu. Crackle. The crimson armor absorbed the energy. Its surface immediately became covered with thin emerald lines. They spread across every section of the Kamui. The wings shone brighter. The armor stabilized. Senketsu took a deep breath. "Amazing. My life fibers aren't rejecting it. They're adapting." Ryuko clenched her fist. Emerald lightning briefly flashed together with crimson energy. Boom. The pressure shook the chamber once again. Everyone looked toward the transformed pair. Mikasugi smiled. "Now we finally have a chance." Satsuki stepped beside Ryuko. Bakuzen rested across her shoulder. "Then there is nothing left to delay." Huka activated the final tactical route. The hologram pointed toward the highest level of the fortress. The throne chamber. Ragyo is waiting there. Izuku looked upward. Danger sense slowly returned. Throb. Far above, Beyond countless reinforced walls, he could already feel Ragyo's presence. Green lightning crackled around his body. Ryuko unfolded Senketsu Kasaragi's brilliant wings. The alliance gathered behind them. Their final advance toward the heart of Revox Corporation had begun. Boom! The alliance burst from the upper levels of the floating fortress. Explosions echoed behind them as the remaining Revox defenses collapsed. Columns of smoke rose into the night. Alarms continued blaring throughout the fortress. Woo! Woo! The central tower stood directly ahead. Its summit streaked above the clouds. Crimson light pulsed from its highest chamber. Throb! Throb! Danger sense surged. Throb! Izuku looked upward. She's there. Without slowing, everyone continued advancing. Inside the throne chamber, Ragyo stood before an enormous sphere of original life fibers. It floated silently above a circular platform. Millions of crimson threads rotated around its surface. The sphere slowly expanded with every passing second. Fwoom! Fwoom! Countless energy conduits connected it to every section of the fortress. Nui skipped happily around the platform. They're almost here. Ragyo gently placed her hand upon the sphere. Then our departure begins. The original life fibers immediately responded. Boom! The entire fortress shook. Deep beneath the structure, gigantic propulsion systems awakened. Rumble! Rumble! The surrounding ocean erupted. Massive waves spread in every direction. Outside, Hookah suddenly looked at his tactical display. His visor flashed repeatedly. Energy levels are rising. Something's happening beneath the fortress. Before anyone could answer, the entire floating fortress lurched upward. Boom! Everyone nearly lost their footing. Huge engines hidden beneath the structure ignited. Whoosh! Columns of blue-white flame erupted downward. The fortress slowly began climbing into the sky. Higher! Higher! The clouds beneath it scattered. Mikasugi looked down toward the ocean. It's lifting off. Sumugu's eyes widened. They're taking the entire fortress with them. Boom! Izuku launched toward the summit. Gearshift accelerated his movement. Green lightning tore through the air. Ryuko followed immediately. Senketsu Kasaragi unfolded his enormous wings. Whoosh! Emerald lightning intertwined with crimson energy. They became two streaks of light racing toward the highest platform. Behind them, the Elite Four eliminated the last defensive line. Slash! Boom! Clang! Gamagori smashed apart the final blast doors. Sanejiyama cut through the locking mechanisms. Nanen's bombardment destroyed incoming drones. Hookah secured the escape route for the remaining civilians. Mikasugi turned toward the others. Everyone else, destroy the propulsion systems. Don't let Revox reinforce the launch. The alliance immediately split into multiple assault teams. Izuku and Ryuko reached the summit. Boom! They landed together before the throne chamber. Its enormous doors slowly opened. Clang! Crimson light poured outside. Ragyo stood waiting. Her rainbow aura illuminated the chamber. Behind her floated the massive sphere of original life fibers. Its surface had grown several times larger. Nui waved enthusiastically. Welcome. You're just in time. Ryuko tightened her grip on her scissor blade. What is that thing? Ragyo smiled. The cocoon sphere. The vessel that will awaken every original life fiber across your planet. The sphere pulsed again. Fwoom! Thin crimson threads extended through the sky. They pierced the clouds. They continued climbing. Higher, higher. Izuku followed them with his eyes. His expression changed. It's reaching the upper atmosphere. Ragyo nodded. Correct. Once the cocoon sphere reaches orbit, every dormant life fiber on Earth will awaken. Danger sense exploded. Throb, throb, throb. Izuku immediately stepped forward. We're stopping it here. Ragyo gently shook her head. Too late. She slowly raised one hand. The throne chamber ceiling split apart. Crack. Massive sections of reinforced steel folded outward. The night sky opened above them. The cocoon sphere accelerated upward. Whoosh! Its speed increased dramatically. Within moments, it had climbed far beyond the fortress itself. Ryuko looked upward. It's escaping. Without hesitation, Senketsu Kasaragi spread his radiant wings. Boom! He launched after the sphere. Izuku accelerated beside him. Gearshift pushed his speed even further. Green lightning illuminated the sky. The two shot upward together. Ragyo calmly watched them leave. Then, her body became surrounded by countless original life fibers. They wrapped around her like flowing silk. Whoosh! She rose from the throne chamber without moving her feet, ascending directly toward the heavens. Nui laughed. Don't leave me behind. Boom! She leapt after Ragyo. Her crimson threads pulled her rapidly into the sky. Far below, Mikasugi watched four glowing lights disappearing above the clouds. Izuku, Ryuko, Ragyo, Nui. Huka's voice echoed through the communicator. Their altitude keeps increasing. They've already passed the fortress. Sumugu lowered his rifle. They're going beyond the atmosphere. High above the clouds, the sky darkened. The blue horizon slowly faded into black. Stars became visible. The curvature of the earth emerged beneath them. The cocoon sphere continued rising. Its crimson glow illuminated the emptiness of space. Izuku pushed Gearshift further. Boom! Green lightning erupted around him. Ryuko flew beside him. Senketsu Kasaragi's wings burned with crimson and emerald light. Ahead, Ragyo calmly ascended toward the cocoon sphere. Her rainbow aura shimmered against the darkness of space. The final battlefield was no longer on Earth. It had moved beyond the atmosphere. The darkness of space surrounded the battlefield. Far below, the blue planet slowly rotated beneath them. The floating fortress had become nothing more than a distant silhouette above the clouds. Ahead, the cocoon sphere continued expanding. Fwoom! Millions of original life fibers spiraled around its surface. They stretched outward like enormous crimson veins. Every second, the sphere grew larger. Danger sense roared. Throb! Throb! Izuku accelerated again. Boom! Gearshift pushed his body forward. Green lightning illuminated the darkness. Ryuko flew beside him. Senketsu Kasaragi's radiant wings left long crimson trails across space. Behind them, Ragyo calmly pursued. She never hurried. Countless life fibers drifted around her body. They formed an endless halo. Nui followed close behind, laughing as she spun her giant scissors. Catch it if you can. The cocoon sphere pulsed. Fwoom! Its outer shell unfolded. Crack! Massive petals of original life fibers slowly opened. Inside, an enormous crimson core appeared. It beat like a living heart. Throb! Throb! With every pulse, new streams of original life fibers spread toward Earth. Izuku looked down. Even from space, he could see countless crimson lights appearing across the continents. It's already reaching the planet. Ragyo smiled. Humanity has always belonged to the life fibers. Today, they simply return. Boom! Izuku vanished. Green lightning erupted across space. He appeared directly before Ragyo. His fist shot forward. Detroit smash. Boom! Compressed force exploded outward. Ragyo crossed one arm. The impact shook the surrounding vacuum. Her body slid backward several hundred meters. Thin cracks spread across the life fibers covering her arm. Before the damage could remain, they regenerated. Crack! The wounds vanished. Ragyo looked at him calmly. Excellent. Hundreds of original life fibers erupted around her. Whoosh! They lunged toward Izuku from every direction. Danger sense flared. Throb! Blackwhip exploded outward. Crack! Crack! The tendrils intercepted the incoming threads. They twisted together across space. Ryuko seized the opening. Boom! Senketsu Kasaragi accelerated. Her giant scissor blade glowed brilliantly. Senketsu. Ready. Slash. The blade carved through an enormous wall of original life fibers. Thousands of crimson strands scattered into space. Nui immediately intercepted. Clang! Her giant scissors locked against Ryuko's weapon. The surrounding shockwave rippled through space. Boom! Nui laughed. You've gotten much stronger. Ryuko pushed harder. I'm ending this. Emerald lightning suddenly flashed beside her. Izuku arrived. Blackwhip wrapped around Nui's scissors. Crack! With one violent pull, Nui was thrown away from the battlefield. Boom! She spun through space before regaining control. Hey! The cocoon sphere continued opening. Its crimson core became completely exposed. More life fibers streamed toward Earth. Danger sense reached its limit. Throb. Izuku looked directly at the core. That's the source. Ryuko immediately understood. Then we destroy it. Senketsu's voice echoed. Together. Izuku slowly inhaled. Green lightning spread across every part of his body. One for all surged. Crackle. Crackle. Fa Jin released every stored movement. Gearshift pushed his muscles beyond their previous limit. Blackwhip wrapped tightly around both arms. Energy gathered into a single point. Space around him trembled. Boom. Ragyo's smile finally disappeared. That power. Far below. Mikasugi watched from the fortress. His eyes widened. He's using everything. Hookah's instruments overloaded. Warning symbols filled every monitor. Energy output is beyond calculation. Izuku raised his fist. Green lightning covered the surrounding darkness. The stars themselves seemed to disappear behind the radiance. Ryuko flew beside him. Senketsu Kasaragi's blade expanded as countless life fibers concentrated along its edge. The enormous crimson blade stretched hundreds of meters. Its emerald lines glowed together with One for All's energy. Both looked toward the cocoon sphere. Now. Boom. Izuku surged forward. Ryuko accelerated beside him. The distance vanished instantly. Izuku drew back his fist. Every remaining fragment of One for All gathered into a single strike. United States of Smash. Boom. At the exact same moment, Ryuko swung Senketsu Kasaragi's colossal blade. Senketsu. Final slash. Slash. Both attacks collided with the cocoon sphere's core. Silence. For one heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, crack. A tiny fracture appeared. Another. Another. The entire core became covered with countless cracks. Ragyo's eyes widened. Impossible. Boom. The cocoon sphere exploded. An enormous emerald and crimson shockwave burst across space. Millions of original life fibers shattered into glowing fragments. The expanding waves swept through the surrounding battlefield. Nui was blown backward. Ragyo's life fiber halo disintegrated. The crimson streams descending toward Earth instantly collapsed. One fragment after another dissolved into light. Far below, every crimson glow appearing across the planet disappeared. The sky above Earth cleared. The original life fibers had lost their source. Floating among countless glowing fragments, Izuku lowered his fist. Ryuko steadied herself beside him. Between them, the remains of the cocoon sphere slowly crumbled into nothingness. The heart of the original life fibers had been destroyed. Glowing fragments of the shattered cocoon sphere drifted through space. Millions of crimson particles slowly faded into nothingness. Far below, the blue earth shone peacefully once more. The endless streams of original life fibers had vanished. Only scattered remnants floated around the battlefield. Izuku steadied his breathing. Green lightning flickered weakly across his body. The tremendous force of the United States of Smash had drained a vast amount of One for All's energy. Beside him, Ryuko tightened her grip on the massive scissor blade. Senketsu Kasaragi's wings remained spread. His voice was calm. We did it. Before anyone could relax, a violent surge of energy erupted nearby. Boom. Countless original life fibers rushed toward Ragyo. Every remaining fragment abandoned the surrounding space. They gathered around her body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Layer after layer covered her like living armor. The rainbow aura surrounding her flared brighter than ever. The pressure spread across the battlefield. Boom. Nui laughed happily. That's more like it. She spun through the remaining fragments before landing beside Ragyo. Her giant scissors rested across her shoulder. One last game. Ragyo slowly looked at the shattered remains of the cocoon sphere. Her expression remained composed, yet the faint smile that had accompanied her throughout the battle was gone. The original life fibers surrounding her gradually became unstable. Small cracks spread across their surface. Crack, crack. She quietly watched them crumble. The core is gone. The life fibers responded with another violent pulse. Boom. Instead of strengthening, they began dissolving. Their structure collapsed piece by piece. Nui blinked. Lady Ragyo. Ragyo slowly raised one hand. The remaining life fibers drifted through her fingers like ash. They no longer obeyed. Their connection had been severed forever. For the first time, silence surrounded her. Ryuko raised her blade. It's over. Izuku remained ready. Danger sense still pulsed. Throb. Although weaker now, Ragyo looked toward both of them. Then toward the distant earth. How remarkable. Humanity chose resistance. She slowly closed her eyes. The unstable life fibers surrounding her continued falling away. Piece after piece disappeared into space. Nui hurried closer. We can still fight. I'll cut them apart. Ragyo gently shook her head. Number. Nui froze. What? Ragyo looked at her. Without the original core, the age of the life fibers has ended. There is nothing left to preserve. Nui's cheerful smile slowly faded. Then, what do we do now? Ragyo's gaze returned to earth. Nothing. She calmly reached toward her own chest. Countless weakened life fibers gathered around her hand. They formed a single crimson blade. Izuku's eyes widened. Stop. He accelerated. Boom. Green lightning crossed the darkness of space. Before he reached her, Ragyo smiled once. A small, peaceful, final smile. Farewell. Slash. The crimson blade pierced straight through her own chest. The unstable life fibers immediately lost every remaining trace of control. Boom. A wave of crimson light burst outward. Ragyo's body became covered with countless glowing cracks. They spread across her arms. Her face. Her entire form. Crack, crack, crack. Nui reached toward her. Lady Ragyo. Before she could touch her, the remaining life fibers surrounding Nui also began collapsing. Their connection had vanished together with Ragyo's. Her giant scissors shattered. Crack. The fragments drifted away. The life fibers covering her body dissolved into light. No. Wait. For the first time, panic appeared across Nui's face. She reached toward the disappearing fragments. But they slipped through her fingers. One by one, the original life fibers abandoned her body. Tiny cracks spread across her arms. Then her shoulders. Then across her entire form. Crack, crack. This isn't funny. Her voice became quieter. The cracks multiplied. Light poured through them. Boom. Nui's body slowly broke apart into countless glowing particles. The fragments drifted silently into space. Within moments, nothing remained. Only her laughter echoed faintly before disappearing forever. Silence returned. Ragyo's body continued dissolving. She looked once more toward Ryuko. My daughter. Ryuko remained silent. She simply watched. Ragyo's final fragments scattered into the endless darkness. The rainbow light vanished completely. Every remaining original life fiber surrounding the battlefield immediately crumbled into dust. Whoosh. They drifted away from Earth. Never to return. Danger sense finally became quiet. Throb. Then, nothing. Izuku slowly lowered his fists. The overwhelming pressure that had filled the battle since Ragyo's arrival was gone. Senketsu looked toward the peaceful planet below. It's finished. Ryuko quietly nodded. Yeah, it's finally over. Around them, The last remnants of the life fibers dissolved among the stars. The greatest threat humanity had ever faced had disappeared with them. Silence spread across the darkness of space. The final fragments of the original life fibers drifted away like countless tiny stars. Far below, the Earth shone peacefully. The crimson glow that had covered parts of the atmosphere was completely gone. Izuku floated quietly. Green lightning had almost disappeared from his body. His breathing was heavy. The final United States of Smash had consumed nearly everything he could safely draw from One for All. Nearby, Ryuko looked around. It's over. Senketsu's single eye remained fixed on the planet beneath them. Yes, the life fibers are gone. Before anyone could celebrate, a violent tremor spread through space. Rumble, rumble. Izuku immediately looked downward. The floating fortress, without the original life fibers supporting its structure. The enormous fortress began collapsing. Massive explosions erupted across its outer shell. Boom, boom. Entire sections broke away. Huge pieces of metal tumbled toward Earth. Huka's voice suddenly echoed through the communicator. The fortress is breaking apart. Its altitude is dropping rapidly. Mikasugi quickly added, everyone still in the fortress is evacuating. We're getting out now. Another explosion tore through the central tower. Crash. The gigantic structure tilted sideways. Countless burning fragments entered the upper atmosphere. Long trails of fire streaked across the sky. Izuku looked at Ryuko. We need to leave. She nodded. Right. Senketsu immediately spread his radiant wings. Hold on. Boom. They accelerated toward Earth. Izuku followed beside them. Green lightning flashed weakly around his body. The atmosphere grew closer every second. Behind them, the collapsing fortress continued breaking apart. Its burning debris filled the sky. They entered the upper atmosphere. Whoosh! Fire surrounded them. The air ignited around their bodies. Flames streaked behind them like enormous tails. Boom! Ryuko remained steady. Senketsu's wings shielded most of the heat. Izuku used float to stabilize his descent. Gearshift carefully adjusted his momentum. Below, they could already see the ocean. Farther away, the surviving Alliance aircraft. Inside one aircraft, Mikasugi looked upward. There, everyone followed his gaze. 4 burning lights descended from the sky. Then, 3. The 4th light belonged to a massive fragment of the collapsing fortress. It separated from the others, heading directly toward Izuku and Ryuko. Danger sense exploded. Throb. Izuku turned instantly. Look out. The burning fragment was enormous. It rotated wildly. Its path intersected theirs. There was no time to avoid it. Boom. Izuku shot forward. Both hands slammed against the falling wreckage. Crack. Green lightning exploded around him. The burning metal slowed, but only slightly. Its sheer mass continued dragging him downward. It's too heavy. Another violent explosion erupted behind them. Boom. More debris followed. Senketsu immediately understood. Without hesitation, his wings expanded. Whoosh. He flew behind Izuku. Let me help. His enormous wings wrapped around both Izuku and Ryuko. Then, he pushed. Boom. Every remaining strand of Senketsu's energy surged at once. Crimson light erupted around the 3 of them. The massive fragment changed direction. Instead of striking them, it drifted away toward the empty ocean. Far below, it crashed into the sea. Boom! An enormous column of water erupted into the sky. The danger had passed. But, Senketsu's wings began fading. Small pieces of crimson cloth dissolved into glowing particles. Ryuko immediately noticed. Senketsu. His voice remained gentle. That was the last of my strength. More fragments disappeared. His shoulders became transparent. His scarf slowly unraveled into countless glowing threads. The energy I borrowed, and the life fibers I carried. They've reached their limit. Ryuko's expression trembled. Don't. Senketsu laughed softly. Don't make that face. I've always existed to protect you. Today, I finally fulfilled that promise. The emerald lines given by One for All slowly disappeared. Their light drifted harmlessly into the sky. Izuku silently watched. His fists slowly tightened. He could do nothing to stop it. Senketsu looked toward him. Izuku, thank you. Without your strength, we never would have reached this far. Izuku lowered his head. Thank you too. You protected everyone. Senketsu smiled. I'm glad. His remaining wings dissolved completely. Whoosh. His armor gradually separated from Ryuko's body. Piece by piece, the Crimson Kamui disappeared into thousands of glowing fragments. They surrounded Ryuko like falling stars. She reached toward them. Senketsu, stay. Only silence answered. The last fragment drifted past her fingertips. Then vanished. The sky became quiet once again. Ryuko continued falling, wearing nothing more than the simple emergency clothing left beneath the Kamui. Izuku immediately accelerated. Boom. Blackwhip shot forward. Crack. It wrapped gently around Ryuko before slowing both of their descents. Float reduced their speed even further. Far below, Alliance rescue aircraft raced toward them. Whoosh. Mikasugi reached out from the open cargo ramp. Grab on. Blackwhip carried both of them the final distance. The rescue team pulled them safely aboard. Inside the aircraft, no one spoke. Everyone looked through the open cargo door. Outside, the final crimson lights faded into the blue sky. Senketsu was gone. Only the peaceful horizon remained as the aircraft slowly turned toward home. Morning sunlight spread across Honnou City. For the first time in countless years, no crimson life fibers covered the skyline. No towering academy overlooked the mountain. Only clear blue skies stretched above the city. Construction vehicles moved through the former academy grounds. Rumble, rumble. Cranes lifted broken steel. Workers cleared shattered concrete. Temporary shelters lined the lower districts. Families slowly returned to their homes. Children played in the open streets once again. Laughter echoed where fear had once ruled. Inside the temporary headquarters, medical staff completed their final examinations. Izuku sat quietly while one of the doctors finished wrapping the bandages around his right arm. You've pushed your body far beyond its normal limit. Izuku smiled faintly. I've heard that before. The doctor sighed. Try not to do it again. Ryuko laughed from the next bed. Good luck getting him to listen. Everyone nearby chuckled. Even the exhausted medical staff smiled. Later that day, the Alliance gathered on the mountain overlooking the city. The ruins of Honouji Academy had almost completely disappeared. Large sections of land had already been leveled. New foundations were being prepared. There would be no rebuilt fortress. No new academy standing above the city. Only ordinary schools, ordinary streets, ordinary lives. Mikasugi folded his arms. It's strange. The mountain feels smaller. Sumugu looked toward the workers below. Maybe because nothing's towering over it anymore. Huka checked the latest reports on his tablet. All remaining Revox production facilities have been dismantled. Every known life fiber storage site has been destroyed. Nanan smiled. Looks like we're finally unemployed. Sanejiyama laughed. Guess we'll have to find real jobs. Gamagori looked toward Satsuki. What are your intentions now? Everyone turned toward her. Satsuki quietly watched the city below. There will be no more hierarchy. No more star rankings. No more uniforms deciding someone's worth. She slowly looked toward the construction crews. A school should exist to educate, not to rule. The Elite Four nodded together. None of them objected. Their roles had ended together with the academy. Far below, students worked beside teachers. Former no-star students carried supplies together with those who had once worn elite uniforms. Nobody spoke about rank anymore. Everyone simply helped. Izuku quietly watched them. A small smile appeared on his face. That afternoon, the Mankenshoku family arrived carrying several enormous bags. Food delivery. Mako sprinted ahead. Everyone. Lunch is here. Her father lifted several giant pots onto folding tables. Her mother immediately began serving bowls of steaming food. Workers, soldiers, students, construction crews. Everyone gathered together. Within minutes, the entire mountain echoed with cheerful conversation. Mako sat beside Izuku. See, people smile a lot more now. Izuku nodded. They do. Ryuko looked around at the gathering. Children chased one another between the tables. Former academy officers helped elderly civilians carry supplies. Elite Four members ate beside nudist beach operatives without arguing. The city no longer felt divided. As evening approached, a small ceremony was held on the highest point of the mountain. There were no grand speeches. No military parade, only a simple gathering. Mikasugi stepped forward first. Everyone standing here protected this world. Thank you. He stepped back. Satsuki followed. She looked across the assembled crowd. This city belongs to its people. From today onward, let it remain that way. A wave of applause spread through the crowd. Clap, clap, clap. Ryuko looked toward Izuku. You should say something. Izuku immediately shook his head. I'm not good at speeches. Mako laughed. Then just wave. Before Izuku could answer, the crowd noticed him. Cheers erupted across the mountain. Hero. Thank you. You saved us. Children waved excitedly. Teachers bowed respectfully. Construction workers raised their helmets. Izuku looked slightly embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head. Everyone worked together. That's why we're here. The applause only grew louder. Later, the crowd gradually dispersed. Night settled over Honnou City. Lights illuminated the rebuilt streets. The sound of construction slowly faded. Izuku stood quietly on the mountain ridge. Ryuko walked over beside him. Beautiful. He nodded. It is. The city below no longer carried the weight of fear. Only ordinary life, ordinary people, and a peaceful future waiting to be built. Neither of them noticed. High above the stars, a faint distortion quietly appeared. Space rippled for only a moment. Then the tiny crack slowly widened. A familiar dimensional energy flickered within the darkness. The path home had begun to open once again. Morning sunlight illuminated Honnou City. The sound of rebuilding echoed throughout the valley. Rumble. Workers continued repairing roads. New buildings slowly replaced the ruins. Children walked toward temporary classrooms. Shops reopened along the main streets. The city had begun a new chapter. Izuku stood quietly on the highest ridge overlooking the mountain. A gentle breeze brushed against his green hair. Below him, people moved freely through streets no longer divided by walls or ranks. There were no one-star uniforms. No elite checkpoints. No academy towering over the city. Only ordinary lives. Footsteps approached behind him. Ryuko smiled. Thought I'd find you here. Izuku turned. Good morning. She walked beside him. For a while, they simply looked over the city. It's strange. Ryuko laughed softly. It's quiet. I like it. Izuku nodded. So do I. More footsteps echoed nearby. Mako hurried toward them carrying a large basket. There you are. Everyone's waiting. Without waiting for an answer, she grabbed both of their wrists. Come on. Near the Mankenshoku house, a long table had been prepared outside. Plates covered every corner. Steaming food filled the air with familiar aromas. The entire family welcomed everyone with bright smiles. Mikasugi, Sumugu, Satsuki, the Elite Four, workers, neighbors, everyone had gathered together. Mako's father laughed loudly. Eat first, worry later. Everyone smiled. For the first time since arriving in this world, Izuku enjoyed an ordinary meal without hearing explosions in the distance. After the meal, the sky suddenly shimmered. Flume. Everyone looked upward. The clouds slowly twisted together. Space itself began rippling. A familiar crack of emerald and blue light spread across the sky. Crack, crack. The opening continued expanding. Green lightning flickered within the distortion. Izuku immediately recognized it. The dimensional rift. Silence spread across the gathering. Ryuko slowly lowered her cup. "You're leaving." Izuku looked at the portal. "I think it's time." The dimensional energy grew stronger. The portal stabilized high above the mountain. Its surface rippled like flowing water. Mikasugi folded his arms. "Looks like your ride finally arrived." Izuku smiled. "Looks that way." Everyone climbed the mountain together. The portal floated quietly above the summit. Gentle waves of energy spread through the air. There was no danger, only an invitation. Mako tried to smile. "You're coming back someday." Izuku scratched the back of his head. "If I ever find another portal." She laughed. "Good enough." Sanejyama stepped forward first. "Next time we meet, let's spar again." Izuku nodded. "I'd like that." Nanan crossed her arms. "Don't forget us. Heroes have terrible memories." "I won't." Huka adjusted his visor. "Our world owes you a debt." Gamagori bowed deeply. "Your courage protected countless lives." Izuku returned the bow. "Thank you." Mikasugi extended his hand. "Take care of your own world." "I will." Their handshake ended. Finally, Satsuki stepped forward. She stood before Izuku in silence. "Our paths crossed by chance. Yet your presence changed this world." She bowed respectfully. "You will always have my gratitude." Izuku bowed in return. "Thank you." Ryuko remained until everyone else stepped back. She looked toward the peaceful city below. Then back toward Izuku. "When you first showed up, I thought you were just another weird transfer student." Izuku laughed. "I remember. Turns out you were a real hero." She extended her fist. "Thanks." Izuku smiled. He bumped his fist gently against hers. Tap. "Take care of everyone. You too." Senketsu was gone. Yet the memory of his voice remained with both of them. The wind quietly swept across the mountain. The portal shimmered once more. Fwoom. Its light became brighter. Izuku took one final look at everyone. Mako waved both arms. The Menkenshoku family shouted their goodbyes. The Elite Four raised their hands. Mikasugi smiled. Sumugu gave a silent nod. Satsuki stood proudly. Ryuko smiled. Everyone watched. Izuku smiled back. "Thank you." Green lightning quietly surrounded him. Boom. He leapt into the air. Float carried him upward. Within moments, he reached the portal. He paused for one final second, looking back at the world that had become another home. Then, he stepped forward. Whoosh. The dimensional rift closed behind him. Crack. The light disappeared. The sky returned to normal. Only blue clouds remained above Honnou City. Far beyond dimensions, green lightning flashed through endless darkness. Izuku drifted between countless streams of light. Ahead, another world slowly appeared beyond the fading portal. He took a steady breath, then moved forward. Boom. His journey as a hero was far from over. The end.